You're listening to the Iterators of the Imperium.
Hi, I'm Miss, and I'm here with my lovely co-host, Ryan. And you're listening to Season Quinky of the Iterators of the Imperium podcast. The podcast in which Ryan is the expert of Warhammer 40k, and I'm an intermediate trying to learn more about the Warhammer universe. And for anybody who doesn't know, Quinky means 5 in Latin, because we're nerds over here. So if you're not a nerd, then get out.
I forgot you were doing that. It really took me by surprise.
I'm trying to learn Latin now, Ryan.
Are you? That'll be very challenging, because the only people on the planet that still speak it are the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I mean, if you knew how to speak the language, you got an instant job, though. Like, job security.
I don't think that's how that works. I think it's the other way around. I'm giving you want to be one of the higher ups, you gotta learn it. I don't think that they just take in anyone who can speak Latin.
I have wasted my whole life.
I have wasted the last 5 minutes of my life. How will I ever recover from this?
Oh, no. Shit. That's fine. That's fine.
Oh, God. Oh, big stretch. You ready for this today?
I think I am.
Oh, you have no idea, my dude. You have no idea.
So confident. I think I am.
Okay, so, as everyone should know by now, we are on orcs this time. That's our whole thing this season, it's just orcs.
Yes.
So, we left off with... What do we leave off with? That's a good fucking question.
Oh, I can't even
Grax.
remember.
Yes, we left off with Grax ransacking Ryza. That's what we did. So, that whole event, it did actually last like 70 years, but it kicked off in the year 925 of the 41st millennia. So the next event we're going to talk about is actually in 931, 932, somewhere roundabout there. So we're skipping like 6-7 years, right? This is an estimation for when this occurs. But I hope you're prepared, because we're getting into the good stuff here.
Okay.
I hope you're buckled in for this, right? Because we're getting into the big stuff.
Okay.
Buckle the fuckle up, kitty. Right. Do you remember how this whole orky mess started? With me having to like go over the War of the Beast again pretty quick, because there was like extra details, and it was all about that planet Eurocleus that was taken over by humans. Then orcs turned up and killed them all. And then Eldar and stuff moved in, and then the humans turned up again, and then in the War of the Beast, they took over, and orcs just moved in. Well, we're back on that planet. That's where we're kicking off here, right? Back on this planet. About like 7,000 or 8,000 years later. So it's just been orcs here for like 8,000 years, basically. And this is where we're kicking off. So the planet is now just called Urk, rather than Eurocleus.
Yes.
Because orcs.
Because orcs. It's easier to say for them.
Exactly. What self-respecting orc is going to go around saying Eurocleus? No one.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think their tusks get in the way as well. Yeah. And our story is genuinely just about one random orc. It's a total nobody, right? Okay. But that's the thing about nobodies, is that when you're a nobody, you have the potential to become anybody.
Ooh.
So we start on this frigid world called Urk, which it's a snow planet for the vast majority, right? I think there's a point where someone calls it a pile of grox turds that are frozen on the outside and baked red hot in the middle.
Hey.
Yeah. It's a good way to think about it. And the particular spot on this planet that we're looking at is just white. It is just snow for miles and miles around this bit.
Yeah.
But right at the spot we're looking, there's a little bit of green, an orc hand sticking up through the snow. So, as you know, orcs are mushrooms. They grow underground.
Mushroom
in a little
spores.
sack.
Yeah.
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 So this guy's only just been born. Our boy here that's how I'm going to refer to him, by the way, just our boy, right?
Our boy.
He's literally in the process of being born. He's only just managed to get a hand up through the snow. But the ground's frozen, so it's an absolute nightmare trying to drag yourself out of the ground because it's in the middle of a blizzard. And that's pretty unlucky because the cold will kill orcs. They are mushroom-based life forms. The cold can kill mushrooms. So the cold will kill him if he's left here long enough. So not a lucky start for our boy. And it gets slightly unluckier because something spots his hand. A tundra squig, a black tundra squig, one of the fancy ones, right?
Ooh.
And it's a big bastard as well. It spots his hand and goes, "Ooh, a snack." Right? So, yeah, I mean, you're in the middle of a frozen tundra. A mushroom hand sounds like a pretty good snack. So this tundra squig is like, that'll do me. So it goes over and just chomps right over his hand. You gotta remember, it's just a ball with teeth, so it just right over the whole hand. It's a big ass mouth. And it clamps down on his wrist. But before it can chew right through the wrist, the hand grabs right around the base of its tongue and rips its organs out of it. Just pulls the thing inside out, basically. So the benefit of this is, well, one, he kept his hand, and two, it spills all the things like blood and bile and everything all over the ground. And I don't know if you know this, but typically living creatures' innards are quite warm, so it softens the ground a bit and allows our guy to drag himself up through the ground. Yeah. So he stands there in the middle of this frozen tundra in the middle of a blizzard with a dead squig next to him. So he does the only three things you can do. He eats the meat of the squig to get himself fed. He wraps himself in its pelt to keep him warm, and he starts walking.
What
the only three things you can do. Now, he just starts walking, right? Because he has no idea where he is, what's going on, or anything. He knows nothing. He is newborn, right? He is as wet as you get. So he just starts walking. And eventually he finds I'm going to say stronghold, but it's severe air quotes here, right? It's basically, it's what they call a stronghold, and its title is Gogduff. That's the name of this place. But stronghold is a questionable term, because it's basically a shitty rusted wall of, like, scrap metal surrounding, like, 5 buildings and a squig pen. Right? To call it a stronghold is a brave overstatement. It's a bit of a stretch. Yeah. But this is where a clan of Goths live. And I don't know if you remember, but the Goths are the orcs that they're basically the most typical orcs. They just love a good brawl, right?
Yeah.
These are just your box standard, fit perfectly to the stereotype orcs. And as you might imagine, they don't take particularly well to unwelcome visitors. So this guy, our boy, turns up at their door and just starts banging on the door. Like, let me the fuck in. Just banging on the door. At the time, the chief of this orc Goth clan was in the watchtower shouting at a bunch of his troopers, because that's what you do. And obviously they see this guy coming up and they hear him banging on the gate and everything. One of the boys, thinking, I'll get back in the boss's good books, jumps on one of their turrets to go blast the shit out of him. Thing is, as much as that was like positive mental attitude, not try to be, forward thinking, like I'll try and do something to cheer the boss up here. All it got him was another earful and a slap from the boss, because the boss has spotted this guy and thought, that's a big ass black, like, tundra squig pelt he's wearing. I want that. And the thing is, he wanted it in one piece, not full of bullet holes. So he slaps this trooper who tries to shoot him and is like, no, we're going to go down and get it. I want the thing. So they go down, they open the gates, and our boy just marches straight in, right up to the chief and headbutts him. Doesn't say a word, just straight headbutt.
He's a badass.
Yeah. So, like, the chief had known that this guy was clearly tough, because one, he's just walked out of a blizzard, and two, he's wearing the pelt of a big-ass squig. So, like, he's obviously got some fight in him. But after getting the headbutt, the boss just laughs, and then proceeds to kick the ever-living shit out of our boy.
Oh.
Like, beats him half to death, because how dare you. But he did find it funny. So he takes the pelt, and then he starts walking away, and they start closing the gates. But before he, like, gets too far away, he shouts for them to, like, drag him inside, get him to the docks to patch him up, and feed him. Right? They want this guy. He's a cool dude, right? He's clearly tough. He'll be worth something someday. That's the idea.
Yeah.
So, our boy is taken in. And, he gets fed, and he starts making himself useful around the place. Whatever they tell him to do, he goes and does, basically. And eventually, they're like, alright, you know what, you've got a bit of fight in you, and you've got a bit of a head on your shoulders, we'll give you a chance. So they put him in one of the raiding mobs, so a little squad of orcs for raiding places. And he becomes a trooper. So they give him a rusty, shitty chopper, and they give him a shitey helmet. But he does get fed now, so that's something. And he starts going out on raids with this goth mob. And they're just raiding other orc strongholds, because it's all there is to do on this planet, really. Yeah. So they're just ransacking other orcs and stealing shit off them for a laugh. And our boy gets big, he gets strong, right? He wins a lot, he does well, right? He becomes a biggin. And he also learns quite a bit, right? Because, again, they're raiding, but he's also just, like, living life otherwise. So he learns quite a bit, because you gotta remember, he is newborn, basically. So he knows nothing. And he learns about Gork and Mork. He learns, what it is to be an orc. The way that they live. And he also hears things about the galaxy. And he wants to know more about that. That part fascinates him. He gets a bit of an obsession with it. So he starts asking questions. And specifically to the chief, he's asking him. And he keeps ignoring him or slapping him when he asks. He can't be bothered with it. But one night, they're all in their wee tavern getting pissed. They had stolen a bunch of alcohol from one of the other orc tribes. So they're all just getting shit-faced. And this time, the war boss, or the chief, sorry, not the war boss, the chief decides to answer our guy's questions. And he tells them about the galaxy and how there's planets, and there's loads of planets, and that there's other species, other races and stuff, aliens and the humies and all this stuff. And why, this whole thing kind of ends, this whole speech that he does that enthralls every orc in the tavern, kind of ends with him staring out a window. And our boy's follows his gaze, and he realizes he's staring up at one of the mountains nearby. What is it called? Rackblood Peak. That's what it's called. So the chief explains that the lights that they can see on this mountain are a Hume stronghold, right? From back when humanity ran this planet. This is like a last living bastion, right?
Yeah.
But it's abandoned. There are no humans left. This place has been humanless for 8,000 years, right? Yeah. But the stronghold's still there, or it was a Beaky stronghold. Beaky is their word for Space Marine, by the way, which I found hilarious.
Winky. Yep.
Yeah. So through a bit of trickery and a bit of convincing, our boy gets the boss to announce that in the morning they're going to go ransack that place, right? He kind of tricked him into thinking it was his own idea. Right?
Planted a seed in his brain. Yes.
Exactly, aye. So the boss announces in the morning we're all going to go ransack that place. He basically just goes, get what I've decided, I hate that place. We're going to go fuck it up. I believe it turns out it was a communication post or something like that, right? So it wasn't a big thing when the orcs did attack. So they basically just cleared the planet and that place happened to get ignored. So in the morning, everyone readies up and the whole goth warband decides to go ransack this joint. And the thing is, the place might have been empty of humans, but it wasn't defenseless. It had a bunch of automated turrets, which they accidentally... they still worked, yeah. And the orcs accidentally activated them when they went to attack the place. So they're all charging up, thinking this is going to be a piece of piss. Like, this is going to be boring. Nothing's going to happen. And the next thing, a hail of bolter shells start peppering all the orcs.
And they love it.
Yeah, by the time they, like, break in and start tearing all the turrets off their mounts and everything like that, by the time the last turret is torn apart and the orcs, like, are all, you know, like, chanting because they've won and all this, it takes a bit, you know, but they do manage to win. They do manage to, like, take the place apart and, you know, steal any scrap that they want and stuff like that, steal ammunition and things. The thing is, our boy is not one of the ones at the end of it celebrating, because he got hit by one of the turrets right at the start. Got shot right in the head. It kind of blew his skull apart. He lost an eye, he lost the vast majority of his brain, and he lost a huge chunk of the back of his skull.
Yeah, that's not too good.
Yeah, so our guy's just lying in a bloody heap with his brain and skull and face plastered on the snow. Yeah, so thing is, he was technically still alive, but he was in no position to, like, get up and walk back to their camp, right? And Goths don't really do carrying, so they left him for dead. And, like, he was 90% of the way to dead anyway, so, like, fair game, I guess. That works for you. So they just left him to die in the snow. So our boy's lying there, brain plastered across the rocks in the snow, but he wasn't dead. So he kind of gets back up after a little bit, after he's been, you know, totally abandoned. He kind of gets back up after a while, and he has a little poke around to figure out how much he's missing, because he can't hear anything, he can't see shit because he's missing an eye. His other one barely works now. So he has a little poke around, and once he pokes a bit and his legs start twitching, he's like, you know, I'm going to stop poking in there. So he just takes his hand out of his own remains of his brain. And so he's basically forgot everything he learned up until this point. He doesn't know shit about, you know, how to be an orc properly anymore. Right? He doesn't, like, know, like, how their weapons work or anything like that. He doesn't know much about, like, you know, the culture of it all,
So,
or anything like that, really.
Essentially, like a factory reset.
Essentially, yeah. Turns out the part of his brain that handled hearing, a large part of what handled sight, and the vast majority of the rest of it was blown clean out of his skull. So it doesn't leave room for much remembering stuff. The one thing he did remember, the one memory part of his brain that seemed to cling on for dear life to what was left of his head, was the bit about the gods. So the one thing this dude did remember was Gork and Mork.
Of course.
And he's in a situation where he's got like a third of a brain left, maybe, one eye, one ear, and, you know, about 40% of a skull left, but he knows the gods exist. So he does, like, the one option he had, and he demands that the gods provide some divine intervention to get him out of this mess.
Okay.
And the gods don't respond, right? The response is total silence. But they're not angry at him. It's not like, how dare you demand things from us. Orc gods don't work like that. The way orc gods work is like, you can boss them around all you want as long as you remember that they don't have to fucking listen to you.
Yep.
So the thing is that our boy realizes that the silence is the answer. They did answer him by doing nothing, right? Because what they're telling him is not that they don't want to help, it's that he's not worth listening to, right? He's a nobody. He is literally nobody, right? Doesn't have a name at this point. He's just some rando orc that's done nothing with his life so far. Why the fuck should the gods listen to him? But he realizes the gods are telling him, if he can get himself out of this situation, then he'll be someone worth listening to. They're giving him an opportunity.
Yeah.
Right? So, he does basically the only thing he has the option to do. He stands up, he holds his skull in, and he starts walking. Just to go try and find someone to patch his skull back together.
Great.
Yeah.
As you do.
So, yeah, aye. And he's done this once before. I mean, he had a whole brain at the time, but he's done this random walk for a goal, generally speaking, once before, and it worked out pretty well. So, well, it ended with this, I guess. So, not so well, but, it worked out pretty well for like a month. So, he just starts walking to see if he can find something patched about it together. Eventually, our boy arrives in I guess you could call it a town. It wasn't really a town. It's somewhere between a stronghold and a town, right? Called Rustspike. There's a whole thing with this thing called Rustspike. It's named after the fact that orcs found this bit, started digging here, and they found this big rusty spike sticking out of the ground, right? And then they dug further, and it turned out it was the tip of an ancient tower, right? From when humanity had this place. And they basically just excavated part of it and then built a town around it because it was good for scrap. That's the gist.
Yep.
So, our guy eventually makes it to this town called Rustspike. And the thing is, he didn't make it there alive. He was quite dead when he got there. Okay. Well, he had came down with a mild case of death. Right?
Mild case.
A mild case. He gets over it, but mild case of death. See, there's an orc doc in Rustspike, a guy called Grotsnick, right? He's a crazy motherfucker and a truly terrible surgeon. He's thinking like Frankenstein shit. That's what Grotsnick was about, right?
Oh,
but Frankenstein, but he's terrible at it. That's the gist, right?
Yeah.
There's a sign above Grotsnick's door that it's a quote from one of his happy customers that just says, "It's an eye, I guess," because he gave someone a bionic eye that barely works, and the guy's response was, "Well, it's an eye, I guess," and he uses that as a proud quote of the skill of his work.
Great.
Yeah, so that's the level of doctor we're dealing with, right? But this guy, he just likes the experimenting part. He doesn't give a shit if it works. So he put out an order to all the orcs in Rustspike that he will pay for orcs, dead, alive, or even just parts of them. Right?
Okay.
And because this order was, everyone in Rustspike knew about it, a bunch of orc troopers found our boy lying dead in the snow and thought, free money. So they took him to Grotsnick. So the next thing, Grotsnick's got our guy on his surgery table with his head stripped to a million bits, trying to put it all back together. And somehow our guy is breathing at this point, right? Our guy is technically still alive. Barely, but he is technically still alive. Grotsnick slaps his head back together, gives him a bionic eye, and then patches his skull with a big piece of metal that he had found. Someone had tried to sell it to him. The guy that tried to sell it to him claimed it was a plate from the arse end of a suit of Terminator armor. And after realizing that meant it must have been 6,000 years old at this point, Grotsnick has this idea that good metal, is like good alcohol. The older it is, the better it is. So he shanked the guy and stole it. And he's just been holding on to it ever since, waiting for the right opportunity to use it. And
this is now.
Well, that's it, because our boy's been lying on his table with his head ripped apart a million ways for Sunday for hours now. Usually people don't last an hour on Grotsnick's table, but Grotsnick's been ripping this dude apart over and over again for hours now. And he should have died over and over again, and our boy just did not feel it. He just was not having death today. So Grotsnick's like, this is it. This is the right opportunity to use this bit of metal. This fancy bit of metal of wood. So he grabs it out of his bit bucket and rivets it onto the guy's head. And it fits perfectly. It is a perfect fit for the back of this guy's skull.
Mm-hmm.
And amazingly, our boy is still alive at the end of all of this. Right? It's I assume it's the third successful surgery Grotsnick's ever actually done. But he was a bit overexcited and decided, I'm going to use this tough bastard as an experiment because I've got a surgery I've wanted to do for ages and I've never had someone I could do it on. This guy's a perfect example. So he replaces one of his knees with a bionic knee. It's very slightly better than the perfectly fine knee he tore out of the guy to replace with a bionic knee. There was nothing wrong with his knee. He just wanted to give someone a bionic knee.
Because that makes sense. It makes total sense.
Exactly, right?
You know? I mean, to be fair, the longevity in the big bionic one, I'm just saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that orcs get like joint pain, so I don't know we would have had any issues with the old one, but like, I mean, who cares? It's slightly better, at least. That's something. Also, if you need to
future investment.
Think about it though, if you need to like knee a space marine in the stomach, do you want to do it with like a mushroom flesh knee, or do you want to do it with a bionic one?
Exactly. It's a future investment, Ryan.
That's it. It just gives you more options. So, Grotsnick replaces one of his knees. The issue that comes from this is that the blood loss from having his knee unnecessarily replaced, which I assume was quite severe, was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, and our guy died on the table.
Oh.
Didn't stop Grotsnick finishing the surgery, but he did. But he died. In typical Grotsnick fashion, he just yeets the guy off the table and, you know, does the little snap to have his grot servants come and drag the corpse away into the he's got a yard at the back of his surgery tent where he has like a body pile and some scrap that he uses to piece things back together. So our guy is dragged out back and thrown on the body pile. And there is a grot in that yard who lives under a couple of pieces of sheet metal, and his entire job is to, once someone is thrown onto the body pile, his job is to go and reclaim the bionics that are still functional from the corpse and put them back in the bit bucket, right, for the next surgery. So this little grot comes out with, you know, reclaiming stick is getting stick, which I think is just a metal spike, to be honest with you. It climbs up on top of our boy and starts trying to wedge the plate off the back of his head. But as soon as the stick hits it, he gets electrocuted.
Ooh, and he's back to life.
Well, shortly after, the body starts to twitch like hell, like it's having a seizure, and then he kind of like, you know, comes back to life a bit and grabs the grot that's standing on top of him and stares him dead in the eye. And I'm going to show you something here. This is a good picture for this, but what happens when he stares this grot in the eye is the two of them basically live out this series of visions, right? And the visions are like, it's hard to explain. It's like mass amounts of orcs being like true, honest to God orcs, like the way that they were designed to be, like the original like Krorks kind of thing, right? Like the idealized version of an orc, the way that they think they are. Massive amounts of them. And then they see the gods, and they see orcs bigger than like anything has any reason to be. And all these things that are like the perfect versions of what they think reality should be. War beyond any scale they can imagine, and stuff like that. Orcs tall as mountains, the greatest battles ever, the gods, everything you'd ever want to see in a vision for an orc. One thing they do see, they see this gigantic orc, so big he's got spaceships flying around his head, and he's got these giant tusks and these big ass horns, and he's got loads of arms, all wielding different guns, screaming to the heavens, right? And when the vision fades, when the vision finally passes, that little grot is like, he looks up, because our guy is now standing over him, just like bearing down on him. And he points right in his face and is like, "Listen closer, I'll batter you." Right? He says, he gets like right down to this grot's level, points right in his face, and he goes, "Some orcs are strong, some orcs are clever. I'm both." For the record, that is like the best summary of our guy ever.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And this is an odd moment, right? Because going through the vision changed this grot. He went from being the grot he was to a new grot. a grot that our guy goes on to name Makari, right? And Makari is both this particular grot and kind of an existential concept. We'll get into that properly later because it's a big part of the story, but Makari is not one grot. He is whichever grot needs to be Makari at the time.
Okay.
Okay? Just so you know. Right? So, our guy explains to this boy, right? You're gonna do a couple of things, right? You're gonna make a banner of what we just saw. This big ass orc with the horns and the the arms and the guns and all that, right? So he gets his getting stick and he attaches it to a piece of the sheet metal he used to live under. And he's like, well, I've not got anything to paint it with. So our guy has Makari stab him in the leg and use his blood for paint. And he draws this really shoddy version of the picture. I'll show you. This is Makari. This is a model of Makari you can field in the actual game, and that's the banner. So he draws that in our guy's blood. Right?
Okay.
And our boy explains to him, your job is to follow me and show that banner wherever I go. And that's it. That's the rule. Grots do what they're told by orcs. They try to kill them once in a while, and they try to run away every chance they get, but otherwise they do what they're told. So he accepts that's his job now. I'm following this big dude, and I'm going to carry the banner. Yeah. For the record, right, after Makari came out of the vision and was, Makari now, and he finds our guy standing over him, our guy has grown. He is significantly bigger than he was when he was just a dead body on that pile.
Okay.
Right? So something's changed, and the two of them know in this moment that this orc is going to do something big. He is going to turn the stars green.
He's destined for greatness.
That's exactly it, yeah. They know big shit's coming. So, with his new banner bearer in tow, our boy charges back through Grotsnick's surgery tent and out into the streets. Scares the bejesus out of Grotsnick in the process, but he doesn't really interfere much. So our guy and Makari now stand in the middle of the streets. And remember, our guy's never actually seen this town that he's in. He doesn't know how he got here, right? So he takes a moment to kind of assess it. And there's this big road goes right through the middle of the place. I think it's called the trackway or the truckway or something like that. And they hear this noise, this celebration going on, right? Just a bunch of orcs shouting. And they realise it's a bunch of the snake bites that are celebrating. No, sorry, Death Skulls that are celebrating, right? A bunch of the Death Skull clan are celebrating. And it's their warlord, so there are a bunch of clans of Death Skulls all over Urk, right? But there's a warlord who is like the big boss of the Death Skulls, right? Regardless of your clan, this guy's in charge. Of which part of the Death Skulls clan you're in, this guy's in charge. His name's Dregmek, right? Big fucking dude. This guy comes marching round the corner onto this same big ass road that our guy's standing in the middle of, with a bunch of his Death Skulls troopers following him. And they're all having a celebration. He's like telling them about this fight that they were definitely with him for about 5 minutes prior. But they're all like loving him retelling the story that they were just there for. Having the time of their lives. And he walks a bit doing this trekway towards our guy. And our guy just shouts at him, "You're an offence to the gods."
Okay.
It's like, you're a fucking pathetic orc. You're a fucking embarrassment to the gods. Just shouts this at him from the other end of this road. I'll tell you now, Dregmek is a big bastard, right? He weighs like 5 times what our guy does. He's like easily 3 feet taller than the fucker. And he's coated in armor made from alien bone and then coated again in lead. Right? And the gun he carries is a big 8-barrel Gatling cannon.
Yeah.
Right? He is a fucking big dude, right? And our guys just screamed at him from the other side of the street, "You're a fucking offence to the gods." It's brave or incredibly stupid, no one's quite sure what.
Maybe a little bit of both.
I like to think it's a little bit of both. So they have this little back and forth where Dregmek is like, "What the fuck did you just say?" And our guy repeats it quite clearly and quite eloquently to him that he is, in fact, an embarrassment to the gods. It's a shit show of an orc.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wasn't even like a challenge, it was just a flat out statement. Like, that's it. That's what's happening here, mate. Like, I'm not trying to get you to start a fight, I'm just telling you what I think of you. So, Dragmek obviously starts preparing himself to, like, turn this guy to paste. So he gets his gun ready and all that. But the thing is, right, the sun is behind our guy. It's early in the morning, so it's low sun. So Dragmek can barely see him, because Dragmek's the guy that got the shoddy eye off of the dog.
Yeah.
It's an eye, I guess. So he can barely see this fucker with the sun behind him and for the distance and that. So he's like squinting to try and get a good look at this guy. And he realizes he's wearing, like, you know, Goth runt armor. Because that's what the last thing he was a runt in the Goth tribe. So he's like... So he starts riling up his squad of troopers. Like, look at this pathetic little fucker. Right? Like, just got dragged in here half dead 2 days ago. Got pieced back together by the dock. And now we get to finish him off again. Right? Just starts ripping the piss out of him in the streets. Which is pretty cool. Pretty fun way to do things. And, again, our guy basically just rips the living piss out of him.
Oh.
Yeah. So Dragmek's kind of done with him, so he demands a name from our boy. He's like, what's your name so I can write it on my gun when I'm done with you? And by this point, right, the whole town knows this is going on, because there's two orcs screaming at each other in the street, and one of them is like one of the big dogs, right? So everyone in the town is watching this. They're all hiding in corners or ruined buildings or through windows and stuff. Wherever they can find a spot to watch, everyone's watching. There's grots climbing on top of orcs to get a better view, right? Everyone's watching this. And our boy stares this fucker down and screams at him. And I'm going to quote this directly from the book, because it's an incredible quote. I am the warlord of warlords and the prophet of Gork and Mork. They speak through my tusks and my fists and my head. I am Ghazghkull, and I will bring great slaughter.
Oh my god.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you want to guess what Dragmek's response to that was?
Bring it on? I don't know.
See, that's what I was expecting. Dragmek's response was basically just, yeah, that's not gonna fit on my gun. And then he just pulled the trigger and started firing.
So, yeah.
The name's too long, motherfucker. So, all the orcs watching are basically looking at each other like, what the fuck did he just say? Who the fuck is this guy? And then, yeah, Dragmek's just like, nah, your name's too long, it's not gonna fit on my gun. And then just starts firing at him.
Yeah.
So, as you can imagine, with an 8-barreled Gatling cannon, it's a shitload of bullets start flying Ghazghkull's way. And you think, well, Ghazghkull's gonna die for the third time. Interestingly, no, because not one of the bullets hit him, because Dragmek cannot aim for shit. So Ghazghkull just marches straight towards this boy, does not get hit once, and then proceeds to beat the ever-living shit out of him. See,
Damn.
The thing about Dragmek is that his armor is great for protecting him, except it's also way too big and heavy, so it, like, hinders his movements. So in a fist fight, he's not very good at it. So our guy just goes up and starts clobbering him to the ground, and by the end of it, Dragmek's basically a bloody pulp on the ground. The whole fight was ended with our guy, Ghazghkull, headbutting him. And it was a pretty colossal headbutt, because half his skull's now metal. It's now ceramite.
Yeah.
So he just domes the fucker to the ground.
Damn.
Yeah. It then turns into a bit of a different thing. It becomes, rather than like an execution or the end of a fight or anything like that, it becomes like a demonstration, you know? Where he has to like make a point to all the orcs that are watching. And he does kill Dragmek, and then he basically just decides he's in charge now. And then he grabs one of Dragmek's underlings and tells him he's in charge of the snake bites now, as long as he follows Ghazghkull. It's like, you do what I say, you're in charge of those idiots. Deal? And the guy's basically like, Deal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever gets me out of a severe headbutting. Oh. And I'm going to say that's a good place to leave off for today. But that is the birth of Ghazghkull Thraka and his banner waver, Makari.
Yeah, I'm just going to say Ghazghkull or our guy.
Our guy. Yeah, because I wanted to give him that moment of really getting his name out there, you know? Because he doesn't have a name until that point where he just decides what it is right then and there and screams it at this guy.
But the thing is, he knows at that point.
Yeah, that's exactly. The gods gave him a name while he was like having his visions.
Yeah, he just knows.
You just know. That's exactly it. It's the thing with Ghazghkull. It's that he just knows stuff. The gods tell him. He just knows.
He's the bearer.
That's exactly it. So what do you think of our boy Ghazghkull so far? Oh, actually, I should show you. So this is, I believe, what the banner is actually meant to look like. I don't know for a fact, but that is the cover of the limited edition book of, you know, the whole story of Ghazghkull Thraka, Prophet of the Wa. And I think that is what the banner is actually meant to look like and does look like by the end of his story. But at the start, it is just painted on a bit of scrap metal. And this is Ghazghkull, by the way.
Bruh.
Not at the point we're at. He's not quite this big. He's not quite this heavily armored or anything. But this is the right orc. This is just what he becomes moving forward.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, big dude, yeah. I've been excited for this. As soon as you said you want to talk about orcs, I was like, ooh, Ghazghkull. But Ghazghkull is like, he is the big guy of the orcs, right? That's like, he is the bulk of the orc storyline. So we are really into the thick of it now for like main storyline shit. As I'm sure you can tell, because the style's changed a bit to a more storytelling way of doing things. Yeah. And I think it's a good way of doing it. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying it so far. I hope all of our viewers are enjoying this so far.
Me too. I mean, personally, I think this was one of the better stories. Like, in-depth stories of, like, a specific character, and I do actually like that.
Well, that's the whole point of...
cool.
That was our whole idea for moving forward from Season 4, was to go into these in-depth stories of individual characters. And I just, since you just said orcs, I was like, there isn't a huge variety of them, but there is a lot of shit goes on. So I was like, some of the smaller stories are quite funny, and they give you a good idea and a good understanding of what the orcs are like. So I was like, we can power through a bunch of the smaller stories and then deep dive into like the big characters, you know?
Yeah.
To give you that kind of the variety, but also to build the knowledge and kind of give you an understanding of what's really happening with this culture, this group. So yeah, but yeah, we're going to be on this guy for a while. We've got like another 4 episodes of this guy's story minimum.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah, we're getting absolutely elbow deep in Ghazghkull Thraka here.
I love that.
Much like Grotznik. I imagine he was elbow deep in his head at one point.
Disgusting,
absolutely.
Hi, I'm Miss, and I'm here with my lovely co-host Ryan, and you're listening to Season Quinky of the Iterators of the Imperium podcast. The podcast in which Ryan, the podcast in which Ryan is the expert of Warhammer 40k, and I'm the intermediate trying to learn about the Warhammer universe. Yes, last time we left off by our boy announcing himself, Ghazghkull Thraka. And I think we're going to build up from that today, right?
We're just continuing his story.
All right.
His story is a long one, so...
yeah.
Although, for the record, right, I'm going to tell you the title of, like, the next part of the storyline, right? Because timeline-wise, we're in the origins of Ghazghkull Thraka at the moment, right? And the next storyline part, like, the next, like, title I've got is The Second War for Armageddon. And... I feel like I should point out that we have not talked about the first War for Armageddon, nor are we going to.
Wait, why?
Ghazghkull's not in the first War for Armageddon. Like, orcs are nothing to do with the first war for that planet. It's only the second one, Ghazghkull rocks up and ruins everyone's day.
Nice.
So, fuck the first war for Armageddon until we're talking about people that are involved in it.
Yeah, exactly. That's how we do it this season.
That's it. We're orcs this time, man.
Hell yeah.
Also, because we're still talking about Ghazghkull, I don't really have, like, new visuals to show. So, like, there's Ghazghkull. Just, this is the guy, okay? If you're ever, at any point in this, if I say Ghazghkull and you're like, oh, I've suddenly forgotten who the hell that is. It's him. It's this guy, right? Right here. That's your permanent reminder. No one is allowed to forget who Ghazghkull is at any point in Ghazghkull's storyline.
Exactly.
Cool. Now that we're all on the same page. So, yeah, like you said, last time we left off with Ghazghkull beating Dragmech to the ground, or to death, really is the correct term, and announcing who he was. Ghazghkull Thraka, Prophet of Gork and Mark. Such a cool title. Excessive, but cool.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
He's good at improv, by the way. I'm just saying, like, he just came
Oh, yeah, he really pulls the stuff out of his ass.
Yeah.
So, I should mention, Dragmech was the leader of one of the clans, like one of the 6 main clans that we mentioned. But also, he was the leader of the town, Rustspike, that they're in. Actually, I also should have mentioned this last time. You know how I said that Ghazghkull killed him with, like, a final headbutt?
Yeah.
When the headbutt struck, there was a bolt of green lightning that hit the rusted spike the town is named after. At the exact same time. As if it was like a message from Gork and Mork.
That he's here and he means business, and you guys better, Yeah.
So after that, Ghazghkull was kind of just accepted by everyone in Rustspike as the new leader because he just killed their old leader, and that's basically how it works with orcs. He's the biggest guy in town. He killed the old biggest guy in town. That makes him the boss. That's kind of how it works. Everyone just accepted it. Yeah, like real life. That's how people should become president in America. It'd be much funnier.
Like just a big battle royale.
Aye. Anyone who's willing to go into it can. Obviously, you'll definitely end up with some, like, totally random old man who's been hoarding guns for 40 years who ends up winning. But, like, I mean, that's clearly a prepared man, so maybe he'd be good at it. I don't know.
It might be. You never know.
It might be. Anyway. Back to what we're talking about. So, Ghazghkull's in charge of town now, right? Also, he picks a random one of Dragmech's, like, underlings. This weirdly skinny orc who's taller. He was taller than Dragmech by, like, an entire foot. But he's, like, weirdly skinny. He's not, like, a big orc. He's just a tall orc. It's quite strange to look at. He picks this guy and it's just like, you're in charge now of the rest of the Death Skulls as long as you follow me. And the guy's just like, they bar. Whatever you say, big man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he kind of treats that guy like a second in command because the bulk of the orcs he has now are Death Skulls, right? They were just Dragmech's guys before. And this guy has now been kind of deputized. So he's like, right, for the time being, you're just my second in command. I'm going to tell you what I need done. You're going to get it done.
Yeah.
So Ghazghkull takes over a building as, like, his boss fort, which used to be an old starship, but it doesn't work because it's crashed into a planet, or half submerged in a planet. So they hollowed out and turned it into a slaughterhouse. But I mean, it was a ship at one point, so it's armored to hell and back. So he's like, that's my house now, deal with it. So he takes over that as his boss fort. And the big, weird, tall orc, his name is Bullets. He's a weirdly lucky orc. He got called Bullets. I think his actual name is, like, finds bullets when he should have been out of bullets, or something like that. Or finds bullets when he thought he had shot them all. So they just call him Bullets. Anyway, so he gets Bullets to start, getting a bunch of projects going in town
for him. And the primary thing is, like, the reason this town exists is because there's a giant spaceship crashed here, right? So there's loads of, like, rubble and debris and stuff of, like, high-tech shit around the area. So he gets bullets to get all the orcs to go and start ransacking it all, mining it out for all the materials they can get, right? And because they've got this sudden influx of, like, technology and scrap metal and stuff, the town basically becomes rich overnight. So suddenly Rustspike's on the up and up. New leader, new, source of income. It's looking good.
Nice.
Yeah. And in the kind of short time that follows, I think it's actually like 2 days later or 3 days later or something. It's a very short time. The story of Ghazghkull Thraka, prophet of Gork and Mork, starts to spread. And a bunch of orcs from, like, nearby smaller tribes are like, well, fuck this for a game of spades. I'm gonna go join that guy. He sounds like he's doing cool shit. So the town starts to fill up a bit more. So I think it's that must be like day 2 that starts to happen. Day 3, Ghazghkull has to set up the big rule, which is orcs from any clan can come to Rustspike and join them and not get killed if they follow Ghazghkull. Right? Don't give a shit what clan you're in. No one is going to kill you. They might beat the crap out of you, but no one's going to kill you as long as you follow the big boss. He needs all the guys he can get. That's the whole point here. So the next thing you know, the whole town is filled with orcs of various sizes, clans, and colours, brawling like, well, orcs. So Ghazghkull pulls Makari aside to talk to him, right? Do you remember Makari, his wee grot friend, his wee helper? Yeah, pulls him aside to talk to him. And he's like, right, I've realised this isn't going to last, this brawling in the streets all the time, all the mixed clans and that. It's not going to work. Town's too full, and the orcs aren't allowed to kill each other, remember? Because he needs them to be alive. They can beat the crap out of each other, but they can't kill each other, so it's not the same for them. So he's like, this ain't gonna last. They're not gonna be okay with this for too long. They're gonna get bored, and bored orcs are bad, especially if you're trying to have a plan. So he's like, right, we need to get the whole planet on the same page. I need to take over the entire planet and get them all working together, like I did with Rustspike. That's what Ghazghkull's thinking. And there are 5 other clans, because he already has one of them, because he killed Dregmek. So there's 5 others, including his old clan, because remember, he used to be a Goth. He has to go and take on all their leaders. But not the same way he did with Dregmek. He can't just go around killing them all. It was too messy, right? Like, that only worked because of, the miracle that was him surviving about 1 million bullets being fired at him, and then a magical lightning bolt headbutt from the gods. That's the only reason the town followed him. If he just goes and kills leader of another clan at their base, then all that'll happen is another person will become the new leader, right? He has to, like, make their leader join him. So it's going to be a bit different, but he decides, I'm going to go meet every one of the clan bosses and challenge them to a challenge of their choice. They get to pick what I have to beat them at. So it can be something that I've got no chance of beating them at. But with Gork and Mork as witnesses, I will beat them, and they will not be able to deny that I won or claim I cheated, right? And they'll have to take his side. That's the whole idea here. So he goes to Bullets, and he's like, right, I'm off, but I'm coming back with a planet. And he sods off out of town. So he has to go around all 5 of the other war bosses and, bring them into line. So first up is the Evil Sons. These are like the speed freaks, the ones that like going really fast with the big cars and stuff. Yeah. Their boss is a guy called Shazfrag. Stupid ass name. Shazfrag
sounds like something from Borderlands. I'm sorry.
It does. I'll be honest with you. Everything in the orc sounds like something from Borderlands.
Actually, yeah.
And this particular part of the story is very Borderlands, because Shazfrag challenges Ghazghkull to a race and he has this big ass truck, basically built of scrap metal. And Ghazghkull is like, nay bother, and he pulls out this like 3-wheeled motorbike made of rusty crap that immediately anyone can tell will never win. And the race starts, and Makari's hanging onto the back of Ghazghkull's bike, truck, tricycle thing, I don't know. And miraculously, Ghazghkull is keeping up with Shazfrag in his big fancy red truck. There's the thing, right? Ghazghkull hadn't even painted his fucking bike red to make it go faster. So it's a goddamn miracle he's keeping up with this fucker. But he's keeping up with him. So Shazfrag tries to shoot him. Shazfrag tries to just bolt or gun to the side, blow Ghazghkull to pieces so that he wins. And that's not cheating because no one said no shooting. So it's perfectly fine. Ghazghkull doesn't even notice this. He's just focused on driving. But Makari notices it and tries to like throw something at him and make him miss. So he just grabs some random bit of crap and launches it at Shazfrag. Miraculously, it goes into the bolter or like the barrel of his gun, and when he fires, it explodes, sending him off course. So this dude's big truck starts skidding out of control and plows into a big rocky outcrop. Luckily for Shazfrag, he jumped out of the truck. He did jump out into another rock, and break like every bone in his body, but that's a separate issue. He was not in the car crash, technically. He was adjacent to the car crash in a separate crash. So, naturally, as you might imagine, as far as the race goes, Ghazghkull wins, because the other guy's plastered into a rock like Wile E. Coyote. I like to think he like came away from it flattened like a cartoon character and had to like blow himself back up. So Ghazghkull goes back to him and is like, "Look, I clearly won. What's the deal?" And Shazfrag's like, "You know what? I'm gonna follow you, because whatever you're gonna do is gonna be a hell of a lot more entertaining than anything else going on this fucking planet. Let's do this, boss." Easy mode. All it took was a miracle. So Ghazghkull moves on to the next boss. The next boss is Snazdaka, the Mega Admiral. The stupidest name. This guy thinks he's like a pirate captain, but all he has is a bunch of trucks. He thinks they're like boats.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
Right? So he refers to them as like ships and stuff. He's just a moron, is the point here. Yeah. So, he challenges Ghazghkull to a sea battle. It's literally just a fight using what is essentially homemade tanks. There is no water involved. I cannot make that clear enough. There is no water. There are no boats. No one is an admiral. But
it's Mad Max shit, you know.
Yeah, but they have a quote-unquote sea battle.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Ghazghkull ends up destroying all of Snazdaka's quote-unquote fleet of boats. And in return for not killing Snazdaka, Ghazghkull got his power claw. See that giant metal fucking claw he's wielding? That's what he got for winning a quote-unquote sea battle against a guy who's never seen water in his life.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair trade. Next up was the snake bites. Their leader was Grudbolg, which is such a horrible name to try and say.
Yeah.
An L and a G do not belong together that close like that. I'll accept it the other way around, like glove, but I'm not accepting Grudbolg.
That sounds kind of weird.
So, as you might notice, these they typically challenge the boss typically challenges Ghazghkull to a challenge in keeping with the theme of their clan, right? So like the first one was speed, second one it's all about the big fucking vehicles and stuff. The snake bites are the beast masters. So do you have a guess what the challenge might have been? You think like big animals and stuff. What do you challenge someone to with that? I feel like there's a few reasonable options, right? Like, maybe like some kind of, I don't know, like a hunt, maybe? Like, oh, go hunt the biggest animal. You know, like the Emperor and Vulcan did, hunt the biggest salamander. They could have done something like that. That would have made sense. Or maybe some kind of like arena battle with big animals running around as well to make it harder. Something like that. No.
That's my surviving? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Right? There was loads of good on-brand options. Grudbolg instead goes for a knife fight in a swamp.
I mean, no, that's I don't,
Never let them know your next move.
I guess, actually, really.
Yeah. So they have a knife fight in a swamp, and it ends with Ghazghkull pulling the guy's head off.
Wait, he was not supposed to kill them though.
Oh yeah, he pulled his head off, or he demanded that he joined him, pulled his head off when he refused, then stuck it back on till his spine regrew, then demanded he joined him again. The guy refused again, so he did it a couple more times and eventually agreed to join him.
That's not. I shouldn't say anything. I was about
They
to say
are
that's
made
not
of
how
mushroom.
anatomy works. Yep. I was about to say that's not how anatomy works, but like you're saying, they're orcs.
They're mushroom men.
Their mushroom probably works. Magical as well.
Yeah.
God damn. Alright.
They believed it would work, so it worked, okay? That's the rules. So the next one was Ugrak, who is the Goth leader. This guy is thought of as the biggest orc on Urk. Biggest orc on the planet, this guy, right? So this is the leader of Ghazghkull's old clan, the one he used to be a part of. And he's the biggest dude on the planet. You gotta remember that Goths are just like the most stereotypical orcs physically possible. They just want to brawl all the time. So he challenges Ghazghkull to a brawl. But a very particular kind. You're only allowed to use one kind of attack. Headbutts.
Okay. Oh my god.
Now, I'm going to
He's
throw
gonna
out there... Ugrak is not a smart man. Like, you know how some orcs are smart and some orcs are strong? I'm going to go ahead and say Ugrak was definitely on the strong side of that scale. Because he saw an orc that... By the way, when they came face to face, right, you gotta remember, everyone on the planet regards Ugrak as the biggest orc on the planet. These two come face to face, and Ghazghkull looks like... What's the way to talk about this? Ghazghkull makes Ugrak look like a newborn. That's the size difference by this point. That's how much Ghazghkull has grown by beating, like, all these different war bosses and stuff. He is a goddamn giant now. And this guy was like, headbutt contest, let's do this! You're challenging a guy 4 times your height with a skull made of fucking titanium. Why?
Yeah.
Like, should have challenged him to, like, what was that, the game in South Park? Rochambeau, kicking each other in the nuts. That would have made more sense.
He should have challenged to a game of like hide and seek.
Hell, arm wrestling would have been more reasonable, and this guy's got a metal fucking hand. So you might imagine Ugrak got headbutted into submission pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there really wasn't another option there. And the final clan boss was General Stratagem, which is in no way spelled correctly. He is the leader of the Blood Axes, which are the non-orky orcs, the ones that like are smart and sneaky and plan stuff.
Yeah.
Right? So the night so the night of the day that Ghazghkull headbutted Ugrak into submission, General Stratagem just comes to him on his balcony and is like, dude, we're joining you. Like, no contest, no fighting, he's just like, I'm on board.
Yep.
Yeah. It is said that General Stratagem came within stabbing range of Ghazghkull to show respect.
Okay. That's a way to phrase it.
Yeah. Brave man, it gets within stabbing range of that guy, though, to be fair. I think it's a brave man gets within stabbing range of any orc, to be honest with you. But with that, Ghazghkull finds himself in this odd spot where he has all the tribes on Urk, and he has basically control of the entire planet now. But he doesn't want Urk, he wants to turn the stars green. He wants to be out in the void, he wants to be out in space doing stuff. Fuck Urk. Urk's small fry, right?
Uh-huh.
So what he needs is he needs all the orcs and all their clans and everything to work together and play nice. Which is a big ask for orcs. It's like literally against their genetics.
It's to ask like a full room full of toddlers, like in a kindergarten, to be quiet. It's not gonna happen.
I think it's like asking a fire to put itself out.
Exactly, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's just not gonna happen, yeah. So, for the first while, he basically just distracts the orcs by setting them against, like, the outlier faction. You know, the orcs that aren't in one of the 6 main clans, but still have a little squad. He's like, just go and kill the stragglers, fuck them. We don't want, there's like 6 of them, just go kill them. Like, fuck them. So he basically just has them go around and, like, cleanse the planet till it's just his guys left. So he has total control. But he doesn't care. It's purely a distraction while he, like, gets his plan in order.
Yeah.
And luckily, Snazdaka was working on something. See, Snazdaka always wanted to have a nuclear war. He just thought it sounded like a fun thing to do. So he had built a bunch of nukes. These gigantic fucking nukes. Like intercontinental missile style things, right? And unfortunately, there was no one to nuke now, but Ghazghkull had an idea. So what we do is we take the payload out of them, put in like a crew compartment, and we'll use it to launch our dudes into space. The missiles were not designed for space travel, so they didn't do very well, but they were able to take over the 2 moons around Urk. And as you may remember, when humanity took over this planet again, when the Dark Angels took over, they built spaceports on both of the moons. So there were orcs on the moons, but they were like weird skinny orcs. And they were a slightly weird colour. They were slightly pale and stuff like that. But they had spaceships. Not very good ones, and none that could do what Ghazghkull needed to do, but they were able to recruit these idiots and, you know, gain a bunch of, like, empty bulk hauler ships and stuff like that. Ancient ones that barely worked, because they've been there for 1,000,000 years and orcs have been ripping bits off them all the time. But he still gained them, gained their scrap. So, again, we go back to this point where Ghazghkull is trying to, like, keep everyone on the same page, but everything's getting more and more out of hand. And then the sky lights up with rocket flares from ships. And it's a shitload of spaceships all flying Ghazghkull's banner. Because once they started taking over the moons and stuff, word spread even further to all the like tiny planets that also orbit the same star Urk orbits. About Ghazghkull. They heard about him and was like, oh, we're going to go join that guy. So they just built spaceships to come and join him. Unfortunately, they are very small and shitty spaceships. Again, not suited for what Ghazghkull wants, but he's getting closer. He's getting closer. We're going in the right direction here. And actually, around this point, I should mention, right, Ghazghkull gets, like, debilitating headaches, and he basically just punches himself in the head until they go away. But it usually lines up with, like, he needs an answer to something, which is the kind of thing he would ask the gods, like, what do I do next? What, you know what I mean? How should I move forward? Yeah. Then he'll get these mad headaches, punch himself in the head till it goes away, and suddenly have the answer. So this is like the gods talking to him.
Okay.
Right? You gotta remember though, half his head is missing and has been replaced by a metal plate, so it might just be like brain trauma. But whatever. Right? It's his brain trauma, he'll decide the rules. So that kind of starts going on around this point pretty heavily, and he realizes the thing that comes out of this time is that Gork is not giving him the tools to handle this situation. But Mork will happily give him the tools to handle this situation. What he needs to do is give his clan, his mass army of his planet worth of orcs, a beating of the mind, which is one of my favorite sayings ever.
The mind.
Yeah, you know how you can like beat someone into submission and they'll lie there all calm for a while because they're unconscious. Essentially that, but like mentally.
Huh.
So,
Stunned him.
kinda, yeah. Because what he needs all the orcs that are being like typical orcs, being all savage and feral and stuff, to chill the fuck out for 5 minutes and wait for his plan to kick off, right? But he can't convince them to do that. So he's like, no, I need to give them a beating of the mind. I need them to chill the fuck out. Like a reverse speech, right? Like he's not trying to inspire them. He's trying to get them to chill out, right?
Yeah.
So it's like the opposite of a war speech. So he gives this big ass speech, like standing on his balcony, talking to like every orc in Urk, basically. Just like, look, you guys all want a big fight. You guys are following me for the sake of getting the fight you guys have always dreamed of. But it's not on this fucking planet. It's up in the stars. So, you guys need to deal with the pain of not fighting. And you need to get to work for when that time comes, for when the time for war arrives. So that you're ready. And he kind of just sets them to work. By the end of his speech, he's like commanding them, like, you guys are going to fucking make weapons. You guys are going to make fuel. You guys are going to mine everything you can. We're going to get to work. And you're not going to fight. You're going to deal with it. You're going to bide your time. It's that weird grot saying of, hide today, stab him tomorrow. Right? He's trying to get that into their heads. And by the end of his speech, every orc in the planet basically is chanting with him. So, they all set to work, right? They are mining every bit of scrap metal they can. They are making fuel. They are forging weapons. They're doing everything they can. And it only becomes relevant at this point, so I hadn't mentioned it until now. But the star that Urk orbits is like in its death throes. The star is going cold, right? Mm-hmm. So the planet starts to get really fucking cold. And if you'll remember, it was like a snowy winter planet to begin with. Yeah. So it's getting real fucking cold now that the star's starting to go dark. So it progresses to a point that the orcs are all huddling around the same forge they're using to make weapons just for warmth. And eventually we get to a stage where there are no more weapons to make. There's no more metal to smith into weapons. It's all been made into weapons. There's no more fuel to distill. It's all been distilled. All the work is done, but the time hasn't came yet, and it's getting colder and colder. So the orcs all basically go into hiding. They just all go huddle in the houses and pray they fucking make it to the next day. But this whole time, since that speech that Ghazghkull gave, he has been standing on that balcony just bearing the cold like a sentinel of hope for the town. So every time one of them was like, oh god, it's freezing out here, fuck this, they would look up and just see their massive war boss still standing in the exact same position, and they're like, nah, you know what, if he can deal with it, I can deal with it, and they keep working.
Yeah, motivation factor.
That's exactly it. Ghazghkull does not move for weeks, right? It gets to a stage that it's so cold that there's like an ice shell over his entire body. And like Makari has been with him holding the banner, trying to like stave off the cold too. And after like weeks of this, he's watching Ghazghkull and he's like, I don't know, that fucker's not moving. And he goes over and like jabs him with a banner pole. And he's like, oh shit, sorry, just forgot to breathe for a while there. It's like, that's how long this fucker is out there. And eventually, the time comes. In the sky above the planet, because there's no clouds or anything at this point, you can just see into space. There's this sudden big burst of fucking colour as a big warp rift opens randomly, and through it comes a Space Hulk. Do you remember what a Space Hulk is?
Those giant ass thingy things. What
yeah, the big conglomeration of like 40 ships that have all been jammed together in the warp. Yeah, so they just dive in and out of the warp randomly, right? Because, like, you've got 40 ships, some of which will have functioning systems. So some of them will still be able to go into the warp, but they just drag the whole thing with it. and they activate at random because the ships are like only partially intact. So this thing just fucks around the galaxy randomly, in and out of reality. This thing happens to have spawned directly above this planet. But it's not coming towards the planet, it's going past it. But this is the moment that Ghazghkull has been waiting for. So he just breaks off his ice shell, and he's standing there with, like, steam pissing off his body, like some character of fucking Dragon Ball Z or something. And he just starts screaming at the town. He's like, get your fucking boots on, it's time, get ready for war. Suddenly, every orc that's still alive bursts into the streets, like trying to get their gear on and everything, like getting all their plans in motion, all their orders are coming to fruition. So the first thing they do is they fire up these, like, basically tow chains that link the Space Hulk to the planet. One, to slow it down so they can get aboard, and two, to, like, anchor it around the planet to give them more time to get aboard, right? Mm-hmm. And then they start firing off a bunch of Snazdaka's rockets that have been turned into boarding missiles. So the whole idea is you just crash them into the thing, and anyone that's in it that survives just bursts out inside it.
Yeah.
Great plan. Truly perfect plan. So they start launching orcs at this thing. And the next thing, Ghazghkull drags Makari inside his big tower, and then blast shutters start coming down and seal the whole thing off. It's because, as you'll remember, it's a starship. In the time that, like, all the orcs have just been working and Ghazghkull was just standing there, he had all, like, the weird boys fixing the starship he was living in so it would fly again, and painting it red so it would fly faster.
Nice.
So they just crashed the whole goddamn building into the side of this Space Hulk. The next thing you know, you have an entire planet's worth of orcs bursting out of these ships inside this Space Hulk, which is infested with demons.
Great. Go nuts.
Absolutely wonderful. And now you've just got this massive brawl going on as the orcs gradually make their way through the Space Hulk, killing off as many demons as they can until they have control of the thing. Yeah. So now your boy has a way to get through space. He has a way to get to the stars that he wants to conquer.
Nice.
And I'll tell you now, that is the origin of Ghazghkull Thraka.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I don't think I've missed out any major parts for the end of that, but if I have, I will summarise them in the next episode briefly. But I think next time we're getting on to the second war for Armageddon.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, and it's still our boy Ghazghkull. We're continuing the story.
I love that.
Oh yeah. This is what I was waiting for. This is what I wanted for this podcast from day one. I wanted to just be working our way through really fun stories with cool characters.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
This is the good shit.
Yeah.
And if anyone has an issue with that, I challenge you to a knife fight in a swamp. That's going to be my go-to duel. I don't know where I'm going to find a swamp in Scotland, but I'm sure there's one somewhere.
Probably.
The whole country's wet and hilly. I'm sure there's a swamp somewhere.
We'll make one.
What?
We'll make one. Never.
That'll be our side channel. We're gonna make a second YouTube channel. It's just a progress thing of me and Maze building a swamp in Scotland.
DIY.
It'll either be incredibly difficult or incredibly easy and basically done for us by the natural environment. I don't know which, but we'll find out when we get there.
Hi, I'm Miss, and I'm here with my lovely co-host Ryan, and you're listening to Season Quinqui of the Iterators of the Imperium podcast, the podcast in which Ryan is the expert of Warhammer 40k, and I'm the noob trying to learn about the Warhammer universe. And I probably should still say this. Quinqui means 5, so this is Season 5, and I'm chatting out my ass right now. Ryan, you take the wheel, please.
Oh god. Okay. I don't even know where to start.
Sorry.
You know
orcs.
what? You know what? Right? Yeah, we're talking about orcs, so we're continuing the story of Ghazghkull Thraka.
Thraka.
Right? The
Yay.
prophet of Gorkin Mork. Now, so the end of the episode last time, I don't know if I remember, but I said that we would be going on to the second war for Armageddon, right? There is a bit before that, because I was like, I think there might be a bit that I'm forgetting. There is a section that I was kind of gonna just move past a little bit, but then I realised it's actually a bit more involved than I thought it was. So I thought that the books, as I remembered from reading it, detail this section as basically just a big fight, right?
Yeah.
And you can basically get past that by going, there was a big fight, and moving on, right? Like, I didn't remember there being anything particularly important about it, but actually there is a bit that's a bit more involved than that, so we are going to go through it properly. So, today we are going to be covering World Killer. And we are also going to do the kind of the setup for the Second War for Armageddon as well.
Okay.
So we'll be straight on to the Second War for Armageddon next time. So, I don't know how much you remember from last time, because it's been a couple of weeks for us. I was on holiday. I was away to Portugal and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I got my hair cut. That's the biggest thing. It's been like a year.
I'm sorry, I completely forgot to compliment you. You look good, Ryan, but
Thank you, Bez.
probably
I appreciate
already
that.
know.
I appreciate that. So,
And if you guys want to see his haircut, please tune in on Spotify and on YouTube, because you can actually see visuals.
yes, you can. Yes,
Sorry,
you
shameless
can.
plug. Shameless plug.
Shameless self plug. the big boss is setting about shit, so all the Weans follow him. So Ghazghkull marches down to this like engine bay with a whole horde of orcs following him. And once they get there and they see this big, portal. Oh, I should mention, this march down to the portal is when the orcs start chanting, "Here we go, here we go, here we go," for the first time. That's why that became Ghazghkull's, like, chant. This is it. It's this march down to take out this portal. Yeah, they get there, and they're like, alright, well, we need to destroy the portal. So they all shoot it. Mm-hmm. Obviously, that does nothing.
Yeah.
So Ghazghkull's like, alright, I'll take care of this. So he starts marching towards the portal. And obviously it would be very anticlimactic if he just managed to walk up to the portal, right? It'd be really boring, right? Luckily, the warp was in the mood to help him out with the drama for setting the scene. So, as he starts walking towards it, the portal starts flashing different colours. It's usually green. It starts flashing red, this thing. And then out pops a greater demon. One of the big boys.
Okay. Yeah.
Right? And in the words of Makari himself, it wasn't one of the demons that represents one of the, getting what you want or changing things. It was one of the angry ones.
Okay.
So, it was a bloodthirster. One of these guys pops through the portal carrying a, magic whip.
Amazing.
Yeah. Just think Balrog, but with a whip instead of an axe.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the record, this particular piece of art is actually from an artist, Devin Manning. It's pretty good. I just want to throw that out there. I think they did a pretty good job. Anyway.
Credit where credit is due.
Credit where credit is due. So, Devin Manning, DeviantArt, you'll find it. Anyway. So, this big fucker pops through the portal in front of Ghazghkull while he's trying to get to the portal. And obviously they're gonna fight, right? That's where this is going. And as Ghazghkull tries to get towards it, it just starts lashing him with his whip, which keeps him at a distance. Ghazghkull can't get closer to it because he's getting hit that much. And it's kind of throwing him off a little bit. But eventually the whip gets caught on Ghazghkull's wrist armor, and when it catches on it, he takes the chance to grab the whip and wrap it around his hand, and then yank it out of the fucker's hand. So Ghazghkull now has the thing's whip.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to use it. He just wants the fucker not to have a whip anymore, because who the fuck uses a whip? So he just yeets the whip away. And he then proceeds to mock the bloodthirster for losing its whip. It's like, he just looks at it in the eye. He's like, lost your whip, huh? So the thing gets pretty pissed off.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So it lets out this big blood-curdling scream and starts moving towards Ghazghkull. So Ghazghkull starts charging towards it, full speed. At this point, Ghazghkull is armoured to the tits, by the way. He is coated in metal tip to toe, basically. You've seen the pictures of him. He's in a full suit of heavy armour. And you shouldn't be able to move fast in that armour, but Ghazghkull decided that he could, so he did. Right? So the two of these fuckers are flying at each other as fast as they can possibly fucking run. And Ghazghkull winds back for this, running punch. And then, right as he's about to get to the bloodthirster, he just boots it clean in the stomach.
Okay.
And for the record, so orcs have this thing where you know how some orcs are strong, some orcs are clever, right? And the strong ones like Gork and the clever ones like Mork. Well, in that moment, all the orcs that worshipped Mork cheered because that was the most hilarious thing they've ever seen. That he pretended he was going to punch it until the last second and kicked it so he didn't know what was going on. So the whole crowd around him, half of the orcs are all cheering because he's being a sneaky bastard. And that kick kind of because obviously the bloodthirster wasn't expecting it, it kind of throws him off balance a bit. And Ghazghkull uses this to throw himself on top of it and start pummeling it to death with his bare hands. And
damn.
And with that point of brutality, the rest of the orcs that like Gork started cheering because it was incredibly violent. So he kind of hyped up the whole crowd there. And I'm gonna quote Makari again here because it's pretty good. Because the Bloodthirster is incredibly fast, as we've already seen. But in the words of Makari, all the agility in the world won't do you no good with a massive war boss sitting on top of you. Which is a fair point.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so Ghazghkull basically just proceeds to beat this thing into non-existence till it just fades away. At which point the portal kind of calms down a little bit. I guess it was kind of riled up because it was like feeding this thing energy to keep it in reality, like in a physical form. But it kind of chills out a bit. So Ghazghkull like stands in front of it and screams at it to send something bigger because that was boring. It's like, send a bigger one. But
I need
no
a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. But no, nothing happens. Nothing comes through. So obviously Ghazghkull just needs to close the portal now, and then they'll be, set, ready to go.
Yeah.
Do you want to guess how he closed the portal? It's basically how he solved every problem up until this point.
Headbutt it?
Headbutt it. There you go. Because you gotta understand, a headbutt is like a spiritual thing in orc society. So he headbutted this fucking portal and it sealed. It closed. Doesn't make any fucking sense, but it fucking worked.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, with the portal closed, they now had the ability to go into the warp. So, they did that. They hit the button in the bridge, I guess, for lack of a better term, and the whole Space Hulk disappears into the warp. Now they're on their way. They're heading towards this great battle that Ghazghkull had, prophesized. And there's no way of knowing how long they were in the warp. That's the issue here. Because orcs don't record anything. So even, obviously, reality outside and inside the warp, time will be different. So they might have went in and came out, a week earlier than they went in to begin with, right? Mm-hmm. Or they could come out 6 years later. But we have no idea because they don't record anything. So we don't know when they went in. We don't know how long they were there. We don't know when they came out. We can estimate, but that's about it. While they were in there, though, obviously, the orcs get bored because they've kind of killed all the demons. So they kind of just started exploring the Space Hulk and, killing anything they could find to justifiably kill. So if they found a couple of Tyranids, they got blown to pieces. They found, an Eldar that got blown to pieces. Found a human skeleton, blow that to pieces. No one knows what might have happened, right? Just anything. If it can be killed, kill it. If it looks like it can be killed, even though it's already dead, kill it again, right? Just keep yourself entertained. But the Deathskull tribe, those orcs, had the time of their fucking lives because it's a ton of, spaceships from different cultures and different alien races at different time periods all wedged together. So they just started ransacking it and stealing everything that wasn't bolted down. Because they're the scavengers, they like building shit. So they just started stealing everything they could. Just to build shit with to keep them entertained. And
loot goblin.
Yeah, they're literally loot goblins. That's 100% what they are.
Yeah.
During this, the problem is that a lot of what they were stealing was it was electrical technology for a large part, right? And every ship in this thing has to have some form of warp drive because they all ended up in the warp to turn into a Space Hulk. So at some point or another, they were ripping apart warp drives of old broken ships and kept causing minor demon incursions by opening minor warp portals by fucking around with these defective warp drives. So once in a while, a small army of demons would pop up somewhere, and the orcs would get to fight again, keep them entertained for a bit.
Yeah.
But they didn't actually come out of the warp until the year 941 of the 41st millennia. That's when they next reappeared that we know of. And when they re-emerged into reality, I should tell you now, by this point, they have named this ship, this Space Hulk, World Killer. Right? They have titled it now that they control it. But World Killer finally re-emerges from the warp in 941 M41, and it is hurtling directly towards a planet. So it's came out of the warp next to the planet's sun, and it's just heading straight for this planet. Like, there is nothing that can stop it from hitting this fucking planet.
Great.
Yeah. Now, there's a bit this is where we come to the build-up for the Second War for Armageddon. So I'm going to tell you about Armageddon. Right? Because you need to know a bit about, like, the war that's about to occur. And to know that, you need to know the scale. You know the scale of the orc side of it, of the attacking force, because we've followed them this far. But you need to know the scale of the planet that they're attacking as well. But before that, I do want to show you one thing, if it'll work. Okay, for some reason that picture isn't working. Never mind. Sorry, I had another picture of a bloodthirster, but it's from Age of Sigmar, and it's destroying Arcanauts, which are basically dwarfs with hot air balloons. I just thought it was a funny picture, because hot air balloons cannot hold up to an axe from a flying fire demon. They just simply cannot. It's really a stupid thing to try and attack it with.
That's not how you look at it, Ryan.
I don't think it does. A light breeze messes up a hot air balloon. The fuck's an axe gonna do?
Ryan, you gotta believe. If you believe hard enough, Ryan. That's how it works. You know this.
You know what? We'll deal with this argument when we get to Age of Sigmar, okay? Because we can do that one day if you're feeling like a taste of fantasy at some point. We can do that. We're not actually going to do fantasy because they're simply put our better podcasts for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've not seen anyone do like a really good Age of Sigmar podcast. I think because people typically don't like Age of Sigmar. But I personally know a couple of people. We've had a guest on that hosts like an incredible Warhammer fantasy podcast, and there's just no point in us putting our feet in that water.
Nah, we can do it better.
We can't. And if you wanted to know about it, just go listen to that, because I can't tell you any more information than that guy. That guy's got like 40 years experience on me. He knows his shit.
Is that Dar?
Yes, Dar, yeah.
That's been ages. But yeah.
Yeah, that was like season 2, man. It was for like the Eldar episodes he joined us. Eldar with Dar.
Eldar.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so we're going to tell you about the planet Armageddon, right? This is what the planet looks like, just so you know, right? It's a fairly normal, temperate world. It does have... It ranges like ours, from really cold areas to like forested areas back to really cold, right? Pretty standard stuff. Yeah. Pretty good for human habitation. Except for one thing. They have areas that are like ash wastes, they call them, which are like an environmental hazard. So if you're in like a tank or anything there, it needs to be sealed because it'll fuck up people. But it's not a planet that is adverse to human life overall. There's just a couple of areas that are a bit dangerous for humans, right? Like a toxic environment.
So wait, hold on. What you're telling me right now? It looks like Terra, right? And you can live on it like Terra.
Yeah.
But some places are inhabitable, like Australia. So it's kind of realistic, right?
Yeah, honestly, it's if you were to explain to someone in vague detail what Terra is, the details of it, and have them like design a fictional planet about it, you'd basically get this, right?
Yeah,
that's it. So a large amount of it is habitable. It's a big enough planet. It's got like the right kind of distance from the sun, all this kind of stuff. A couple areas are dangerous. A couple areas are cold. But like, you might combine those. You might not. Stuff like that, right? So you could be. It's like a close approximation to Terra. Yeah.
You missed my joke though.
What? Sorry.
It looks like Terra, right? You can live on it like Terra. Some places are uninhabitable, like Australia.
Ah, yes.
Because everything Australia wants to kill you.
That is very true. Yes. Sorry.
Don't mind.
I apologize.
That's fine.
So, pretty good planet as far as humanity is concerned, right? And we've been here for a while. We're well settled on this planet as far as humanity and the Imperium are concerned. This is an Imperial world as well. It's not like an offshoot of humanity, right? This is like proper worshipping the God Emperor kind of stuff, right? And I think I can show you where it is. Yeah, so on a galaxy map, that is where it sits, right? Now, there's no point of reference there, so that doesn't mean much to you. But I have more important maps for this. So this is a galaxy map in the modern day. So actually, this is after the fall of Cadia and the big tear across the galaxy opens. You can see that big red line is the Cicatrix Maledictum that cuts the galaxy in half. So this is after, or this is in the year 42,000. This is what we'd look like. We're before this, so we don't have the big tear. We just have the Eye of Terror and the Maelstrom and stuff when we're talking about. But it still works for showing you something important here. Because if we zoom in a little bit, down to the middle here, so this center section is where Terra and Mars are, as you can see there. And if you look up to the northeast there, you can see Armageddon is very near Terra. It's very close to the homeworld. It is only about 10,000 light years away, which is really not that far.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's worryingly close. I'm just gonna leave. I'll leave that up. Screw it. Why not? So, yeah, this planet is really close to Terra, like worryingly close. And interestingly, it has some history with orcs. Long before Ghazghkull even exists, it has some history with orcs. See, Armageddon isn't the original name of this planet. It was renamed at some point during the Imperium's history. And the old name is like long forgotten to Imperial scholars and to like the inhabitants of this planet. But just so you know, at this point in time, when this planet is attacked, this planet, Armageddon, it is a hive world, so it, massive population in the billions of humans living here. And it's an industrial world as well. They have like factories everywhere. And they produce a massive amount of weapons and ammunition and tanks and stuff for the Militarum. But because of the scale that it does this, it is essential to the Imperial war effort in this area. It is like one of the main, manufacturing planets in this area. It's really important. Also, the weapons and tanks and stuff they make are all specialized designs. They make like an Armageddon pattern version of everything that's all like sealed because it's the only stuff you can use on this planet in case you have to go into the ash wastes. So the tanks are all like sealed perfectly so that the inhabitants can drive through these areas without getting harmed. But they ship them all over the galaxy for the Imperium to use. So, very important planet. Populated by billions and, well defended because it's like an industrial world, right? They have like a whole special army called the Armageddon Steel Legion. They're like an armored division that use tanks.
Yeah.
So it's not a small planet. It's not an unimportant planet. It is essential and it is well defended. But I feel like we should have a look at the history of this planet a wee bit because you're going to like this, right? I wonder if you're going to see this coming, but you're going to like this. So, as I said, its history is long forgotten. But back in the 30th millennia, so 41,000, or almost 42,000, almost 12,000 years prior to when Ghazghkull turns up, this planet was a major part in the Emperor's Crusade. It was home to the biggest orc empire the Imperium ever saw. And it was led by a warlord named Urlak Urk. Or Urk. So, keep it short here. This threat was only finally defeated. This massive orc uprising was only finally defeated on this planet when the Imperium sent 8 million guardsmen, 100 titans from Legio Mortis, 600 Imperial Navy ships, and 100,000 Space Marines of the Ultramarines, White Scars, and Luna Wolves. So 300,000 Space Marines in total. All led by their Primarchs, Jagatai Khan, Roboute Guilliman, and Horus Lupercal, and the Emperor himself was on this planet to take down this Orc uprising back in the 30th millennia. And this is where it's all going to start to sound familiar to you. The day was finally won and the war was finally ended when Horus slew the Orc leader and threw him from the battlements.
Yep. I remember. Yep.
Ulanor was the original name, right, of this planet,
Yeah.
and it was renamed to Armageddon sometime in the middle, and everyone's forgot that. And now the now biggest Orc uprising ever, which is bigger than the one that was there back then, is coming back to this planet through sheer dumb luck.
That's amazing.
It's incredible, isn't it?
That's amazing.
Yeah. So now we've got World Killer flying towards this fucking planet, and it's gonna make Urlak look like an absolute pushover. Because, you've got to remember, this is an even bigger Orc army. It's got Ghazghkull, the Prophet and Gorkin Mork, leading it. And the Imperium has no Primarchs, no God Emperor to protect them. They're on their fucking own. Also, I should make a point of pointing out that this is the second war for Armageddon. This planet has a habit of being at the heart of all the terrible things that happen. So, yeah, but because this is the second one, I'm pretty sure it's only been like 60 or 80 years since the first one. So they're still kind of fucked. So they've got like as little chance of winning this as physically possible.
That is tough.
Yeah. Although I will warn you now, there's a third war for Armageddon.
Ah, great. Of course there is.
I'm just waiting for a fourth, man. But yeah, I think that sets us up pretty well for the second war for Armageddon. You know the scale of what's going on outside of this. It's like full-scale manufacturing essential Imperial world versus Ghazghkull and his army.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shit is about to get real.
It's about to go down.
Yeah. And yeah, no Primarchs or anything to save it. Because you gotta remember, this is in 941 of M41. So, Guilliman's not back yet.
Ah.
Guilliman doesn't come back until 999 M41. Like, during the Fall of Cadia. So, there is no one that can act as, like, the hand of God to save them.
No. They don't have the Emperor or nothing.
Yeah, they have human ingenuity, and that is it.
Good luck.
Good luck. So, I guess next time we'll see how that works out for them.
Hi, I'm Miss, and I'm here with my lovely co-host, Ryan. And you're listening to Season Quinky, or 5, of the Iterators of the Imperium podcast, the podcast in which Ryan is the expert on Warhammer 40k, and I am an intermediate trying to learn about the Warhammer universe. So, yeah, let's get right into it, Ryan.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to. So, do you remember where we left off last time?
We have been in a little bit of a break, so my immediate response will be no.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Also, I'm still fasting, so my brain is a little bit on the back burner right now, but it's fine.
I imagine it would do that. I'd be struggling too if I was fasting. So we left off after Ghazghkull and his boys had taken over Space Hulk, murdered a ton of demons.
Yep.
And they have just popped out of the warp over this planet, Armageddon. And, you know, we gave you the little run through that Armageddon used to be Ulanor, so it's got some history with orcs and stuff like that. It's a whole thing. So, it's time for our next actual major event, which is the second war for Armageddon. For the record, I'm going to let you know now, right? The general populace of the Imperium thinks that this is the first war for Armageddon.
Okay.
because the actual First War was kind of redacted, and most people that were on the planet at the time died, so there isn't like a shared memory of these things through the generations or anything, because most of the people who live on the planet now were not there at the time for the First War. So the general populace of the Imperium believes that this was the first war for Armageddon. Yeah. Just for the record, the actual First War, the reason it was like so heavily hidden and stuff, is because it heavily involved demons and the Grey Knights. And the Grey Knights have a habit of either mind wiping or, blowing the heads off of anyone who sees anything ever.
The Grey Knights, aka the Men in Black.
They're essentially magical men in black. That's the gist. The men in grey, if you will.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. Dude. You ready to get into this?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So, Space Hulk, World Killer, with all the orcs on board, appears over this planet, heading directly towards it. Right?
Okay.
And as it approaches, of course, the planet tries to have some defensive measures, but against a Space Hulk, it's kind of pointless. You need some pretty massive firepower to destroy one of them. And this planet just was not prepared for this at all. Right? So they've got, like, minor Navy vessels that are flying around shooting it, but nothing major, and they all kind of get wiped out in the process. So the defenses that this planet had for, like, an orbital assault were meaningless in this case. They did nothing. They would have stopped or deterred a couple of pirates or something. Nothing like this, though. Right? It was nothing. So, Ghazghkull and his boys are able to land en masse on this planet. So suddenly, you have millions of orcs on Armageddon.
Yeah, that's a bad situation for them.
It's not great. It's honestly not great. Yeah. So, as we explained last time, Armageddon is both a manufacturing world and a hive world. They have billions of citizens that all live in these heavily built-up cities, and they also have massive manufacturing abilities. So, they're not defenseless. They're by no means defenseless. They have a specialized army called the Armageddon Steel Legion and everything. And pretty quickly they come to blows, right? But upon landing on this planet, Ghazghkull decides to split up his forces, right? And you'll remember he went around and gathered up a leader for all of the different orc tribes on Urk. So he uses them as like commanders. So each one of them gets sent to do different things. So two of them stay on the western part of the main continent on this planet, which is Armageddon Prime, right? And they're sent to go do stuff there, go ransack some hives. And the other three are sent to the eastern side of this planet's main continent. So I'll pull up a picture here, and I sent you it so that you can see it properly on your own screen. This is just the western part. This is Armageddon Secundus, right? And three of the orc tribes march from from west to east to get to this place, to go and ransack all the hives and manufactories there. So the bulk of the warfare is being aimed on the eastern side of this place, on Armageddon Secundus. Right. I'm gonna give you a little idea of the human side of this, just so you know what the orcs are up against here, right? And I'll give you a hint: it's massive incompetence is what they're up against. So right, as you can see on the map I've sent you, there are a bunch of little city markers. They're all just hive cities. So these are going to be the bulk of the human population are in these cities. And they're also on Armageddon Prime as well. There's loads of these things all over the planet. But these will be where defenses are centered heavily. Now, Armageddon is currently ran by a man named Herman von Straub. He is like the overlord of Armageddon. It's a hell of a name. He's a little bald dude. It's quite funny. He does not look threatening in the slightest. But von Straub basically tried to ignore all warning of this threat up until this point, Because he was essentially a miserably lacking leader. He was terrible at what he did. So, like,
Right.
they have the whole, like, Emperor's Tarot thing, where they can kind of get, like, visions of the future and stuff. Or, like, like psychics, where they do the card reading. They can do that, and they did those, and they were like, yeah, something's coming. He was like, meh, fuck your cards. And then, like, traders would come in to assist them and be like, yeah, the warp's being weird, guys. Something's coming. Like, something's happening. You should maybe, like, get some defenses going. And he was like, meh.
Meh.
So he had just ignored all warning, even if it was vague, he had ignored it up until this point. And even once the orcs landed, he didn't really see them as much of a threat. So his, like, underlings, his advisors and stuff, any really ranking military personnel on this planet made a point of telling this guy, we need to put out distress calls because millions of little green bastards have landed on our planet. And he was like, absolutely not, we'll handle it, it'll be fine. This was the case. He ordered that no one was to put out a distress call, right? And this was the case for a little while, until eventually a commissar named Sebastian Yarrick, he decided to ignore von Straub's orders and put out a distress call anyway, because von Straub is a moron. Yeah. Von Straub obviously gets very upset about this and decides to exile Commissar Yarrick to one of the hive cities in the east on Armageddon Secundus. So he exiles him to Hive City Hades, which is way up in the north of Armageddon Secundus, you'll see there.
Yeah, up in the top.
Yeah, way up at the top. So Yarrick gets bumped over there to, as a punishment, essentially. We're just going to put you out in the middle of nowhere. Fuck you. We'll deal with you later once these green fuckers are dead. That was his plan anyway. And due to the sheer level of orcs and of warfare that kicked off here, because you gotta remember, these orcs have been waiting for this for years back on Urk. This is like the thing, the prophecy they've all had, and you've got Ghazghkull leading the show, so they have a large effect in the warp. And essentially what happens once they land and the fighting kind of kicks off a bit is a warp storm starts to form around this area, and it'll make it very difficult for any reinforcements to get in system now. So a distress call's went out, but very little will get back in anytime soon to help. Just because of the sheer number of orcs. They cause a weird static effect in the warp.
That's a bad situation.
Yeah, the humans are kind of fucked, but Ghazghkull's in a great spot.
Oh yeah, he's living life. He's
he
loving
loving
it every minute. Yeah. Him and
Yeah.
his minions.
So, Von Straub's idea of how to take care of the orcs, right? This is a great one. I love this plan, right? As the orcs are marching towards all the hives and everything, he goes, what we'll do is, we'll send out little, attack forces to sweep the orcs and, pepper a bunch of them. And we'll just gradually wear them down with a bunch of really small attacks, right? Obviously, that's stupid because of the sheer number of orcs, and everyone he sends out gets murdered. And does basically nothing to the orcs, right? You're sending 5 guys in a plane to carpet bomb something, but that only works if the thing can't just shoot you down and stuff like that. So all it led to was a bunch of his guys being killed.
Great.
Yeah.
Well.
So this obviously kind of makes him realise this is a bit more of a threat than he had planned. So he moves his HQ, his headquarters, to the furthest possible place away, and he moves all the way to the far east to Tartarus. So his base was originally in Armageddon Prime to the west, and now he's moved way over here to as far east as he can possibly go to Tartarus. Right. So he was like, "Fuck this, I'm bailing." And he hid. The fucker hid. So, obviously, once he gets there, right, his advisors that are there are like, yeah, there are still 3 orc tribes heading directly towards us, right? That is 1.5 times the amount of orcs you just ran away from. There's literally more coming towards us. So we need to be prepared. And Von Straub just like, meh, it'll be fine. Well, see if you look at the far west of the map, there's that like green tree line. It's because on the border between the two sections, Armageddon Prime and Secundus, there is like an equatorial forest. Right? And for some reason, Von Straub had it in his head that orcs are afraid of trees or something. I don't know. He thought that orcs couldn't get through this forest. Like, I've no idea why he thought that. He just thought orcs couldn't get through a forest.
I mean, maybe he's secretly a magic orc, and if he believes hard enough, it comes true. But that's just not the case. Idiots.
Yeah, that's it. He's a stupid little bald man. That's what he is, not a magical orc.
Well, that's the worst description you can have, actually. Stupid little
in this
bald
case,
man.
yes, because I mean it in the most derogatory form possible. Because fuck this guy. Although, we're on the orc side right now, so, like, great guy, really.
Yeah.
He's doing us a lot of favors right now.
He really is. He's one of us.
Yeah. One of us. Also, I want to throw out there, the orcs have Gargants with them, like their version of Titans, right? These giant scrap robots. So, like, how would they struggle to get through a forest? They have giant robots.
Yeah, the
Like,
logic is
what
not
is this logic?
The logic is not logic in Ryan.
It just doesn't add up. The math isn't there, is it? The math isn't mathing.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, around 2 days after Von Straub is like, nah, orcs are afraid of trees, it'll be fine. The orcs arrive on the eastern side of the forest, because obviously. So, Von Straub kind of shits himself. And, as the orcs pile through the very thin Imperial defenses that have, like, went to meet them, because they basically just dance their way past them, because the Imperials are nothing at this point in this area. I want to throw out there that at this point you've got millions of orcs, armored trucks, tanks, gargants, everything marching past this forest towards all these hives and all that, and they've sent out, like, 10,000 guard. So yeah, they just walk over them. They're nothing, right?
Yeah.
They didn't even have to shoot the fuckers. They could have just kept walking and they would have got them. So once they kind of get past the jungle, the orc tribes that are here split up, right? 2 of them head towards... two of them continue on east. One heads south down to Hell's Reach, the little port city away down at the bottom. So the army splits up. So 2/3 keep going on forward. One heads down to take out Hell's Reach. The one that continues forward very soon meets actual adversaries, right? The first real adversary of this entire war is met here as they head, like, over the Palidus Mountains there that you can see in the middle.
Yeah.
This is where they meet a Titan Legion. Because Titan Legion Metallica is stationed on this planet. Or part of it, at least. So they have been sent out by Von Straub to go and handle the orcs. Go and kill all 6 billion of them, or however fucking many there are. And after a pretty harsh battle against the Gargants, because they're obviously the main threat, because they're also giant robots, the Titan Legion's leader kills one of the Gargants, but his robot is totally destroyed at this point. So he just sets it to self-destruct, and the resulting explosion destroys 2 more of the Gargants, and a shitload of orcs. Which, as you'll know, orcs kind of run off of morale, and having a big center mass of your army vaporized by an explosion, and a couple of your giant robots being blown up, it kind of kills morale a bit. So the orcs kind of pull back a little bit. They don't retreat or anything. They just kind of, like, reform their numbers and slow down a little bit in their advance to kind of get momentum again, right?
Yeah.
But this allows the humans to retreat. So they've basically lost their strongest fighting force, which is the Titans. And as they retreat east, they start setting up like defensive lines along all the rivers and things as they head back. So there's now like little choke points along the way, but none of them are particularly strong, but they will gradually whittle down the orc armies, right? That's the idea anyway. So the orcs that are left of that, army there head east towards Hive Infernus, right in the center. And the defenses they set up posed basically no threat whatsoever. And the leader of the Hive surrendered without a fight, just out of fear.
Oh.
He was like, "We're not gonna fucking win this. Fuck, I'm out. I'm done."
Screw this, I'm out.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So the orcs very quickly took over Hive Infernus, and many of the refugees became slave workers.
Lovely.
Pretty standard stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be worse.
Can't really support the orcs on that one, but
Yeah.
Yeah. So those orcs then worked their way up north, because they're not going to pile over a river, fuck that. So they headed up north towards Hades. And when they do arrive at Hive Hades, this is where Commissar Yarrick was exiled to. And since being exiled there, he has taken command of the defenses, right? He's taken command of the city. Because you gotta remember that commissars are political officers, and they have the obligation to dole out justice where required. So if he's got to that city and went, right, shit is going down, we need to get the defenses organised, and the leader of that hive has went, no, Von Straub will handle it. He could just blow his head off and decide he's in charge, and he is required to do that if he sees it as necessary. So he took charge of this hive pretty fucking quickly and started organising defences, right? And hives are big places, but because of the sheer, amount of people that live there, because of the sheer density of population, a lot of it is like a slum. So it leads to a lot of like the lower class living in pretty rough situations, which leads to like criminal activity and gang activity and things like that. And everyone knows this, right? Like there will be like RBEs, police forces that are like trying to root this out, but they know it's there. Everyone knows it's there. There's nothing you can do about it because you can't give these people a better situation to live in. So they're going to do the best they can, and the best they can a lot of the time to provide for their people requires crime, right? You gotta go all Robin Hood and start robbing the rich people up above to feed your family and things like that. So these things are gonna happen. But Yarrick, knowing that this was the case, was like, alright, I'm making a deal with these fuckers. He went down, he found all the gang leaders and was like, right, everyone get on board right now. Right? So he makes deals with all the gangs to help him in the war effort. So the next thing he's got all these like lower slum gangers in a militia. He recruits every like able-bodied person he can into like what he is building as an army within this hive, as like full-on conscription. So by the time the orcs turn up, he's like welded doors shut, built extra defenses, got guns and ammunition set up. Every person that can hold a gun is holding a gun waiting for the fucking orcs. There's gangers helping out, everything, right? Everyone is on board with this. Everyone that can hold a gun's got a gun, right?
Yeah.
He is as prepared as you can fucking be. And the thing with hive cities is they typically have pretty sturdy walls because they are designed as like civilian centers, right? The mass density of the population are going to live in these cities. They need to also be like a stronghold because they can't just fall to the first attack. Otherwise, every human on the planet dies. So they have to be well defended. So this city has really big walls, like all the rest of them do. So the Gargants just start pummeling the walls with their biggest weapons. But the walls are strong. It's going to take a while to like grind through them. And they're constantly being fired back at by all the fucking humans and everything. So it takes a while. There's not a lot of progress being made against these walls, unfortunately. So as this is going on, this is when Von Straub unleashes his next amazing plan, right? Von Straub is part of like a family bloodline, right? His family have like ran this planet for a while. They've all been like higher ups, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that goes back to when the planet was last colonized. And at that time, they brought a bunch of virus bombs with them. So he sets up the virus bomb missiles and launches them at the orcs. Now, great idea, because the virus bomb turns living matter into like an explosive putty, right? It's a great plan. The issue with it is that the missiles were from back when the planet was colonized, so they're fucking ancient. So some of them didn't launch when they hit the fire button. Some of them didn't detonate when they hit the ground. They just like crushed one orc and lay there, right? And the ones that did work properly, the virus in it had gradually died off, so it barely did anything. It was not nearly as effective as it was supposed to be. So you had like a small number of orcs being partially turned into paste throughout the orc army. And like it caused a lot of havoc. It really messed with the orcs, but it didn't do what it was supposed to do by any means. As you can see, Von Straub is an absolute tactical genius.
Yeah, it's like Hercule from Dragon Ball, you know? Everything, yeah.
That's exactly who he is. Hercule, but bald.
Yes.
Yes. Right, so Hercule von Straub, that's who we're dealing with here.
Is that the title? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
I mean, that'll get people interested, like, wait, what?
Oh, yeah.
Did they get the name wrong? No.
So, as all this is going on, remember, like a third of this army that came this way headed down toward Hell's Reach, this port city.
Yeah.
So, Hell's Reach by this point heard about Hades over like radios and things about how they were fighting back, and they got inspired and they wanted to fight back too. So everyone basically does their part. They're trying to like evacuate people through the docks using like old retrofitted tanks and everything like that. They're trying to get everyone out. But while that is going on, everyone is also fighting back. And it's to the point of like, they've got people that are getting strapped with bombs and running straight into the orc lines and just detonating to kill a bunch of them and stuff like that. Like, people are giving their lives to mess with the orcs at this point. In a pretty obvious manner, rather than just like fighting to the last. They are like running in strapped with explosives. Right? It's proper guerrilla warfare at this point.
Yeah.
Thing is, Hell's Reach doesn't really have much in the way of defenses or walls, because they are very much a port town. They're more for like cargo ships and stuff like that, right? There isn't like a enormous human population here. So defenses are a bit lacking. So the Gargants are their biggest problem, right? You want to know how they fight the Gargants?
How?
Have you ever seen like cargo ports, how they have those big cranes that lift the big containers and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. The people that were controlling the cargo cranes welded themselves into their cabs so they couldn't be dragged out or leave, and then used the cranes to attack the Gargants. It was not an effective strategy. But it was an incredible distraction. The Gargant can't shoot anything while it's being slapped by a crane. Just say it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like if you got like a hook under it, you could just tip the fucking thing over by lifting it, which would have been really funny. Yeah, so it didn't go particularly well, but they were because it was guerrilla warfare at this point. They're fighting for their land, so every person will do anything possible, right? So the orcs are having a harder time than they typically would, because the civilians are like armed and fighting now. But eventually, this group had a bunch of like weird boys, like orc shamans, with them. So they just used this big crazy psychic attack to basically knock all the humans into like a stupor. So they all just kind of stood there dumbstruck as the orcs murdered them.
Oh.
And thus Hell's Reach fell. The orcs are 2 for 2 so far. It's just Hades as being a bastard. Now, as this was going on, Hades is obviously still under siege, right? The Gargants are still trying to grind their way through the walls and everything. Luckily, this is when Ghazghkull turns up to lead the war effort in Hades.
Hey, let's
So,
go.
shit's about to go down. So, obviously, Ghazghkull just asks the gods for the strategies he needs, and Gork and Mork provide. So the first strategy he goes with is airdropping commandos onto like the towers of the hives, so that they can break in through the ventilation systems and start murdering from the inside out to like mess with their defenses, I guess. Right? So these are going to be like spec ops troops being airdropped in. Unfortunately, Yarrick thought of this because the only way to get inside the towers from above is through the ventilation system. So he had maintenance staff waiting inside the ventilation system with guns.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so these orcs broke in and then just got gunned down in the pipes.
Huh.
Yeah.
What did they
Yarrick
do
was
then?
ahead of the game. So the next thing is for Ghazghkull to build a bunch of siege engines. So he builds these giant siege engines, and he even puts like siege equipment onto the Gargants, like for moving land and stuff like that, to try and just bust the walls down. Unfortunately, Yarrick uses a strategy that I believe we used back in World War One, World War Two. I can't remember which one it was, but basically he drops like one human soldier with an ass load of explosives onto the siege equipment and just disables it outright by blowing up major components of it.
Right.
Yeah, we used to do that back in one of the World Wars with the Gustav gun that the Germans had. It was a giant rail-mounted cannon that could fire these absurdly large shells, and we would just like paradrop one guy on top of the gun with a little bag of thermite, and he would just melt a hole through the firing cylinder, and it just totally useless up the gun, and it took ages to repair because you had to like
History
replace
is
most of the gun.
messed up, you know.
It
It's
really
messed up.
is, but like one guy can take out that massive siege equipment. So that was essentially what Yarrick was doing here. I was just saying one guy with a precision strike to disable that one piece of siege equipment. So
I mean, yeah.
yeah, another like
volunteer.
major issue we had was that Yarrick was able to respond to like any attack really quickly with mass soldiers, because as a hive say, it has like internal transport infrastructure like trains and subways and stuff.
Yeah.
So he was able to use them to mobilize troops really quickly from one area to another. Kind of, if you load an entire train with soldiers as full as it can get, fire it on max speed round to the other side of the city, and then disembark them all, you've suddenly got like 1,000 troops in a place that you didn't have any before. You know what I mean? So he's able to move troops really quickly using the city's infrastructure to his advantage. Whereas usually it acts as like a hindrance because the city's so heavily built up that you can't travel quickly. But he's not really working with like tanks and stuff. He's working with like manpower. So it makes it a lot easier to transport stuff. Or transport troops. So Yarrick's being a dick is the point here. So while Ghazghkull is grinding away at the walls of Hades, the orc forces that had taken Infernus right in the centre there head east to Acheron. Right? And Hive Acheron is like the last real bastion of like human resistance, right? So as this like mass of orcs sweep over the outer like sections of this city, they like kind of just walk through it. The human defenses really aren't up to much, right? Although they are like, it is actually a fight, right? It's not like when they met a few random guys in the desert, right? This is actually a war for a city, but there's so many orcs and tanks and armored trucks and gargants and everything, they're not struggling with it at all. They're just gradually working their way forward through this outer like section of this hive city. Yeah. And when it comes to attacking the core of the city, the actual main section of the Hive City, this is when things start to change a little bit. Because all of a sudden, there are a shitload of explosions. There are massive shells hitting the ground in the Orc army. So tanks are being sent flying into the air. Massive numbers of orcs are just being, like, wiped out of existence and left in a crater. Right? And this is when they realise that the sky above Armageddon is full of navy ships. Because reinforcements have just arrived.
Mm.
Yeah. And then the next thing, you've got these, troop carriers landing ahead of the Orc army and disgorging their troops, which are, in this case, Beakies, or Space Marines, as we would call them. So, the armoured boys have just turned up, unfortunately. They got the distress call. So, as soon as, these dropships start to land and the kind of, the armies upon armies of Space Marines start piling out and taking the fight to the Orcs, this is the first time that the Orcs are actively pushed back. The Orcs actually lost this battle. They weren't wiped out to a man. They had to retreat, but they were actually defeated for the first time at Hive City Acheron when I believe it's the Blood Angels, the Ultramarines, and I believe White Scars that turn up to defend this planet. Led by Captain Master Dante, who, as soon as they've repelled this, orc attack on Acheron, goes and finds Von Strab and has him arrested for negligence, murder, and assassination because of how badly he's planned all of this. And then declares himself in charge of all Imperial forces on the planet.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think as a last thing to mention, as all this has been going on, you got to remember that Hades has been under siege for a long time now. And they have run out of food by this point. So people are starving to death as they're trying to defend their city. Now, because the further eastern hive cities are still there, Acheron and Tartarus are still, up and running, for lack of a better term. They start sending supplies to Hades, airdropping in food and stuff, to try and keep them in the fight. But the thing is, Hades used to send food to the other hives because they had a surplus. They produced more food than they used. So these other two hives do not have enough extra food to feed Hades for a long time. So this is not a long-term plan. This will just keep them alive and fighting for 5 days, basically.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's a good place to leave off for today. And next time we'll get a look at what happens once the Orcs and the Space Marines meet properly.
Hi, I'm Miss, and I'm here with my lovely co-host, Ryan, and you're listening to Season Quinky of the Iterators of the Imperium podcast, the podcast in which Ryan is the expert on Warhammer 40k, and I am an intermediate trying to learn about the Warhammer universe. And we are talking about orcs, Ghazghkull Thraka, Gork and Mork, and yeah. Well,
you can name one more orc.
What? What was that guy? The big guy. We started at the beginning with the big ass guy who got hit butted to the ground, and the rest who had to fight Gork and Mork. Ghazghkull Thraka for when he was gathering his troops, as per se, his following. Right? He was headbutting everybody, left, right, and center.
Yeah, that's kind of what it does.
I'm not good with names,
you can't
though.
Remember the name of one other orc, though.
No, because I'm very bad at names, Ryan. But you know
also,
this. But I
orc
remember
names all sound kind of the same.
I could just say Urk. Wait, that's probably a name. I don't know.
It's probably one of them, to be fair. Just a matter of time, man.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
It took 7 episodes for me to not laugh at you saying 5 in land.
Quinky. I forgot to say. For the people who doesn't know, we're in season 5, or in Latin, season Quinky.
Which I'm waiting for someone to comment and be like, "That's not even close to how you pronounce that."
No, it is. It is, Ryan. We have established. I know Latin.
Oh yes, I forgot about that. Man speaks a dead language.
I know how to say substantive as well. Like, verbum. Mm-hmm. All right, let's get into the episode, Ryan. We are just talking out our ass right now.
Yeah, we do that a lot.
It's good though. It's fine. I think people enjoy it.
So, as you'll probably remember from last time, we were looking at this world called Armageddon that Ghazghkull was trying to have his way with, for lack of a better term. So, where we left off was the Space Marines had just arrived and, beat one of Ghazghkull's armies for the first time in an actual battle outside one of the hives. And kind of at the same time, Ghazghkull's still pummeling his head against the walls of Hades up in the north, trying to get to this Commissar Yarrick that is kind of dubbed him as his rival now. He's kind of Ghazghkull's reason to live at this point. So he needs to kill Yarrick. But that's been going on for so long that Hades has now ran out of food. So people are starting to starve to death.
Not good. Oh shit.
Yeah. Right, but while all this has been going on, while this whole war has been going on, and Ghazghkull's been running headfirst at the walls of Hades Hive over and over, Ghazghkull's been struggling, right? He's been gradually getting more and more into this kind of stated despondency. See, like, a good example is, how he used to get the headaches? That he would just punch himself in the head till it went away.
Oh, usually
he'd come away with an answer. So it was like Gork and Mork's way of talking to him. That's still happening, except there's no answer at the end of it. He doesn't feel like the gods are there anymore. He's still getting the headaches, but he's not getting any answers from it. So he starts to think that the gods have, abandoned him, like they've lost faith in him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's spent so much time throwing himself at the walls of Hades and making no progress that he's lost momentum. He's lost heart. He doesn't have the drive to keep going anymore. Which is quite sad. Honestly, he's just he loses his faith in the gods, or at least feels that the gods have lost their faith in him because he can't make progress with this.
Yeah.
So Ghazghkull gets quite depressed. Which is quite sad. But he does keep at it. He doesn't stop because he's depressed. He keeps going. He keeps leading his troops against Hades. And the whole time he is doing this, the Space Marines are taking back hive cities all over the map.
Yeah.
Because the Orc armies are gradually getting kind of routed in all the different locations and being pushed back. So the numbers of the Orcs are dropping drastically and very quickly. And Ghazghkull's still just running at Hades over and over. Just desperate to make some kind of progress. And eventually Ghazghkull does manage to break the walls of Hades and get inside. But by this point, the Orc armies are pretty decimated. And when he does get inside, Yarrick manages to escape.
Oh.
So he manages to break Hades, but he doesn't even manage to kill his rival. So all it really helps to do is push Ghazghkull further into this state of depression. That even what little progress he does make is fruitless. There is no benefit to it.
It's just pointless.
Yes. Aye.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, around this point, the war is, by all stretches of the imagination, over. The Orcs have lost this war already, even though it's still being waged.
Yeah.
Because Orc numbers are dwindling, and Ghazghkull just did not have the drive to lead them anymore. Well, Ghazghkull was not done, right? Because what's the right word for this? I was going to say determination, but I don't think it's that. Spite, maybe? Basically, he ain't leaving unless he can, fuck the humans up a little bit more. So,
vengeful.
Huh?
Vengeful, is that the word?
That's a good word, yes. Aye, vengeful, spiteful, something in there, aye.
Yeah. What a garage.
So, Ghazghkull was done with Armageddon for now. But he wasn't done overall, right? He wasn't giving up. He was just done with this planet for now.
Yeah.
So he does what Makari calls a blood axe goodbye. A blood axe goodbye is when you're drinking with your friends in a bar and you like stand up and you're like, "Out lads, I'll get the next round in after I go to the bathroom." And then you go to the bathroom and then you just leave without saying anything to them or paying for anything.
Okay, yeah.
Which I think is a good way to do it.
Yeah, it is. Very in style.
Yeah. So that's essentially what Ghazghkull does. He rounds up all of the remaining orcs and he's like, "Look, there's only one human city left, and it's Hive Tartarus." Right? For the record, he picked Tartarus by dropping a knife onto his like battle map of the planet. He just picked a random hive city. So he was like, "It's Hive Tartarus, it's the last one. We take that, we've won. We've taken over the planet."
I mean, fair.
Yeah. And he basically just convinces them that they just need to do one big final assault on Hive Tartarus, and if they take it, they've won. So all the orcs get all riled up. Which, to be fair, they need it, because the orcs have been noticing that something's not quite right as well. It's not just Ghazghkull that's not been feeling right, it's everyone. Because Ghazghkull losing faith means that the army starts to lose faith, right? So guns have been running out of ammo faster, tanks and stuff have been blowing up, things like that, right? Even things that were painted red didn't move as fast as they used to, right? The WoW magic starts to dissipate as the leader starts to lose faith. So they knew what was going on to a degree, subconsciously at least. But with this big speech that Ghazghkull gives them about Hive Tartarus being the last one, they all get kind of riled up again, and they happily charge off to their deaths. They all head straight for Hive Tartarus, ready to go.
Oh, I mean, knowing they're gonna die, but
well, no, they don't know they're gonna die. They think they've got this.
Oh, well, never mind.
Yeah, they don't got this at all, but they think they've got this.
You know what? I think they got it too.
Yeah. Solidarity.
Yeah.
So while that's going on, Ghazghkull rounds up all the leaders that he took command of back on Urk. He also gathers up Makari and Grotsnik, the doctor that put them back together, gets on a spaceship and sods off out to Armageddon. Just leaves all his dudes behind. He's like, "You guys have got this." Got out for some milk. I'll be back, don't worry.
Don't worry, I'll be back 100% right.
Oh, yeah. Nope. So they just fucked off into space away from Armageddon and left the orcs to die at Tartarus.
Bruh.
Now, obviously, Ghazghkull has to keep the orc leaders on his side, the ones that he's got with it, right? So he kind of gives them all a bit of a speech, because he's got into speeches. He started to like speeches recently.
Okay.
And he explains that this was not the end of their rampage. It was just the beginning. It was a test run, if you will. Right?
Yeah.
And that they're going to be back for Armageddon. Very much that, the Grot saying that I told you about how you now stab them tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right? That's the idea. And this is where we get to, the secret of the Second War for Armageddon that you don't get on the human side, right? On the human side, they will tell you that the Second War for Armageddon was won because of the strength of the Space Marines, or because of the tenacity of Commissar Yarrick holding them back at Hades Hive. The secret to the Second War for Armageddon is that the orcs got the snot beaten out of them because Ghazghkull lost heart. That's all it was. It's the only reason.
It's kind of sad.
It's quite sad. It's worse when you like read the books because you're like, man, this is I feel bad for this guy. I feel bad for this like 14-foot tall green monster. Does he need a cuddle? Like,
Oh yeah, he must have been big, like in the end, right?
yeah, it's
Oh
gigantic.
yeah, we have shown pictures actually. I would believe, like we showed.
Yeah, he
before
is
and
an
afters.
absolute monster.
He's tank, yeah, and I feel bad for him. You're a sweet little poor thing.
I know, right? You're doing great, sweetie. So, in the short time after Ghazghkull and his boys fucked off of Armageddon, Makari goes to talk to Ghazghkull, right? He kind of finally gets up the bottle, whatever you want to call it, to go and actually talk to Ghazghkull, right?
Yeah.
Because you got to remember, grots are, by biological definition, below orcs. They are not allowed to talk to them in certain ways and stuff like that. Makari's finally like, you know, I need to go talk to him about this. So he goes talk to him. And he's trying to raise his spirits. He's trying to get Ghazghkull to act like Ghazghkull again, to believe in Ghazghkull again, right? And he like points out all the amazing things that Ghazghkull has done so far, uniting Urk, taking over the other like Orc clans, wrangling and commandeering a space Hulk, killing a bloodthirster, all this kind of stuff. And he's like, but you're doing, you know, the old grot saying of hype they stab tomorrow with Armageddon, right? We're gonna come back and do this again. And through all of this, all it does is make Ghazghkull angry. See, orcs don't take counsel from grots. And the fact that Makari thinks that he can come and talk to Ghazghkull like this level of familiarity, makes Ghazghkull think that he's not acting like a real orc.
Yeah.
Right? And the rage that Ghazghkull feels about this is quite severe. And he points out that he thought that having Makari by his side as like a sign of the gods. You got to remember, Makari is not this one grot. It is whatever grot that Ghazghkull decides to make into Makari. It actually is like a spiritual transformation, right?
Yeah.
From the gods. Ghazghkull was like, I thought having you by my side as a sign of the gods was a good thing. But I'm realizing now it's not. You're not a strength, you're a weakness having you here. And we're like, a final phrase from Ghazghkull that's, you tell Gork and Mork I'll be alright without them. He kills Makari. Bursts his little head.
Well, only the orc behind it, right? The Makari is still, you know, still there.
Yes, he kills the grot that is Makari at this point. Yes.
Yeah, but it is more like a statement, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. He's renouncing the gods, basically, in this moment. No longer the prophet of Gork and Mork. Just quite sad. And as far as we're concerned, that is the end of the Second War for Armageddon.
Right? Definitively. Yeah.
We're eventually going to come at it from the human side in a future season. But for the orc side, that's as far as we're going to go with that.
Yeah.
So we now come to a point where we're going to move on to what we were doing before before the whole thing with Ghazghkull, where we're going to work our way through the little separate events again. Because we're building up to stuff here. But you should know, Ghazghkull is still out in the galaxy organising whatever he's organising.
Making plans.
That's exactly it. Yeah, round up a new horde, things like that. I want to take a minute to just ask, what did you think about Ghazghkull so far?
I'm not gonna lie, I think he's cool. He's become one of my. I don't know if it's just because we've gone like into depth with a character, like on a level that's, you know, you get familiar with the character as per se, right? But he has become like one of my favorite characters to talk about here in Warhammer, because I mean he just is cool, like from being a little runt that got killed, that didn't get killed, that got killed again and brought back to life, like deformed and with like metal parts and shit, to being, I wouldn't say possessed, but suddenly get
Yeah.
awaken as per se, and then suddenly being just this badass who just takes on everything and everybody to freaking I mean, yeah. I definitely think it's more of the just going in depth with characters. By the way, for the listeners right now, which is what we're going to be doing for the future of the seasons here. Like obviously picking, but going more in depth with stuff like this, for example, with the orcs. So yeah, I like him.
So
just a long way to say I think it's cool. He's alright.
Cool.
That's a long way to say he's alright. Yeah.
While working around the topic, I'll mention it. Depending on what we're trying to look at, some seasons will be based on like a particular group or faction. Some seasons will be based on individual characters, because there are some characters that have like, hours upon hours of content purely about their storyline. So if you're like, oh, let's look at Chaos, there are a bunch of characters within Chaos that have massive spanning storylines. So we could look at those characters as an individual season.
Yeah.
Which is quite cool. Like, for example, if you wanted to know what Magnus's boys have been up to, there's two ways to look at that. You can look at the Thousand Sons, or you can look at oh god, what's his name? Why have I just blanked that?
Ryan, you are the Warhammer expert.
Araman, that was the fucking name.
Good. And that's why he's the expert.
Yeah, it was one of those things. I could have told you it was Araman any day of any week ever, but the second I had to think of it, it just disappeared out my brain there. So if we look at the Thousand Sons, we could either look at the Thousand Sons as a Chaos faction, or we could look at just Araman individually, because he has like an equal amount of storyline just about him. So there's a lot to it. So, moving forward from our boy Ghazghkull, we actually jump forward 30 years from when the Second War for Armageddon began to the year 971 of the 41st millennia. And we come to a little orc boy called Ghazghkull, which is a really stupid name.
We've talked about him before, right?
No, I think it's Shazdaka you're thinking of.
Probably. It's the same thing. Potato.
Yeah, it's basically the same. Yeah, no, we've definitely not mentioned Ghazghkull before. So, Ghazghkull was an evil son's mechanic. Right? One of the guys that like vehicles and going fast. And pretty early on, he ends up in the cult of speed, the people who are actually obsessed with going fast. And he gets himself a bike, and he customizes it heavily. And he dubbed the bike of Orcalypse.
Orcalypse?
Apocalypse. Like apocalypse, but with orc in the middle.
Porcalypse.
Yeah. For the record, he only gets off of this bike to make repairs to the bike. Otherwise, he drives it endlessly. And he doesn't sleep much because he has a pretty severe drug dependency. So he just keeps himself high as balls to be awake all the time so he can just keep driving.
Sounds kind of like the average Uber driver in America. No, I'm kidding.
Leave that in.
I'm kidding. Cut it.
So, Ghazghkull famously managed to take down a warlord titan on his own with just him and his bike.
Okay, that's impressive.
It's very impressive, because I don't know how you'd begin to do that. And he kept the skulls of the princeps that were controlling the titan. He has them mounted on his bike, permanently on fire.
Oh, nice. We have a thing permanently.
I'd assume he's just coating it in fuel all the time. I don't know.
But, like, surely there would be dust in the end, right? Or at least he'd, like, use some magic.
Yeah, it might be magic. Maybe he believes they're on fire, so they have to be on fire.
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe he believes they're, like, just on fire, so everybody can see it, and there actually is on fire, but it's, like, magic fire. It's fine.
Yeah, that's probably it. That sounds great for orcs. That sounds like what Ghazghkull would do.
Yeah.
So, the main thing about this guy is that it said that he plans to rally an army of orcs and travel, well, I guess, wage war from one side of the galaxy to the other. That's his plan. So that's a nice little simple one about Ghazghkull and his crazy Ghost Rider bike. But we move forward a little bit further. We move forward to 976. This is 5 years later. To a guy called Gorbag. And this guy, this orc leader, turns up out of fucking nowhere, right? No one had ever heard of this guy until he turns up with an enormous fleet of ships, ravages the Imperial Navy in the Gothic sector, and then stole a Dominator-class cruiser, so a gigantic warship from the Imperial Navy, renames it to Gorbag's Revenge, and then just continues on to ravage more parts of the galaxy. Keep this guy in mind, he is important later.
I'm writing that behind my ear.
I don't know what that was meant to be, but I liked it.
I write it behind my ear. That's
okay,
saying,
right.
no?
I'm with you.
Wait, but that only works for the people watching, not for the people
Yeah.
listening.
Yeah.
I signaled that I would write it behind my ear.
Okay. I'm glad you explained that, because I had no idea what the fuck you were doing.
Yeah, it must look stupid actually when I think
It
about it.
did. I had no idea what was going on.
Please watch us on YouTube and Spotify.
Yeah, it's much more reasonable when we do stupid shit like that.
Yeah, that's context then.
So a year later, we move on to the next person that does something worth talking about, which is Deathskull Big Mech Fragrack, the Planet Smasher.
Oh, that's
Now, that is an apt name at best. Alright?
yeah.
Basically, you gotta remember that Deathskulls are the ones that like ransacking battlefields, right? They loot the dead. They are loot goblins, as you explained them.
Yeah.
So he decides he wants to loot an entire planet at once.
Yeah.
And rather than going to war and ravaging the planet, what he does is he straps a bunch of like rockets and stuff to a planet's moon and launches the moon at the planet itself.
Bruh.
Naturally, this destroys both the moon and the planet, turning them both into what is essentially just an asteroid field.
Yeah.
Fragrack then decides to pick the asteroid he likes the best of the remains of those planets, then straps rockets to it, a shield generator, and weapons batteries, and uses it as a spaceship, and just sends it through the galaxy to go wage war and blow up other planets. Absolute psychopath.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah. And I think the last one we're going to mention today is a few years later in 978 of M41. This is possibly the funniest story about orcs, because it is very quintessentially orcs. So, there is a warlord named Ghazghkull, right? And he decides to head his army towards the Morlock system and to ransack the place. Pretty standard orc stuff so far. Naturally, to get there, they use warp travel. And as you'll remember, warp travel is kind of a guess, because time and space don't work right in the warp.
Yeah.
And when he emerges from the warp, he realizes he has emerged before he left.
Yeah.
Right? He has technically traveled backwards in time through this warp jump. Now, one of the things you can know about Ghazghkull is he is a famed kleptomaniac.
Yeah.
And he gets this idea that he could go steal his favorite gun from, you know, the doppelganger he has from before he left, and have a spare of his favorite gun.
Oh.
Yeah. So he hunts down his earlier self, kills him, and takes the gun.
But doesn't that, the time-space continuum, like, doesn't he automatically die then? Like, because that, the thing is like, oh, never been born, that kind of vibe, right? Isn't that the thing now?
Well, this is the thing, is that no one actually knows what ended up happening to this guy.
Bruh, I can't. Oh my god.
We just know he went and he killed himself to take the gun from himself. But we don't know what actually happened because of that. He might just be in some kind of temporal loop of constantly doing that over and over again.
Yeah, of constantly killing himself.
Yeah. I feel like that was a good one to leave off with for today.
Thank you, Ryan. I'm gonna think about that every night now.
I'm gonna go talk to my missus about this. What is the point in having an astrophysicist living with you if you can't question her about work physics?
Exactly.
Right?
And Ryan will give us an update next week.
Yeah, I'll give you a wee update about what she says next time. See if we can figure out what the hell actually happens with this. So we are coming towards the end of the whole arc thing. We do have a couple more larger events to deal with. But we are getting through it. Yeah, we're definitely past the halfway mark, which is quite cool.
Nice.
We will see more of our boy Ghazghkull, don't you worry. He's coming back.
Good stuff. I'm happy to hear that.
There's a few of them that we've mentioned already that are coming back, actually.
Hi, I'm Miss, and I'm here with my lovely co-host, Ryan, and you're listening to Season Quinqui of the Iterators of the Imperium podcast. That means Season 5 of ITO. And the podcast in which Ryan is the expert on Warhammer 40k, and I am the noob trying to learn about the Warhammer universe. And in this season, as you guys probably already know, we are talking about the orcs. And we are actually nearing the end, I do believe. But yeah, we're gonna chat a little bit more about that later on and what's might coming later on. So a lot of excitement stuff. So I would definitely recommend you guys listening to the whole podcast, listening until the end so you don't miss any spoilers. Wait, what? Yes. That's the wrong way of saying it. It's fine. Right, you take the wheel.
Alright. So last time we finished off with Rin's World, which was a nice little story of, typical bloody murder from orcs.
Yes. The usual.
So we've got a few little, in the middle stories again, and then we're going to get into some big stuff again. Alright?
Yes.
You ready for this? Cool.
Oh, shit, I hope so.
Yeah. So, in the same year that whole Snagrod thing kicked off with Rin's World and all that, 989 of M41, right?
Mm-hmm.
Away at the other side of the galaxy, we have a guy called, his name's Blacktooth. Which is not a great title. Blacktooth. His teeth are black.
No, it sounds disgusting.
It does.
Should probably see a dentist. But it's fine.
So, yeah, way over to the galactic east, right, you'll find a little orc empire. Another one, much like where Snagrod came from, which is in the Octarius sector. And surprisingly, this might shock you, it's called the Orc Empire of Octarius.
Of course.
The naming systems in this are fairly standard.
Yes.
Yeah. And ruling this orc empire is Blacktooth the Overfiend of Octarius. It's quite a cool title.
Yeah.
Now, Blacktooth is interestingly not very important to what I'm about to tell you. Right? But it sets the scene for some stuff that's coming up, so it's important that we mention it. But he himself is not very important.
No.
So, Blacktooth is in charge of this little orc empire, which is in Segmentum Pacificus. So it's the area to the east of Terra, of space. So way in the kind of southeast. And while Blacktooth is in charge, during his reign as Overfiend, Segmentum Pacificus comes under siege by the Tyranids in what is referred to as the Third Tyrannic War. So...
Okay.
Yeah, I believe this is a fleet or Hive Fleet Leviathan. This is when they turn up out of nowhere. So we've probably never really got into it much. We've not talked about Tyranids much, but the Tyranids are separated into Hive fleets, right? And they come from different areas. They just turn up out of nowhere and ravage a part of Imperial space, right?
Yep.
And the first time they turned up, caused all kinds of havoc, had to blow up a shitload of planets to distract them, all this stuff. And every time they turn up is referred to as a tyrannic war. So the third tyrannic war is when the third fleet turns up, which is, I believe, Leviathan. And at this point, they turn up in Segmentum Pacificus, right near Octarius. So the main fleet is not coming for this Orc Empire, though. The main fleet actually ends up going more towards the Blood Angels' homeworld, and it leads to a whole thing called the Devastation in Baal, which is a really cool storyline, by the way.
We've talked a little about that, haven't we?
Yeah, this is when Dante almost dies and sees Sanguinius. And Sanguinius is like, no, back in your body, dickhead. We need you. Get the fuck back up. Yeah, that's
Ain't
when
no
that
rest
happens.
for the wicked.
Yeah, so we've mentioned it in passing, but that's the third Tyrannic War, right? And Octarius happens to be in vaguely the same area. So a little Gene Stealer insurrection turns up within the Orc Empire of Octarius. And Gene Stealers, as you might know, only exist to call the actual Hive fleet of Tyranids. They basically are just like, I don't know, I guess insurrectionists. They turn up, they set things up so it's ready for Tyranids to come and eat the place, and then so on and so forth.
Psychopaths.
So pretty standard Gene Stealer stuff.
Yeah.
So Blacktooth is smart enough to hire one of the craziest orcs in the galaxy to take care of the Gene Stealers for him, though. So he hires War Boss Ghazghkull, who notably is an incredibly unstable orc. He's like the angriest guy in the galaxy, maybe other than Angron when he's there. I don't know. And as a couple other extra details, he has bionic legs and a giant fighter chopper, which is one of their shaky planes. So Ghazghkull and his boys basically just fly in, wipe out the Gene Stealers, and piss off again. Right? He was a well-hired mercenary. He was exactly what we needed. So Gene Stealers are dealt with. The issue, again, Gene Stealers are only there to call actual Tyranids. So this whole thing ends up with a bunch of Tyranids heading this way. A little, like, splinter section of the main fleet comes towards Octarius. And in true Orc fashion, Blacktooth rallies his boys and sets out like a full-scale wah head first at the Tyranid fleet that are coming towards them.
Of course.
Nobody's quite sure what ended up happening to Blacktooth, but this is kind of just a footnote, because this eventually leads to what is called the Octarius War. But we will be getting to that later. There is a more important bit we have to talk about first. So this is just the setting up of things. I will give you a little bit of extra information, which is that the Gene Stealers didn't necessarily call the Tyranids. In actuality, Inquisitor Cryptman basically used the orcs as a distraction. Just, like, sidelined a bunch of Tyranids towards the orcs so that he would have an easier time fighting off the Tyranids.
How dare he?
What a decade!
What a...
So we'll get to the Octarius War properly later on, though. There's a more important thing first.
I guess.
So that goes on. That obviously takes a while to happen, right? That covers a few years, and it continues right on through till the Octarius War kicks off. But we'll summarize that properly later. Moving forward in our timeline, we come to 994 of M41. So 5 years later, we have what is called the March of Gork, which is a really stupid name, but whatever. essentially a huge horde of Gorkanauts, which are just big old junk exosuits, started rampaging across the galaxy. And every vehicle they destroyed, they stripped it apart and used it to make more of the suits. So it was just this like endlessly growing horde of like orc robots destroying shit.
Yeah.
So that's kind of its own isolated incident, to be honest with you. It's a thing though. So by the time we get to like 2 years later, so like 996, we're like 4 years before the end of the millennia, right? And it's worth mentioning that there has been an absurd amount of work activity. Because you might notice that, like, when we started this, the gaps in, like, time between events were, like, 40 years, 50 years, stuff like that. And now it's, like, every 10 minutes, a new orc horde pops up and starts doing something fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Right? Which is not great, but what this means is that the orcs are an unbelievably bad threat to the Imperium at this moment in time. And it kind of comes to a head around the end of the millennia, right? Like, things are kicking off more than ever before. But it's not just the orcs that are the issue, because now the Tyranids are everywhere, because we're on to the third Tyrannic War at this point. And 996 is just 3 years before the fall of Cadia. So everything's like coming to a head at this point. The galaxy is in flames and everything is fucked.
God.
There's like crazy demon men running around, there's crazy space bugs running around, there's crazy little green fuckers running around. Everyone is fucked. So I just wanted to make a point of making it very clear that at this stage, the Imperium is spread about as thin as it possibly can be in terms of military force. They do not have shit to spare at this point, right? Because, like, all hands are on deck all across the galaxy. Everyone is fucked.
It's a party.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make it really clear to you that, like, things have been ramping up and they're reaching breaking point very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, 998 of M41, 2 years later, right? This is just a bit of conjecture for you. So, we talked about a guy called Iron Teeth a while ago.
Yeah.
And he was the one that was involved in the War of Daka against the Tau, where, because they had better, like, long-range firepower than him, he got upset and took it as a personal insult, and just decided to load up his army with orc pirates, orcs with rocket launchers, and, what was the third thing? Flash Gits was the other one. And then decided to just out-Daka the Tau. So, that is the new storyline for that guy. Originally, the storyline for him, for Iron Teeth, I believe it's Grog Iron Teeth, is that he turned up in 998 of M41, rather than way decades before that, like we've talked about, and was basically causing so much trouble that the Genesis chapter and the Ultramarines were trying to assassinate him.
Oh, God.
So they changed the storyline from this guy is such a dick that Gilliman's sons want to murder him to, he just bombed the shit out of the town.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd provide you with that bit of conjecture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh.
It's just interesting to see the way that they, like, retcon stories once in a while, you know? Because they do it a
sometimes
lot.
sometimes it's necessary.
It really is, yeah. But this seemed like a totally irrelevant one, but I guess it probably feeds more into the Tau storyline. And when they wrote his initial story, where he was pissing off the Ultramarines and stuff, the Tau probably didn't exist. You know what I mean? They probably hadn't, like, wrote them into the story yet. So they were like, we need somebody to, like, put this story, like, to make the antagonist of this Tau story. Fuck it, Grog Iron Teeth. That guy, he did fuck all. So it's probably just that kind of thing where they were like, he wasn't doing anything. Let's give him a story. Let's make him a bit more interesting.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I don't know if you're ready for this, because we're getting to the big stuff now. Right? We're in the end game now, Mez. Right? We've basically just got 2 big storylines left, and we're going to be doing them back to back.
Okay.
Right? And you might see the first one coming. You might guess what this is. So I'll give you one guess about who we're going to be talking about first.
I don't know. You can't put me over the spot like that.
Oh, I can. It's upsetting that you didn't get it, because you're going to remember this guy. Ghazghkull Thraka.
Oh, I thought we were done with that. Don't mind.
Oh no. Ghazghkull's not been sitting on his big green ass. He's been busy.
Never mind. I feel like that was a trick question, right then.
Yes. I mean,
That was a trick question.
When we finished the second War for Armageddon, I did mention Ghazghkull didn't die and he was still doing stuff.
Yeah, but it sounded like it ended anyways. Like,
It sounds like something will come back to, like an update in a couple of years or something.
yeah, I feel scammed.
Oh, no. Ghazghkull has been fucking busy. So buckle the
Thraka
fuck
boy.
up, because we're getting into this.
Buckle the Thraka up.
You
know his name, Ghazghkull Thraka. Buckle the Thraka up. Okay, no mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Ghazghkull ain't been, idle. He's been busy, right? He's been building his WA back up, and he's been making some useful, if not powerful, allies. He teamed up with a few people. Most notable is Nazdreg Urdgrub.
These names.
I know. But we did mention this guy, because he's the orc that managed to figure out how to make teleporters. So he teamed up with Ghazghkull. The deal being that he would give Ghazghkull teleporter technology if Ghazghkull helped him with something first. So, that is obviously the case. So Ghazghkull now has access to teleporters, which is incredibly useful for strategic reasons. Oh.
It is good, yeah.
Yeah. So, continuing on from the second War for Armageddon, right? Ghazghkull was entirely done with Armageddon, right? It was just testing the waters to see how an Imperial defense would handle a big orc war. That's the gist, right? It was a test run. That was the idea. Because the gods wanted him out there in the galaxy taking over shit, right? Like, the gods were like, no, you're our guy. You're taking over the entire galaxy. You're gonna turn the stars green. That's the gist here, right? So he wants to be out there. And obviously, he had kind of made a friend out of Commissar Yarrick as well, because of their kind of rivalry back then. The two of them fucking hated each other. But they saw each other as rivals. Yarrick felt it was his responsibility to take down Ghazghkull permanently one day. Ghazghkull thought it was cool that there was a human who could kill a person by looking at them. Which was not actually the case at the time, but a lot of rumors started flying around about Commissar Yarrick after he allegedly beat Ghazghkull. For the record, it is now the case. And moving forward, Yarrick can kill a man by looking at them.
Oh.
He
Nice.
was missing an eye, and he had after the rumor started flying, and he heard it. It was like, it's a good idea. I'm gonna do that. So he had his eye replaced with his missing eye replaced with a bionic that had a laser gun built into it. It's called the Bale Eye. So now he can just shoot you by looking at you.
That's kind of nice.
It's kind of cool, right? He heard a rumor about it himself and was like, I'm making that true. Fuck this. This is quality.
That's like some enemies where, the writers are taking inspiration from the fandom.
Yeah.
I like that.
You're not wrong.
Just Warhammer editions.
Yeah. So there is this whole thing where Ghazghkull's out there, wants to take over the entire galaxy, still has this rival within Yarrick. because obviously Yarrick survived as well. But since the whole Armageddon round one thing kicked off, or ended, I suppose, Ghazghkull's headaches have been getting worse, right? Like, the gods are screaming in his skull to go, take over some shit. But remember, he had the doctor that put him back together the first time as, like, an advisor, Doc Grotznik. Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, he manages to convince Ghazghkull that he needs to go take over Armageddon. He needs to win that fight once and for all. That's what the gods are screaming at him about. It's not take over the galaxy, it's that they're angry with you because you failed to take over. You need to do it to prove the point that, like, you cannot actually be defeated, right?
Yeah.
Which is total horseshit. Grotznik's just being a manipulative cunt. But, nonetheless, he convinces Ghazghkull it's time for War for Armageddon 2, Electric Boogaloo, right? Like, he has to kind of, like, prove the point, that kind of thing. Yeah. So, Ghazghkull goes, right, some prep work today before we go for Armageddon again. And he heads to this planet called Golgotha. And the whole point of this, to summarize quite quickly, is that Golgotha has great mineral resources. So the idea is if he takes over the planet, he can use it as like a manufactory to provide his whole WoW weapons and ammunition. Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, Ghazghkull and his boys rock up to Golgotha and assault the planet. Pretty standard stuff. And it's essentially just Ghazghkull and his massive army of green bastards pummeling the planet into submission. Right? They don't do much to fight back because of the sheer number of orcs. And Ghazghkull being an absolute beast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, it kind of goes as you'd expect, which is just Ghazghkull, again, beating the planet into submission. Until there is a surprise counter-attack led by Commissar Yarrick. Yarrick has been stalking this fucker across the galaxy for years now. And he's finally caught up to him on Golgotha. The whole thing kind of ends when Yarrick tries to make like a power move and leads a bunch of he leads like a tank assault on Ghazghkull to try and take him out. And oh god, I can't remember the name of his command tank. It's a Baneblade super heavy tank. But I can't remember the name of it right now. But I'll remember it later. Either way, Yarrick leads this tank assault. And unfortunately, Ghazghkull was prepared for that.
Oh.
He was prepared for giant tanks, apparently. The tanks did some pretty serious damage, right? They fucked up a lot of orcs, right? But the whole thing ended with most of the tanks being destroyed and Yarrick being captured and brought alive to Ghazghkull. Mm-hmm. Ghazghkull obviously still viewed this man as his rival, so he didn't want to just kill him, so he just tortured him for a few weeks. And then eventually was just fuck off, and just threw him out, just sent him away again. Basically just because Ghazghkull wanted to know that this guy was out there in the galaxy. I think primarily he wanted him on Armageddon for the next fight, because he wanted it to be a real challenge. He wanted it to mean something if he won, right? So, without Yarrick, Ghazghkull will just stomp all over whoever's running the defenses, right?
Yeah.
But if Yarrick's leading the fucking defenses, it's gonna be a challenge, right? That's what Ghazghkull wants. He wants it to be tough. So he just lets Yarrick go after, torturing him for a couple of weeks. And sends him away.
As you do.
Yeah, he wants a good fight,
Yeah, I kind of get it, It's like the Messi versus Ronaldo thing.
Yeah.
Just football-wise. Football-wise.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's exactly what it is, yeah. It's the rivalry makes it better.
Yes. They make each other better, right? It means something.
Yeah, they drag each other to a higher standard through the rivalry.
Yes.
So, with Golgotha in hand, because after Yarrick was gone, there was no one stopping Ghazghkull from just taking the planet.
Yeah.
So, with Golgotha in hand, it's kind of time for the real show pretty soon, right? So, Ghazghkull, with his army now fully outfitted with weapons and ammunition and everything, heads for Armageddon again. And
Okay.
I'll preface this with a little like Imperial side info. So 2 weeks before Ghazghkull turns up at Armageddon, Yarrick arrived. So he only had 2 weeks to like get everyone on board. By overwhelming popular vote, Commissar Yarrick was put in charge as like commander of all, or supreme commander of all Imperial defenses for Armageddon. And he immediately began war preparations, which included, but was not limiting to, having his command tank brought over from Golgotha, which, by the way, I just remembered the name. It is the Fortress of Arrogance. I knew it was a funny name. So he has the Fortress of Arrogance brought over. He also gave the Imperial Guard a kick up the arse to like get their shit together, and he organised a navy blockade over the planet to stop the Orc fleet and buy them more time. So when Ghazghkull's his fleet arrives in orbit, or no, in sector, I guess, because it wasn't in orbit, it wasn't that close to the planet. He meets this Imperial blockade, but his fleet massively outnumbers the Imperial fleet, right? I think it's like 3-1 at this point, right? The Ghazghkull ships outnumber theirs. So, naval warfare kicks off, and Orc ships are making suicidal runs and just crashing into Imperial ones. Imperial ones are blowing up Orc ships. Pretty standard, space battle stuff. Right? Nothing crazy goes on. Until the Imperials' long-range recon picks up that there's 3 more Orc fleets coming. And when they arrive, they now outnumber the Imperials by 6-1.
Oh.
So the Imperials are fucked.
Pretty much.
So you can imagine that the tide rapidly turns even more in favor of the Orcs, and the Imperial blockade is essentially disintegrated overnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's midnight.
Now, this takes time, obviously, this whole space battle thing, right? So it gives the Imperials more time to organize their, ground defenses. So, I want to give you a run-through of who is on the side of the Imperial defenders, to give you an idea what Ghazghkull and his Wa are up against. Because it's quite an army, right? So, I'm going to give you a list. I just want you to know that this is not specifically on the planet of Armageddon. It's the subsector. So their solar system and a little bit outside that. These forces are distributed across all of it. Right?
Yeah.
So all in all, they had about 1.5 million guardsmen of various regiments. And it's everything from the Armageddon Steel Legion, which were there the first time, the Armageddon Orc Hunters, which popped up since the first time, Death Corps of Krieg, Krork Ogren Militia. There are Parian Dragoons, there are Stormtroopers, not the Star Wars kind, there are Arcadian Shock Troopers, there are Asgardian Rangers, and a shitload more. There are around 50,000 Space Marines from various chapters, including Salamanders, White Scars, Space Wolves, Blood Angels, Black Templars, Exorcists, Mortifactors, Marines Malevolent. There's tons of these fuckers, right?
Yeah.
There's 10 companies of Sisters of Battle, split between the Order of Our Martyred Lady and Order of the Argent Shroud. There are 14 regiments of Skitarii from the Mechanicus and 7 Titan legions there. The Ordo Xenos sent 2 Death Watch kill teams. the Assassinorum sent a classified number of agents, so we don't know how many assassins were there. Probably a fair number. And there were also various like engineer corps and like police corps from the Arbites and Munitorum. So there are an assload of Imperial defenders for this fucking planet. So Ghazghkull's got a serious fight against him.
It really does.
It really does.
He'll make it through. I'll believe.
Yeah, we believe in our prophet, Ghazghkull. I think that is a good place to leave off for today. And next time we'll get into the ground war.
Hi, I'm Mess, and I'm here with my lovely co-host Ryan, and you're listening to Season 5, or Quinky, of the Iterators of the Imperium podcast, the podcast in which Ryan is the expert on Warhammer 40k, and I am the noob trying to learn about the Warhammer universe. And as you guys probably know, if you're watching this right now or listening to it, we are talking about the orcs in this. I don't know what we are talking about the orcs in this season, and we were actually nearing the end, which we suddenly found out we're not. So I really hope that you guys are enjoying the orcs, because we still have a little bit to cover, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still a bit to go. A little bit more than I had initially thought about. Yeah. So it'll be fine. It's a bunch of events that all like roll together pretty close together, so it's fine. It's basically going to go one directly into the next. It'll just seem like one big thing. It's cool. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't think too much about it. It's fine.
Yeah, don't question it. Just keep watching and enjoy.
Yes.
So, do you remember what we were talking about last time?
I'm not gonna lie, I've had a long day at work. You have to enlighten me and the viewers, of course, on this day. They literally heard the last episode and just coming into this now.
Yeah, they might be listening to this on like a playlist. And they're like, God, I hate having to listen to these idiots at the start every time. God. Just get it.
You take it.
Okay, so we start talking about the third war for Armageddon, Ghazghkull's second try at this. Obviously, he kept Yarrick in the game because he wanted Yarrick to be here so he could get a good fight out of it. So Yarrick's been here building up the defenses. We ended last time by giving you the whole rundown of the massive army of troops that Yarrick was able to get ready to defend this place, while Ghazghkull and his boys were still in space dealing with the Navy. So, we're getting to the actual war part of this now. Like, once Ghazghkull starts getting troops on the ground. This is gonna be a roller coaster. I hope you're prepared.
I don't know if I am. I'm shaking.
We're gonna see the return of a character we thought long gone, which is hilarious.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see when we get there. Don't worry.
Okay.
So, once the Imperial blockade broke over the planet, Ghazghkull's first move is to obliterate Hades' hive from orbit. That is the place that Yarrick was able to like keep him at bay and waste his time at the first time they did this. So the first thing he does is just nuke it from orbit. It's like, not doing that shit again. Fuck you, Yarrick. You're not going to do the same shit again. Unfortunately, Yarrick saw that coming and he evacuated the place, so he just blew up an empty hive. But it's a cool way to start a war. So it really says, we have arrived, when this whole city just disappears.
The Kool-Aid man, just boom. What a way to make... No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made that reference. I know you love that.
I do love it. Oh yeah. Just one giant orc bursting out of the crater. So now might be an appropriate time for me to switch to the map of Armageddon as the background piece. So, it's the same planet as last time, so the layout is basically the same. Armageddon Secundus, which is where the war primarily took place the first time, is on the east. There's a jungle in the middle, and then there is Armageddon Primus, or Armageddon Prime, sorry, on the west. And yeah, this is the jungle that Hermann von Straub was adamant orcs couldn't cross. which is not true.
Yep.
So yeah, that's the same basic layout, right? Bunch of hive cities on this side, jungle in the middle, so on and so forth. Cool.
Yes.
So, Orc forces start landing planet-side after Hades is wiped off the face of the planet. They did this using a combination of methods to get orcs onto the planet. The first was just normal lander ships, little shuttles that go between the ship in orbit and the planet to drop off dudes. The other is what's called a rock, which is a little meteor that the orcs have hollowed out so they can get inside. And then what they do is they strap rockets to the back of it and put a little like mini shield generator on it so that it'll survive like hitting the ground, and then they just launch themselves full speed at the planet in a little hollowed out meteor. It's effective because it's basically a big boulder, and that worked really well in medieval times. So like whatever it hits is gonna die. If it hits nothing, you've now got like a little defensive structure to fight from. So your orcs don't just get wiped out the second they're on the planet. So great strategy. Absolutely wonderful strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah. The main thing about them initially was that they were a great form of like cover for the orc troops. They didn't just get peppered with gunshots as soon as they landed. The ones getting out of the landers, like, I mean, just shoot at the back door. It's the only way they can come out. You'll get them. Doesn't really work with a meteor, so yeah. So pretty quickly there is an assload of little green bastards running all over Armageddon, right? Because they've just, like, scoured the planet with these fucking things to get as many green fuckers on there as possible. Obviously, the Air Force and stuff keep flying planes over and try to shoot these things before they hit the ground, but limited success when there's that many of them coming down. Sheer numbers means that the orcs are going to get guys on the ground, regardless of what the Air Force does. But they do try.
Yeah.
So pretty soon there is like millions of orcs on Armageddon. Like it takes very little time to get into the millions of orcs. And one of the first places they get to is Hell's Reach, which we dealt with last time a little bit. And I'm going to show you a guy, right? This is Reclusiarch Grimaldus.
He looks grim.
He does. He looks like Duke Nukem to me. If you put sunglasses on him.
Oh my god.
Right? I'm going to tell you now,
right.
Reclusiarch Grimaldus 100% has balls of steel.
And a fire.
Yeah. So he is the Reclusiarch of one of the groups of the Black Templars that are on this planet, right? And him and 100 of his like battle brothers are stationed at Hell's Reach to protect the place, along with a bunch of Imperial Guard as standard because they're just everywhere. There's that many of the fucking normal guardsmen. They are just everywhere. So the whole Hell's Reach situation is a siege, but it pretty quickly turns into like a final battle kind of thing. And the siege ends with the orcs trying to like attack this massive basilica, this giant like temple called the Temple of the Emperor Ascendant. And as you would expect with a giant temple, it's full of like ancient holy relics and stuff. So the Black Templars, being that they are incredibly religious, feel the need to try and protect these things, right? So that's why it ends up as a siege of this temple rather than like any better defended building in the city. It's because the Templars are trying to protect this holy site and its relics. So the orcs end up having to come to them, basically. So the battle pretty quickly became like a bloody melee because the orcs just started piling inside the building. You can't really start firing guns around the inside of a church you don't want to blow up. So they just start pummeling and stabbing and kicking orcs left, right, and centre. Whatever you can hit them with, it'll spray blood but won't like destroy stuff.
Yeah.
This goes on until all the humans have fled in fear, a bunch of the Templars have died, a shitload of orcs have died. There's like a mountain of them blocking the door eventually. But
oh god.
the kind of end point of this is that the fighting only stopped when the temple fell down on top of Grimaldus and the last of his brothers. Like, the building collapsed before they stopped fighting, and it just buried them.
That sounds like quite a party, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good way to do it. For the record, though, interesting thing, Grimaldus survived. He, like, dug himself out of the rubble, like, 3 days later. He's still alive now, I think. He, like, goes on to fight in a bunch of, like, future battles.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, he's quite a cool guy. I'm pretty sure he gets, like, some kind of weird title for it, like, for doing that, for surviving like that, trying to defend the holy objects. Because, again, the Black Templars are incredibly religious. Which is rare for a Space Marine chapter. Most of them are like, yeah, our dad isn't a god, and his dad's not a god. It's just kind of magic.
Yeah, wasn't it also kind of forbidden, you know?
Yeah, it totally is, but, like, not anymore, so the Black Templars are, like, totally embracing the whole religious thing.
Yeah.
It's their whole shtick, okay? It's their whole thing. It is 100% of their personality is being religious.
Yeah.
Yeah. It works for them, okay? They're very effective soldiers, regardless of their own particular beliefs. They're incredibly effective at their job, so I do not question it. Outside of that, back to, like, the normal battlefield. So we'll go back to the map, because why not? So, the Imperials pretty quickly found that the rocks, the little asteroids the orcs were using as transport, were a little bit more important than they had initially appeared, because this is when Ghazghkull started breaking out the teleporter technology. All of the rocks had a teleporter beacon inside them. So he used it to teleport down all of his, like, tanks and vehicles and his, his titans and stuff.
Yeah.
Because they could just immediately materialize, so they couldn't be destroyed on the way down or anything. So they could just appear ready to fight, no fucking around. So the Imperials have to, like, stand in their, like, fortresses behind their battle lines, whatever, as they just watch, like, armies of tanks spawn among the orc horde. Like, bollocks.
Shit.
Gargants, helicopters, tanks, everything just starts teleporting in among the massive orc army. Like, if you didn't know you were fucked before, you do now.
That's a bad day.
Yeah, it's not great. So yeah, now there's Titans on the field, so that's great. Well, I mean, the Imperials had Titans already, but now Ghazghkull's got Titans.
We love Ghazghkull.
We do. So, do you remember back in the Second War for Armageddon, Hercule von Strab, the guy who was supposed to be in charge of the planet, who was wildly incompetent?
Yes, I remember. I liked his name. It sounded funny.
Yeah. So, he's still around, interestingly. He's not in charge of anything, because he was charged as a criminal for being so unbelievably incompetent back then. He is still around, as a side thing, but, he has made a deal with Ghazghkull.
Yeah.
So he's on the orc side in this round. So he manages to break out of his, like, prison and take over Hive Acheron in the name of Ghazghkull. So Hive Acheron just falls. Like, the Imperials are just sitting there and they get word that Acheron has fallen. They're like, the fuck happened? There's not even any orcs over there. And they're like, yeah, it turns out Von Strab's still pissed about the last time.
God.
That's fun. And another fun detail, you know that jungle that orcs can't cross? It turns out when the orcs were in there the first time, you know, when they were crossing the jungle, they left a bunch of orc spores there. So now there's just a shitload of tribal, like, feral orcs living in the jungle that, like, hear the call to war and start spilling out on both sides of the jungle. So there's just feral orcs reinforcing Ghazghkull's army from the other side.
Amazing.
So the Imperials are being flanked by tribal feral orcs.
God.
It's all going to hell pretty quick. It's good times, man.
Pause, yeah.
So, obviously, everything's kind of fucked for the Imperials, right? So Yarrick starts, like, doing his fucking job as commander and commissar and gets everyone to, like, you know, get off their asses and start doing their fucking jobs. Probably tell some kind of rallying speech to get everyone to, like, you know, feel like doing something. And what ends up happening is, like, that the Imperial defenses kind of get a second wind. They kind of, like, get back into the fight a bit after their initial beatdown. And they all kind of start to come together to fight properly. So the primary part of this is that the Space Marines start forming, like, battle lines to hold back the Orcs. And then, obviously, the Guardsmen start doing the same thing or start reinforcing the Space Marines, stuff like that. So they start being able to, like, hold the Orcs back and hold strategic locations and stuff like that. And a little fun detail, a group called the Last Chancers. These are a penal squad, so they are criminals that have been forced to do, like, suicide missions. Have you ever seen the movie The Expendables?
Yes.
Yeah. Think of them as the Expendables, right? They're all essentially action stars, like action movie heroes. Because the idea is that the Last Chancers are not a normal penal company. They are a penal company that is, like, illegally made of the best soldiers ever. Specifically so that they can justify sending this, like, crack team with, like, an action movie style cast into suicidal missions.
Yeah.
So these guys get sent to go get Von Straub, and they fucking murder him.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah. It's like squad of criminal prisoner soldiers just rock up in Acheron and murder him.
Hey, let's go.
For the record, the Last Chancers are, like, they turn up a few times. They have a few really good stories. So we actually should look at the Last Chancers at some point. It's like, it's not always the same people. Like, 'cause, again, suicide missions, a bunch of them die every time and then they have to get new people. But, like, as a group, their stories are really interesting. So we should look into this at some point. Oh.
We should.
Yeah. So, yeah. Orcs are everywhere. Imperials are rallying a bit. Acheron fell because of Von Straub, and then immediately Von Straub was killed by a bunch of prisoners. So that problem solved itself, I guess. So the next area we have to look at is the Equatorial Jungle. And,
Ooh.
yeah. So the thing is, right, like I said, there's a bunch of feral orcs pouring out of here and reinforcing Ghazghkull. The issue is not the numbers, or that they're feral or anything like that. The issue is that they're coming from behind Imperial defensive lines in a lot of areas. They are like a flanking force. And because the jungle's so big, they could come out of, like, the north of it, the south of it, the middle. Like, there's no way to, like, defend
Pretty
against
much
the
everywhere,
entire
yeah.
jungle line, right?
Yeah.
So what they do is they send in a bunch of guardsmen and a couple of, like, groups of space marines to go in and basically deal with the orcs, right? And it's either just to stop them coming out, like to, you know, take an area and just protect it so the orcs don't get out, or to hunt through the jungle murdering as many orcs as possible so that there's less to go help, right? Like, the Imperials are basically going, look, we're going to send you guys in. We don't want to have to think about the forest orcs anymore. Just figure out a way to make that okay. And this is an interesting bit, right? Because of the guardsmen they send in, right, a bunch of them are, like, Armageddon orc hunters, which were, you know, pretty self-explanatory. And a bunch of them are the Catachan jungle fighters, you know, Sly Marbos dudes. And they're, like, perfect for fighting in a jungle. So they do a really good job of dealing with the orcs. And they're able to stop the orcs from being able to, like, pass out of the jungle in the west. So Armageddon Prime is no longer being buffeted by this extra force of orcs. but there's only so many guardsmen, so they can't really do anything about the other side. At the same time, right, I would say that stopping the orcs going one direction is like a pretty solid, that's 50% success rate on the part of normal humans that are really good at murdering orcs in jungles. That's pretty good success rate to me. The Space Marines that go in have what I would say is like a 0 to a negative 100% success rate at this. They are startlingly ineffective. Because what happens is they send in they send in some Black Templars, right? And they also send, or they don't send in.
Right. Right.
There is a chapter called the Relictors, right? And they are being called to aid a bunch of different locations on the planet that are being ravaged by orcs. And instead, they choose to ignore those orders and go fuck around in the jungle instead. So they are not sent into the jungle. They just turn up at the jungle and refuse to go anywhere else. But the Black Templars go. They're told to be there to a degree, so that's something. Yeah. So the idea is that the Black Templars are, you know, I'm going to tell you a little bit about these chapters. Black Templars, 100% religious. That's their whole gimmick, right? They hate chaos. Everything about it's intrinsically evil, must be destroyed in all its forms. Blah, 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 blah. Religious shit. The Relictors, on the other hand, at this point, are currently on a penal crusade. They're forced to be here because of their crimes. And their crime was using chaos artifacts. So, they're not a great group to have stuck in a jungle with the Holy Crusader Marines, you know? It's not a great pairing, as you might imagine.
Yeah.
So the Relictors also had with them an Inquisitor called Halstrom, who was leading a little group of the Relictors. So they were looking for a thing called Angron's Monolith, which is a relic from the first War for Armageddon, because Angron was there. It was a very demon-y war for the first War for Armageddon. And the Relictors are looking for this, because it's their whole thing is chaos artifacts that they're not allowed to use, but they do anyway, because, well, I don't know. They're kind of stupid. Anyway. And at the same time, you've also got the Black Templars running around in the jungle who are looking for an orc war boss called Grimscar. They're essentially there on an assassination mission, right? And they happen to run into a little group of the Relictors. Because the Relictors end up kind of split up at one point. One group's got the Inquisitor with them, and they're going for the Monolith. The other group run into the Black Templars and end up with them for a bit. So the combined group of both types of Marine find just an ancient chaos portal that's just been open on this planet since the first War for Armageddon. And obviously there's a bunch of orcs around it, because orcs see a chaos portal and go, what the fuck is that? Must investigate. But also there's a bunch of like ancient world eaters piling out of the portal. So the orcs are like, oh cool, cool guys to fight. So when the Black Templars and the Relictors find this portal, they obviously set about murdering the orcs and then murdering the world eaters and closing the portal.
Of course.
So pretty standard good guy stuff there, I would say. That is the case until after they've killed all the world eaters and closed the portal. One of the Relictors picks up a chaos artifact off of the body of one of the world eaters, and there's a point where one of the Black Templars sees him do this, and it's just like, heretic. And then they just break out into full-scale war between each other. Like, there is no questioning, there is no, like, please explain your actions right now, because I'm having serious doubts about you. It was just straight to gunfire.
Caught in 4K, right?
Yeah, that's exactly
No
it. It's
explanation.
like, Nani the fuck?
No explanation, just caught in 4K. I don't care. Don't explain.
Yeah.
I don't care. You're gonna die.
Yeah, so there was a bit of infighting there, and the Relictors were basically just murdered for their behavior. But the other group of the Relictors that were with the Inquisitor that had wandered off, they find Angron's monolith, which has a chunk of Angron's axe buried in it. It's the chunk of the axe is the important bit. So, they take the shard of the axe out of the monolith, but in doing so, it lets out this big weird psychic shriek. All it does is draw like a bunch of forest orcs to them. So suddenly there's like 20 Relictors and an Inquisitor surrounded by like magically angry 10,000 feral orcs just running at them from every direction. And the Relictor that has the shard of the axe has to use its weird chaos powers to turn himself into an avatar of rage and just go into a blind blood rage to murder all the orcs. It gets to a point that he's so angry that they run away from him. The orcs run from him.
Okay.
But that is the power of Angron, I would say, is being unbelievably angry. That is kind of his whole gimmick. So
yeah.
Yeah. And once that was dealt with, I'm pretty sure the guy falls unconscious and they basically just pick him up and carry him away because they're like, I did his job and we've got the axe bit now. Interesting detail. The Relictors, now that they have the artifact that they came to this planet for, leave.
Oh.
They just peace out. Yeah, we weren't here for the orcs or for the whole war for Armageddon thing. Or even for the fact that we were on a penal crusade and we were told to be here. No, we just came to get, the axe bit. The rest of it was just convenient for us to turn up. People would ask questions if we invaded this planet otherwise. So, they just leave.
Oh. Screw you guys, I'm going home.
Yeah, I'm taking my axe shard and going home. Fuck you.
I don't know.
Interestingly, they don't go home. Do you want to know where they go?
Where did they go?
They went to Cadia for the 13th Black Crusade, because it's a week away at this point.
Oh, God.
Cadia is about to get blown up by Abaddon the Despoiler in, genuinely, 6 months to a year from this point of the war. It's about to happen. So these guys, I think one of their navigators or one of their, astropaths started seeing, signs that this was about to go down. So they just alright, fuck it, we're going. So they just fucked off to Cadia to help defend against the 13th Black Crusade. Just didn't tell anyone anything. So that's fun.
Interesting. Yeah.
And I think maybe that's a good place to leave off for today.
Hi, I'm Miss, and I'm here with my lovely co-host, Ryan, and you're listening to Season 5 of the Iterators of the Imperium podcast, the podcast in which Ryan is the expert on Warhammer 40k, and I am the noob trying to learn about the Warhammer universe. And I don't know if it's clear from my voice right now, but I am indeed sick. But the show must go on. So, as soon as I shut up, it started to sound like normal. So, Ryan, you take the wheel. We're talking about the War of Armageddon, Part 3. Let's go.
Yes. Third War for Armageddon, Part 3. And Maze is just going to be quietly-ish dying in the corner over there as he tries to process what he's going through.
I'm also invincible if anybody's watching through... well, not listening on Spotify, but watching on YouTube and Spotify,
Yeah, Maze is slightly transparent today. We've had some uniform mismatches, I guess. I don't know what the term is.
I look like
wardrobe
a
malfunction. That's the term. Wardrobe malfunction. That's it.
I look like a flying head, but it's actually kind of a look, you know.
Yeah, honestly, it's quite cool.
Yeah.
So, last time, obviously, we continued the War for Armageddon. We got into it properly. Whole war was kicking off. There were fucking traitors from the first round coming back and taking over cities. They're being murdered by prisoners. There was
I guess semi-heretical space marines abandoning the planet after stealing part of Angron's axe. There was all kinds of manner of shit going down. So, we're basically coming to the end of this war in this episode, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Good knowledge.
But it's not the end of the whole season. It's just the end of this war. Because, like I said, there's a few things that kind of roll one directly into the other, and you'll see how that goes as this goes on. But the first part of this is actually just kind of funny. It's just really bad, like, strategics on the part of the orcs, which is kind of amusing. So the next kind of major event after the whole battle in the jungle and stuff is at Gitana Bay, where a war boss called Judroth Irontooth. There's a lot of Irontooths.
There really is.
Yeah, they're like every arsehole in his dog is part of this Irontooth group. But he decided to attack Gitana Bay, and just out of nowhere, his genius mind goes, "You know what I'll do? I'll just send in every Death Dread and Kill a Can that I have. That'll sort it out. That'll just win immediately, right?"
Yeah.
And I don't know if I don't think we've ever really covered what a Death Dread or a Kill a Can is, right? The way you think about them is, you know how the Imperials have dreadnoughts?
Yeah.
Think of it as the orc version of a dreadnought.
Oh,
right?
God.
So I'll show you some here, right? So this is a Death Dread, big orky robot walker thing, right?
Yeah.
This is what like the models tend to look like. Or there's this kind as well, right? They got a bit more a bit more menacing as time went on, because these are two different generations of models. They went from like funny orky death robot to like straight up like Disney villain death robot with like spinning saws and stuff.
Disney villain.
It has to have skulls, it has to have claws, even though what does a claw do as a weapon? Like, you know what I mean? Standard stuff.
Yeah.
So, and I'll show you the Kill a Cans too, which are basically just a smaller, less impressive version of the same thing. So this guy just gets every one of these robots that he can and sends them in to take out Gitana Bay. That his plan is this will immediately win the day with overwhelming force, right? Which is a great idea in theory. What he was not prepared for is that when they managed to knock some holes in the defenses of Gitana Bay and actually get the Death Dreads and stuff inside, they were greeted with 17 venerable dreadnoughts. And I've got a good picture for these guys. This is one of the Space Wolf ones. It wasn't this guy, but you get the idea. Giant, much more menacing, probably much better quality death robot.
Yeah.
And I believe actually, there's a model of a different kind as well. These are what they look like if you play them in the actual game. But still bigger and more menacing than the Death Dreads and stuff, I would say. In terms of like this kind of war, I would say this looks a bit scarier. It looks like it knows what strategy and tactics are. You know?
Yes, it has a brain.
It looks like it has a brain, which makes it somehow scarier. I don't know why. So, immediately upon getting inside Gitana Bay, or inside its defences, they were greeted with 17 of these fuckers that proceeded to absolutely ravage the orcs. It was a pretty rough day for the orcs, and shortly into this, I'm going to say battle that took place. It wasn't really a battle, it was more a massacre. But shortly into it, the Imperial Aeronautica, their air force, turned up and started bombing the shit out of the orcs, like strafing runs and stuff. Think like Helldivers. Just straight strafing runs and stuff, clean over the orc lines. So the orcs just went, fuck this, and ran. So Death Dreads and Kill a Cans were gone, and their actual orcs were being gunned down by planes. Like, yeah, we'll just leave it at that. I think just gonna back up slowly.
Yeah, I'm not on it for today.
I'm just not feeling it. You know, I woke up with like a sore neck. Maybe I'll try this one again. Once it's eased off of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, not the smartest move in orc history, but you gotta admire the effort.
Yeah, A for effort.
Oh yeah, A for effort.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to cover a wee bit of like a backstory thing next, right? So this is like proper lore backstory stuff that has very little to do with what's actually going on, right? But you'll see where we're going. This is the Ghazghkull part of it. So, do you remember Makari, his little grot that he made that's like, spans space and time? He's not just like that one grot. He's whichever grot needs to be Makari.
Yes.
Yeah. So, obviously, he died a bunch of times, right? So, do you remember when Ghazghkull beat up the Bloodthirster to take over their Space Hulk right at the start when he was first getting off his planet?
Yeah.
In that fight, I don't think I mentioned it. In that fight, Makari is killed. He's thrown out into space and just kind of freezes.
I don't think you mentioned that. No.
I don't think I did. It wasn't particularly relevant at the time. But shortly after that, Makari was just reincarnated as a different grot. He just woke up as a different guy and was like, okay. But I had no idea who he was or where he was that time, and it gradually came back to him. And since then, he's died a few times. Ending with the end of the Second War for Armageddon, when Ghazghkull, turns against the gods and kills Makari outright himself as, like, a way to show he is turned against the gods. Which we did mention.
Oh. Yeah.
So, that's kind of the end of Makari, and Ghazghkull was left after that with, like, the doctor that had brought him back to life in the first place as his, like, guide. And that's how he was roped into going back to the Third War for Armageddon.
Yeah.
So there's no Makari at this point, but one of Ghazghkull's lieutenants, so one of the captains he originally, went around and, like, beat into submission to get them to join him, a dude called Bullets, which we have talked about before, he goes to Ghazghkull and explains that, like, Makari was a sign of, I guess, a morale kind of thing. He was the banner waver, so like he didn't do much for fighting, but having him charging in with the rest of the boys, it made them feel like Ghazghkull was with them. It made them feel like the gods were with them. So he was a big sign of morale.
Yeah, he's the glue that kept them together, to not panic.
Yeah, kind of, yeah, a bit of that.
A symbol, right? He was a symbol.
He was a symbol. That's exactly what Makari was. He was a symbol. So, Bullets goes to Ghazghkull and he basically argues with him to explain that we need Makari back. The guys need to have Makari at their side. In reality, there's a part of that, but also Bullets just liked Makari and he missed him. So, Ghazghkull just grabs a random grot and turns him into Makari. Because the way he does it is he puts his claw on him, puts his hand on him, and it burns the shape of his hand onto the grot. And in the process, the grot becomes Makari. It's like a blessing from the prophet of Gork and Mork, I guess. So this grot just wakes up as Makari all of a sudden. Is like, where the fuck am I? And he quickly realizes that Ghazghkull only brought him back to placate Bullets and the other orcs. So he just throws himself in front of a bunch of gunfire and kills himself. Because fuck you, basically. He's not gonna... Like, you gotta remember, Makari feels so unbelievably wronged by what Ghazghkull did to him that until Ghazghkull admits, or until Ghazghkull's willing to own up to it, he doesn't want to help him,
Yeah.
There's no loss to Makari in dying. He'll just come back.
Yeah.
Right? So, as long as it'll piss off Ghazghkull, he may as well just keep ending himself over and over so as to not help him, as long as Ghazghkull's going to be a dick about it.
Yeah.
That's the idea. Until Ghazghkull starts realizing what he's done is wrong, and that he's, being a dick. Makari's going to be just as much a dick back to him. So, this leads into a cycle of Ghazghkull bringing Makari back just for Makari to immediately kill himself. And this goes on for a while.
Oh, gosh.
But towards the kind of... Well, no. A while into the war. I was going to say towards the end of the war. Towards the end of the war for Ghazghkull. Makari is reincarnated one more time. And he is kind of thrown off guard by the fact that he immediately finds Ghazghkull talking directly to him, rather than, like, ignoring him or talking, to other people like Makari, about Makari, as if Makari isn't in the room, which is what he usually did. That kind of stuff. He just didn't acknowledge him. But this time, he wakes up and has Ghazghkull speaking directly to him. And Ghazghkull kind of explains that he can't apologize because a true orc would never apologize. But he knows he's done a couple of things wrong, right? From where they were to where they've ended up, he knows he's not done the right thing a couple of times at least.
So he's apologizing without saying sorry.
He's admitting fault without apologizing in a way. He's like, I know I fucked up, but I'm not gonna say sorry because that makes it seem like, so it's that kind of thing. And then he has Makari look out over the battlefield that is Armageddon with him, and he's like, it could be so much better. They're looking out at this massive war, and Ghazghkull's like, it could be so much better if I just listened to the gods. It would have been way beyond this scale. And this whole deep, meaningful conversation is ended quite quickly when a Lehman Russ tank rocks up and blows a hole through Ghazghkull.
Yeah. I'll do it.
That'll put an end to that conversation.
Yep.
So, Makari does save Ghazghkull. He climbs into the tank and murders the tank crew, and then goes back to Ghazghkull. And Ghazghkull, at this point, being heavily injured and stuff, and having his life saved by Makari just moments before, he admits that he did wrong by Makari. So rather than just, I did a couple of things wrong, it's, I know I wronged you personally. He's finally admitting to what he had actually done wrong, rather than keeping it vague so he doesn't have to face up to what he did. And he talks about how he intends to leave Armageddon again, leave the war unfinished for the second time, and follow what the gods had planned for him. The Great Wa. Right? This whole thing of turning the stars green. That's what his goal is now. Fuck Armageddon. This was a waste of time. We should never have came back here. Yeah. There is a bigger picture, and I'm finally seeing it again. So, with that, Ghazghkull and Makari, and a couple others, just fuck off from Armageddon, leaving the war to continue with Ghazghkull's generals running it. This leads Ghazghkull to taking part in the Octarian War. You know, the Orc Empire mentioned before the Third War for Armageddon.
Yeah.
The Iteratids? Yeah. So we're going to swap over and look at that. That's the next major thing. But like I said, because Ghazghkull goes from one directly into the other, the stories all kind of roll back to back. There's going to be a bit of setup stuff we have to do, which will be next episode. But we're going to finish out the Third War for Armageddon after Ghazghkull's left in this episode.
Okay.
So, from this point on, Ghazghkull's gone, right? He's fucked off to go do bigger, better things, and he's left his generals in charge of the war. Yeah. Now, you might remember, but it has been a while since we last recorded. It's been a bit. Miz on holiday and whatnot, so we've been a little bit. You might remember, I had mentioned that the 13th Black Crusade was about to happen. That's why the Relictors left this planet and just abandoned the war after they got the shard from Angron's axe, because the 13th Black Crusade and the Fall of Cadia was 6 months out. So this war is still going on when Cadia falls. And after, I might add. Right? Now, I'm gonna throw up this picture of the Great Rift that formed after Cadia fell. Right? And basically directly above your head and a little bit to what would be screen right. Yeah, over there. Yeah, that kind of direction. Armageddon sits in that kind of area, right? It's fairly close to the Great Rift. So, not a great place to be when it first tears across the galaxy. But there's a thing that I don't know how much we've talked about. I don't think we've mentioned it in any great detail. But there was an event called the Blackness that occurred after this Great Rift opened. So, it's called the Blackness, or there's like 18 other names. There is Noctis Aeterna, which in English is Eternal Night. There's the Blackness, there's the Days of Blinding. It's a whole fucking list, right? They have to have a million names and a million different poncy ways of saying it. It's a whole thing. Basically, what happened was the light from the Emperor's golden throne that shines within the warp disappeared. It was no longer there. So no one had any way of traveling within the warp. Or humanity didn't have a way to travel within the warp. Because they didn't have, like, this beacon to guide, like, to direct themselves from as a point of reference. Yeah. So this happened for a while. They didn't have any way to travel properly. So no human reinforcements could get to Armageddon. Right? Couldn't get anywhere else either. Basically, every planet was isolated from the others. But they couldn't get to Armageddon.
Going blind. They didn't try.
Well, they could try, but they usually just die.
I mean, whatever. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be, right?
Well, that's true. The Emperor protects and all that shit.
Yeah, like, if it's meant to be, you can go in blind. He'll guide you.
Yeah. So there was a couple other things that came from this. In this same period, you've got to think that with this big rift open across the galaxy, the warp has much more influence on the material world, right? But also, the initial opening caused a lot of chaos, like weird warp storms all over the place and shit like that. So there was no one could travel properly in the warp without getting mulched by a warp storm. Astropaths couldn't send messages through the warp to each other. What else was there? Demon incursions all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
I think this was like the first time since the Horus Heresy that demons ever set foot on Terra. So, yeah, pretty bad time. But obviously, orcs couldn't travel to Armageddon to reinforce, and neither could humans. So it was just the people on the planet were left to, continue the war as was.
Yeah.
But, fun thing, as this, like, human-on-orc massive war is going on, demons started popping up all over the planet.
Ooh.
Yeah, just demon incursions started occurring all over the place. Just hundreds of thousands of the fuckers everywhere.
Amazing.
Yeah. Now, Armageddon is a planet that Khorne really wants because I don't know why, but there's a thing with it because like Angron attacked this place and was defeated here back at the first war for Armageddon, and he is Khorne's big guy. So like Khorne's got a vested interest in seeing this planet get fucked up. So there's a bunch of Khorne's demons that turn up here and start fucking everything up. And also a bunch of Tzeentch's dudes turn up and start fucking everything up. Yeah. The only benefit to this for the orcs or for the humans is that both of these demon types hate each other. So as much as it was like a four-way free-for-all, it was also like the Khorne demons versus the Tzeentch demons, and humanity and the orcs versus both of them. Like, it was a pretty common sight to see an orc back-to-back with a human gunning down demons until they eventually turned on each other because they're not allies, but they'd rather kill demons than each other.
A temporary alliance, isn't that what you say? Or, like, agreement, right?
Yeah, aye.
With the common enemy, yeah.
Yeah, the common enemy was the issue here.
Yeah.
So, this led to the planet getting pretty heavily fucked up, I'll be honest. And this continued for basically the entirety of the Days of Blackness. Eventually, once that passed and the light of the Astronomicon came back and the warp started to settle a little bit and stuff, reinforcements started to turn up from all sides. So humanity started getting ships in, orcs started piling in from nearby planets and stuff, and the war ramps up again. All the demons really stood to do was extend the war by putting more people in it. They didn't really turn the tide in any particular direction. They kind of just added more gunfire and more bodies to the fray. So they really did very little in the long run.
Well.
Yeah. Although, because of the sheer number of demons on the planet during that time, when reinforcements did turn up, the planet was like half demon planet. The landscape had all warped and went all creepy and chaosy.
Nice.
Yeah, really disgusting.
It's quite bad, but it looks beautiful. It looks cool.
Yeah. So the war never actually ended up until the modern day, right? As far as like the actual lore is concerned, this war is basically still going on, with just humans being constantly shipped in, orcs being constantly shipped in, and demons turning up all the time. It kind of just kept going in this state of like people dying every second and no one ever really making any progress. There is a whole storyline with when the reinforcements turn up after the Days of Blindness, they send in a bunch of Space Marines and stuff to, you know, try and actually provide some real relief, right? You can send in 2 million guardsmen, but like 40 Space Marines is better. So like they send in proper numbers of Space Marines to try and actually help. But they end up involved in this whole storyline with a bunch of the demons trying to re-summon Angron onto the planet. And that's a whole thing, and I feel like we should cover it properly in a season focused on chaos stuff. You know what I mean? Because it's very much a chaos-focused storyline.
It is.
Yeah, so I feel like maybe if we do a season that we're like, let's just look at Angron being a dick, because he's like back doing stuff again now. There's a what I mean, there's whole extra storylines with him in the modern day, so we could do that and just like look at the 80 times people have failed to summon this guy again in the middle.
Why do I feel like that was like you did a setup for like a cinema trailer here? Angron is back, and he's even more angrier than ever, right? Like, oh,
you're not wrong. That is basically what the tagline for the Angron the book was.
Oh god damn!
You know what's really funny, right? So I read that book when it was like first released, like the day it was out. I had it, I read it, right? It was a good book. It was a good book. But it's one of those that, like, Warhammer 40k novels tend to do this thing where they have 3 storylines, right? And it's like 3 different characters' perspectives that all gradually form, or interlink with each other in different areas, or gradually form together to end at some big culmination of all the storylines at once, right? And the Angron one had a similar thing. And one of the storylines was about a bunch of Grey Knights that survived the first War for Armageddon, hunting him down, and they all just get murdered. Like, they accomplish nothing. Like, they don't slow him down, they don't hurt him, they don't kill him. I'm pretty sure there's a point where they actually make him actually happy for the first time in his life. You're like, yeah, I see why this was an Angron novel and not a fucking Grey Knights one, because they did shit all. I think all they did was kill themselves, basically. They tried.
A for effort, I guess.
Tell you what, though, good book, regardless. It was a very good book. Just the Grey Knights in it were startlingly ineffective. Although, again, it is Angron, so I guess the whole point is he's supposed to be better than anyone, really. You know what I mean? What's the point in having Primarchs if they're not, like, an Ex Machina type thing where they turn up so they win? I reckon we're going to have a storyline soon of Lionel Johnson impaling Angron. I feel like that's why they brought him back. Like, because they brought Angron back, and then, like, a month later they were like, Lionel Johnson, go! You're like, yeah, I think I see where this is going. Somehow I feel like Gilliman's not taken to the field to beat Angron to death. I don't see that happening. But I could see old man Johnson getting him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. So, as we leave off with the Third War for Armageddon, the war is still going on. The planet is fucked because it's like half demon world now, and there's no real end in sight. That's the gist of it. It's kind of just gonna roll on this massive war for God knows how long. It's probably gonna be the next Kalia. I guess that is kind of the state of Armageddon as we leave it. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go back to our boy Ghazghkull in the next episode.
Thraka. Yes.
What we'll probably have to do is, like I mentioned, the Octarius War was going on. It started off a bit before this, before the Third War for Armageddon. So there's a bit of ground we have to cover before Ghazghkull shows up there to help out. And then we'll finish out that war. And then I think there's a little bit extra we need to do with Ghazghkull after the Octarian War, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
Hi, I'm Miss, and I'm here with my lovely co-host, Ryan. And you're listening to Season 5 of the Iterators of the Imperium podcast, the podcast in which Ryan is the expert on Warhammer 40k, and I am the noob, or intermediate, which tries to learn about the Warhammer universe. And we've been talking about the orcs for this season, and we're currently in a war that never ends. Last episode, if you guys been listening to it, we had a little bit of like beef between two characters. I won't say which, and there was a little bit of kissing, a little bit of making up, right? And
that took a turn.
Because they won't apologize.
Yeah,
our boy Thraka, Ghazghkull. It is what it is. Do you want to take it over before I get into some real fanfic here, Ryan?
Yes, absolutely. Please let me. We don't need fanfic. That's not what we're here for. That's a separate podcast.
The internet is filled with that anyway, so it's... Yeah.
Hear me out. Bonus episodes where we just read people's Warhammer fanfic.
I'm so down.
Let's do it.
I'm so down. Yeah.
I was trying to think of a fun way to end this season, like a fun episode to do at the end, and I had an idea, but maybe reading fanfic is going to be better.
Oh, God.
So, yeah, as Mez has pointed out there, we left off last time, we're rounding out the Third War for Armageddon. Obviously, Ghazghkull finally saw sense, resurrected Makari, two of them made up, and Ghazghkull and Makari and some of his boys pissed off into the galaxy to go follow the path that Gork and Mork had laid out for them.
Yes.
And we obviously covered how the Third War for Armageddon continued after Ghazghkull left, because it's not all about him.
No.
So, like we said, we will be catching up with Ghazghkull later on, right? But there is a bit we have to do first, because we're going back to the Orc Empire of Octarius that we talked about a little bit before we started the Third War for Armageddon. And I'm gonna re-summarize what I explained before, and then we're gonna go further from that point, because the Octarius War is going on at the same time as the Third War for Armageddon, so it's kind of a branching path. So, before we got to the Third War for Armageddon, we obviously briefly mentioned this Orc Empire that had a minor Gene Stealer uprising. And the Overfiend, the guy who runs Octarius, just hired the craziest orc in the galaxy to go murder the Gene Stealers before they became a problem. And that was it, said and done. But there is a bit more to it. We're going to have to talk a bit about Tyranids now, because this is where the Tyranids come in, to the orc storyline. So, the whole issue that we get with Octarius, this whole area, is the massive army of space bugs called Hive Fleet Leviathan. And Leviathan was the third Hive Fleet that the Imperium ever met. Third one that turned up. But it was a bit different than the other two they had seen before this, in two ways. One, it was absolutely fucking massive. There was an absurd number of space bugs. Like Starship Troopers type shit. Oh god, what's it called? Helldivers 2 type shit. That kind of level of space bugs, right? They were everywhere.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that all of the Hive fleets up until this point had came from the galactic east, whereas Leviathan came from the south. So it kind of caught people off guard a bit. They were like, we didn't know they could come from that way. So, it was a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
So,
So rather than turning up in, I believe, the Ultima Segmentum, they turned up in Segmentum Pacificus to the south, and then made their way kind of northeast towards the Ultima Segmentum, rather than starting off with that bit. So they kind of came in at the back end of this area. So I actually have a map here that'll show you a bit. So right next to your head there at the bottom, there is a bit that says Hive Fleet Leviathan, and you can kind of see how it splits off and kind of goes into the galaxy.
Yeah.
So it's part of this section that goes kind of north and then curves towards the east. That is this is the area we're talking about. So you can actually see on the map there's a bit there labeled as Octarius, I believe. Either way. Octarius and Geist are right next to each other. So, this is where they came in, right? And there's an Inquisitor who's kind of at the forefront of all this Tyranid nonsense, and his name is Inquisitor Cryptman. I'll let you know now, his solution for most problems is blowing up planets. He's very much got like the whole Death Star thing going on, just... So, the enemy can't get the resources if there are no resources, and then just blows up the planet. That's his solution to basically every problem.
Very effective, though.
It is very effective. Sometimes. Apparently, he's not great at thinking ahead, as you'll see in this episode.
Yeah.
So, it's once this Hive Fleet kind of splits off and starts heading up towards the inner edge of the Ultima Segmentum, that's when Cryptman gets involved with this bit. Because he realizes that this Hive Fleet is heading somewhat near this Orc Empire called Octarius. And he kind of realizes that he could kill two birds with one stone here if he could make the Hive Fleet turn towards the Orcs. Because the Orc Empire of Octarius is a very large Orc Empire, which means that if the space bugs and the orcs just meet there, they'll probably just kill each other.
Yeah.
Right? So that's his plan. He's like, two birds, one stone, it'll all be fine. So he's like, I need to divert the Hive Fleet a bit. So what he does is, he and a bunch of his guys capture a little brood of gene stealers. Because obviously they're there to guide the Hive Fleet. You know, they act as like a homing beacon for them. So he captures a little brood of them, puts them on a Space Hulk, that's heading vaguely towards Octarius. He does have to blow up that moon Geist to make it get to Octarius, but once the Space Hulk arrives at Octarius, the orcs obviously go and loot the Space Hulk, because, you know, free shit. And in the process, they are infected by the Gene Stealers, so they become, like, mutant-y, half-orc, half-Tyranid monsters. So, this is when the orc overfiend of Octarius hires the craziest bastard in the galaxy to go kill these infected orcs. And he obviously turns up, wipes out all the infected orcs, the Gene Stealers and all that, and they think, job done, problem solved. And as far as Cryptman's concerned, his plan hasn't worked perfectly, but it has worked. Because the entire Hive Fleet doesn't turn away towards the Orc Empire, but a section of it splits off and heads towards it. So there's now much less Tyranids heading further into that area of space, and a bunch of them going towards the Orcs now. So his plan didn't work entirely, because they didn't all leave, but he's got some of them, and like 60% of an army of space bugs is much easier to kill than 100%, so, you know, still a win.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So there was some good luck, some good logic that went on here. For the record, the rest of that fleet that the section diverts off of, the bit that continues on is heading towards an area called the Red Scar, which is where the Blood Angels are. It's like where their homeworld is, where Sanguinius was found and all that. And that leads to a whole storyline called The Devastation of Baal, and it's an amazing storyline.
We have talked about that, haven't we?
We've mentioned it a few times. Probably because I once in a while reference the whole thing of the Blood Angels leader dying and seeing Sanguinius, and Sanguinius just pushes him back into his body. It's like, get up, you lazy bastard. That's during the Devastation of Baal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's probably why I've mentioned it, because I feel like I've made jokes about that a bunch of times.
I feel like you have.
Excellent storyline, though. The Blood Angels in the modern day are fantastic.
Nice.
So, this, like, tendril of the Hive Fleet. By the way, whenever the fleet split, the bits that come off are referred to as tendrils. I don't know why they refer to the whole Hive Fleet as if it's some big tentacly monster. Which, I mean, if you see Tyranids, it makes sense. So, the tendril of the Hive Fleet splits off and heads towards Octarius. So, the first planet that they land on is a planet called Orc. And you gotta remember, the Orcs think they've dealt with this problem, so they did not see this coming.
Yeah.
So, as soon as Tyranids start falling to the planet, the Orcs are like, shit, what the fuck is going on? They barely have enough time to, like, get to their gun emplacements and stuff. They're totally caught off guard. And essentially all-out war breaks out on this planet on every scale, right? You've got small orcs versus small space bugs, big orcs versus big space bugs. You've got squig-oths, the big fucking squig monsters, versus the big-ass space bugs. There's war of every scale brawling on this planet, and it basically just becomes a bloodbath. But this is not, like, a major world in the Orc Empire, so the number of orcs is significantly lower than the number of space bugs. And on that first day, by the time it gets to nightfall, every orc is dead.
Damn.
Yep. they slaughtered them. So, you gotta remember the whole thing with the space bugs, or with the Tyranids. I should start using the proper terms, because we're, meant to be teaching people things. The whole thing with the Tyranids is, they go to a planet, they kill everything, they set up these, like, pools of acid, the digesting pools, dump all the biomass in it, and then that, like, recycles it so that they can make new space bugs with it. Right?
Yeah.
So, just summarizing the gist of space bugs for you. So this entire planet is, like, wiped clean in, like, a day for them to make more Tyranids. So the Hive Fleet that has split off is now larger than it was when it first appeared.
Oh, God.
Yeah. The next planet that they go for is a planet called Gorala, which this one is a bit more of an issue for the Tyranids, because Gorala is a homeworld for an orc pirate warboss called Scarfang. And Scarfang has a dread fleet, which is just a really cool way of saying a fleet. Yeah. So yeah, Scarfang is like an orc pirate, and as you might assume, he has a whole fleet of ships, right, at his disposal. So when the Tyranid fleet arrives over the planet, every orc ship within like 12 light years just turns around to fucking gun them down while they're still in space. So between the massive orc firepower and the minefield that was hidden around the planet, the Tyranid Hive Fleet gets like wrecked. There's only like one ship makes it down to the planet. Like there's a moment where Scarfang's just looking out as he sees this one ship make it past, and he's like, "Ah, shit! Now we got to fight on the ground." So he sends a bunch of his boys to go down to the planet to sort out the space bugs, and it becomes a whole thing, right? Because you got to remember that the Tyranids adapt to anything. Adaptability is their whole thing, right? They're weirdly intelligent creatures, and they have very fluid biology, so you can just make a creature to suit any situation, right? Yeah. They've got ones that are like las rifle proof, they've got ones that are ballistic proof, they've got ones that are, well, not a lot is plasma proof, to be honest with you. Plasma tends to wipe out literally everything, but you get the idea. They just adapt to anything. But such a small number of them made it down onto the planet that they couldn't really act like Tyranids because, well, there was too little of them. They would just get wiped out. So they started doing like stealth attacks, right? They would treat the orcs like prey, and they were predators. So they would stalk them till you ended up with a small, isolated group of orcs, and then they would like sweep in really quickly and murder them all.
Yeah.
So in response to this, the orcs started moving in larger groups so that the Tyranids couldn't do this. So the Tyranids adapted again, and what they started doing was just attacking large groups of orcs
as quickly as possible to cause mass carnage. So they would like get this huge group of them, surround them by like stealthing in, and then just flood in from everywhere and tearing shit apart. So the orcs didn't know which way to fire and things like that. They were using like speed to their advantage and surprise to their advantage. So even if there was a larger group of orcs, they could kind of make it work for them. Even if they had to retreat without killing all of them, they would still get a bunch of them. The thing is, orcs don't really give a shit about bodies, so they kind of just leave the dead orcs lying and wander off afterwards. This worked to the great benefit of the Tyranids, because at night, they would come out of their caves and tunnels and stuff that they've been away hiding in, and gather up the bodies of the dead, take them back to the caves, into the digestion pools, and make more Tyranids. So every time they managed to kill a couple of orcs, they got more Tyranids out of it, and slowly the scale of war started to shift.
Yeah.
Yeah. But obviously, with more Tyranids meant that they could be a bit more brazen with their strategies, with their ways of attacking the orcs. So, once the Tyranid army starts to grow, they start taking on larger groups of orcs at any one time to get more biomass to make more Tyranids. So they're playing a numbers game here. Eventually, Scarfang sees what's going on, that his orcs aren't doing quite as well as they should be, and the Tyranids are definitely still on the planet. So he goes down to the planet himself to lead. And at this point, you're getting like proper battles between orcs and Tyranids, because there's enough Tyranids that they can do that. They can fight actual warfare now. But with their war boss beside them, the orcs all rally and start fighting a lot harder, a lot better. And they kind of start pushing the Tyranids back, like, more significantly than they have been up until this point. So, the Tyranids adapt again. They realize Scarfang has to die, so they make what are called lictors. I'll show you these guys. Look at this bad boy. This guy is designed to assassinate. Right? They're like, we'll make some of these guys. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So they make a bunch of these to go, like, to sneak in and assassinate Scarfang. Because if Scarfang dies, the orcs will go back to being pretty useless, and the Tyranids will win eventually. But Scarfang happens to have what are called squig hounds. Right? Do you remember the squigs? A little ball with a mouth and two legs.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And there's like a million kinds of them. There's a type that are called squig hounds. They're like bloodhounds. They guard like a watchdog, and they got a really good sense of smell. Scarfang has these guys, like these things that he has as like pets or his guard dogs or whatever. And every time the lictors tried to go assassinate Scarfang, the orcs were alerted by the squig hounds because they could sense them coming.
Oh god.
So, all the assassination attempts failed, unfortunately for the Tyranids. Very fortunate for Scarfang. So, the Tyranids adapted again, and this time they went with hit-and-run strategies, right? They decided to kind of use the orcs' rage against them, that if we can annoy them enough, they'll be stupid, right? So, they make up a bunch of what are called hormagaunts, which are these guys. And the idea is they send in a shitload of these to do a really quick attack and then run away again before the orcs can, like, rally a defense. And they do it from, like, every angle, right? So they'll come from the east once, west next, north next, south next, and they just keep doing it for all different directions. The orcs don't know what's going on, and they never really get a chance to fight back because they wait long enough for the orcs to kind of drop their defenses a bit and then do it again. And eventually, Scarfang gets pissed off and orders that his boys pursue the hormagaunts. So all his boys load up into trucks and onto, like, death wagons and stuff, and they rally out after these fuckers. And this was obviously a trap, as you might assume.
Yeah.
So what the Tyranids had done is they had set up a bunch of these things called venom throats. And as you can kind of see, they're like a little stalk creature that produces this, like, poisonous fog. So once the orcs were in amongst them, these things all start spewing this fog, which blinds the orcs and also kind of poisons them. Which means that the orcs all crash their trucks and wagons into each other or into rocks and stuff.
and those that aren't killed by the crash start choking to death on the poison fog. And obviously, a few of them still have their heads about them and start like trying to kill these things to stop the fog. And after a few of them are killed, and Scarfang obviously is still alive, he gets out of his truck, starts hacking down some of these guys. And once the fog starts to clear, because these things aren't producing it anymore, he realizes he is surrounded by 12 lictors. It's like just those things emerging out of the fog.
Nice.
I believe he makes like 2 steps towards one of them before like every one of them stabs him.
Oh god.
Just impaled from every
can
direction.
I make a lighthearted joke here? Can I make a lighthearted joke? So instead of this being like a venomous fog, right? It's just they've been eating Mexican food. It's just farts. And the orcs quite enjoyed it, and they all had a party. Sorry. That's disgusting. Continue.
I feel like orcs would like enchiladas. I feel like they would.
I feel like they do. And farts, just a big mist of
They probably laugh at them. I imagine an orc has a sense of humor of like an 8-year-old child.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Probably. So obviously, once Scarfang's dead, story as old as time. The war boss is dead. The orcs lose cohesion. The army falls apart pretty quickly. Standard stuff. So the planet Gorala quickly falls to the Tyranids after this. And again, it is wiped clean, everything's put into the acid pools, and they use it to make new ships and rebuild the army. Standard stuff.
Nice.
So, the next thing we come to is actually the planet Octarius itself, which obviously is the main world of this whole Orc Empire. And the Overfiend there had heard about Orok, the first planet that fell, and he was prepared, right? He knew the Tyranids were coming, and he was fucking ready for them, right? He had every type of orc troop ready to go. He had a whole fucking massive army of orcs ready for these fuckers. He had helicopters ready, planes ready. He had, like, machine gun encampments all over the place, even up in the mountains and stuff, right? Had, like, anti-air weapons and everything set up everywhere. He was ready for these fuckers.
It's prepared.
He was fucking prepared. So, once the Tyranids start falling towards the planet, the orcs all start cheering. They're ready for this fight. They've been excited for it. They've been waiting for this shit. And all the machine gun emplacements and anti-air stuff all just unleash hell into the sky to kill the Tyranids as they're falling. So it just starts raining, fired bullet casings and Tyranid bits.
Nice.
Yeah. And those few Tyranids that make it to the ground are basically just torn apart limb from limb by the massive army of orcs waiting for them. Like piranhas just trying to grab apart. But I got his leg. So this kind of continues until what appears to be an approaching storm cloud turns out to be a massive horde of gargoyles, which are these guys. There's so many, it looked like a storm cloud until they got close enough.
Yeah, and then
So
you shit yourselves.
Yeah, so obviously these fuckers can fly, which is an issue, right? So the anti-air guns and everything just turn to fire into these things as well, which means more Tyranids are getting onto the ground because they've got multiple targets to shoot at now. But obviously there's more than enough orcs on the ground to handle the small amount of Tyranids that are landing. Overfiend also gets all the orc helicopters and planes into the sky to go take care of these things. And there are also some orcs that are like, they just have like an axe, but they're so excited for the fight, they start climbing up the mountains to try and like take a swing at them as fly past. And now all that happens really is that it changes from raining bullets and Tyranid bits to raining bullets, Tyranid bits, the odd flying orc, and, general mechanical wreckage as their helicopters and stuff are torn apart. But still, not much is going on here. And, orcs are loving every minute of this. It's all going really well for them. And then the ground starts shaking, and kind of bursts open a bit in a few different places, exposing these like underground tunnels full of Tyranids that all just swarm up into the middle of like the ground forces of the orcs. And
Great.
I tell you what, I don't think orcs have ever been so excited for an enemy to burst up under their feet, because the orcs basically just shoved them all back into their tunnels, then jumped in after them to chase them down.
What?
Yeah.
That is so dumb and I love it.
I know. I don't know why, right? I don't know if you've seen it. I don't know what it's from exactly, but there's this clip that I see on the internet once in a while, and it's you know those like the YouTubers and stuff that do mocap to be able to animate characters within a game and stuff. So it's one of those, and it's playing. I think it was the remake of Dead Space 1, like the remaster of Dead Space 1. And there's a bit right at the start where you like go into a hallway and one of the monsters like jumps up into a vent and like disappears. So you just get this really quick glimpse of it, and the guy's like chasing it down, climbing into the vent and like crawling after it. And he's like, "You're the monster! You don't get to run away! Get back here and scare me!" Like that's what it was like for the orcs. They're like chasing the Tyranids down their own tunnel. It's like, get back here! You're the invader. Get back here and fight.
Catch him off guard, right? Come on.
That's it. So yeah, this finally gave like the bulk of the orc army something to do, and they were fucking loving every minute of it.
I could imagine.
Yeah. So the Tyranids did manage to get some like stealth bugs up the mountains to take out like the gun emplacements, which meant that they could now get more more Tyranids onto the ground. So the rain of like fresh Tyranids picks up a bit more. But I mean, even then, they're only matching the orcs like on a 1-to-1 basis, and the orcs have like a home field advantage. They're loving it. So they still don't make a lot of headway, but like the planet is getting a bit fucked up now, and there's like blood everywhere. But like everyone's still happy.
Nice.
No one's particularly winning or losing, but everyone's having a good time. That's the gist. So this just kind of continues on like this for a long time, Orc versus Bug. It is the biggest war Octarius has ever seen. So the Orcs are fucking loving it. But outside of Octarius, the war obviously is just kind of ramping up, because it's not just on this planet, it's the whole area of space that's considered part of this empire. It's all getting ravaged by the Tyranids. But it spills beyond that sometimes, right? Because, like, there will be an area that is, you know, like you could draw on a map. This area is considered the Orc Empire. The Tyranids don't give a shit. Any planets nearby that have stuff worth killing, they'll go kill, right?
Yeah.
This leads to some other factions getting involved, because the Tyranids start upsetting the Eldar, so Eldar craft worlds start getting involved. And then, because the craft world have got involved, and there's some collateral damage of humans, a bunch of space marines start getting involved. So, like, on the edges of this war, there were, like, new mini-wars breaking out of, like, 17 different factions all just throwing in their own firepower.
Thank you.
So that's fun.
Yeah. That's something. Fun is also a word.
So, you'll probably remember, orcs are drawn to big fights, right? It's their whole thing. So from all over this whole area of space, orcs are piling into Octarius to, like, join in the big war. So, like, even if the orcs are dying, their numbers are constantly going up, because they're constantly getting new, fresh reinforcements from, you know, the arse crack in nowhere. And there's a whole fun thing where, like, as they're fighting, right, the Tyranids are dying, which makes the orcs tougher and bigger and stronger, because they're winning, right? But if the orcs do lose a fight, the Tyranids just drag their body away, turn it into biomass, and make more Tyranids that are bigger and tougher, right? Mm-hmm. And the funny thing is, Cryptman, the Inquisitor who started all of this, had been like, oh yeah, they'll kill each other, it'll be fine. And it's like only at this point that he's like, ah, shit. Both of these groups get tougher if they win. They don't go down in numbers. They don't get weaker. They're not like normal enemies. So he realizes that all he's done is made one of them guaranteed to become a much bigger threat, because either the Tyranids win and then they mulch up the entire Orc Empire and have like 8 times the amount of bugs they did to begin with, or the Orcs win and then they've just got a shitload of giant super Orcs to kill that are all roided out on bug murder.
Yeah.
So it's around this point, once the war's really in full swing, the Cryptman's sitting there like, ah, shit, I goofed. This is a bad plan.
I haven't thought this through, you know?
Yeah, this was a flawed plan from the beginning, I think. So, there's one last bit we're going to talk about with this today, right?
Yeah.
And it's your boy Ghazghkull. This is when Ghazghkull turns up, right? Once the war's in full swing. So obviously he's done all his stuff on Armageddon. He's, you know, reconciled with the gods and Makari, and he's headed this way. Ghazghkull is such that orcs follow him wherever he goes, right? There are orcs that will follow him before they'll follow the call of a big fight. So even on his way here, he's amassed a massive army of orcs without really taking much from the war that was already going on in Armageddon. So when he rocks up, it's like a massive fleet of reinforcements that come with him. And they all just take to the field and start murdering Tyranids. And I'm going to show you something here. This is the Mawlog. It is a gigantic space bug.
I think you've shown me this before, yeah.
I probably have. It's a pretty good example of what space bugs are.
Yeah.
But Ghazghkull turns up on the battlefield with this massive army of reinforcements and starts murdering bugs. Until this thing turns up and starts murdering all the orcs, because it's gigantic. So Ghazghkull kind of just does the, like, knuckle crack, like, alright, I'll sort this one out myself. And just goes over and tears it apart with his own 2 hands. And
damn.
That's kind of his introduction to the world, right? Because you got to remember that while Ghazghkull is kind of famous, he's not known by every orc ever. So the ones in Octarius are probably more preoccupied with Octarius being the greatest orc empire and stuff, rather than Ghazghkull. So when he turns up and he does this, he kind of it's like his first announcement where he declared his name to the town, but without any words. He tears it apart, and everyone on the planet basically just instantly knows that is Ghazghkull Thraka, and he will bring great slaughter. Like, that's who he is.
It's a statement. It's a statement,
that's it.
What it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, in doing so, the orcs on the battlefield kind of rally behind him. And the war kind of continues on. Ghazghkull goes and meets with the current Overfiend, which is a guy called Zog Steeltooth. So he meets with him, who's the leader of the whole Orc Empire of Octarius. And he kind of just provides reinforcements and then rallies all the orcs and then reorganizes them so that they fight the way that Ghazghkull's orcs would have, right? Like, with strategy and tactics, you know? Rather than, like, blind orcs running into carnage, which is what they've been doing up until now. And to be fair, it's been working pretty well. But Ghazghkull kind of does the whole, like, actual military commander thing and gets them all to, like, fight properly, take up defensive positions, you know, fight a war the way a war's supposed to be fought by soldiers rather than by, you know, feral beasts.
Yeah.
Yeah. And once he's kind of done all that, and he's got the orcs like on the kind of the front foot again, so the orcs are like winning again, he just pisses off again. He just leaves Octarius. Ghazghkull's got places to be, man. He just turned up to sort them out so that they could win. It's like, guys, you're embarrassing the orc name. Gork and Morks ain't me here to tell you to get your head out your ass and get your shit together. And once you've done that, I'm leaving. So yeah, once the orcs are all kind of sorted out, Ghazghkull just, like, pisses off again. From this point, Ghazghkull heads off to attack the Imperium of Man, allegedly with a fleet of 5 million warships.
That's a lot.
There's a lot of warships, especially for orcs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's heading towards the Imperium to kick up some shit there now. And for the record, I think the last thing we're going to talk about in this season is going to be what happens to Ghazghkull once he gets to the Imperium and stuff. But until then, we do have to finish the Octarius War. So we will be continuing that next time, because it continues long after Ghazghkull left.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, would you like to round out for today?
I sure can do, right, man. Well, a lot of stuff have been going on.
Yeah.
So don't miss the next episode. The climax is coming. Oh well. But thank you
Maybe
guys
don't
for
say
listening
it like
to this
that,
episode.
but yeah.
I mean, that excitement, Ryan, right? You keep them engaged, right?
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to miss next episode.
No, you don't. No, God, no. You never know what can happen.
Really don't. Yeah. Like, we could put in some more fanfic, you know? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to have to look up some Warhammer fanfic.
Don't.
I do. Continue.
Whether or not we use that in the next episode, you just have to tune in and see. Hi, I'm Miss, and I'm here with my lovely co-host, Ryan. And you're listening to Season Quinqui of the Iterators of the Imperium podcast. That means Season 5, by the way. I think people know this at this point. I'm sorry. But yeah.
I've got to ask, do you know what 6 is for next season? Do you have that prepared?
Of course, sure. Have to do a little Google search. All right, with a podcast in which Ryan is the expert on Warhammer 40k, and I'm the noob trying to learn about the Warhammer universe. And yeah, we got a lot in store for today. Might be a little bit of a slightly longer episode. We may or may not round up the Orc saga. Well, not saga, but season at least, right?
Yeah.
So let's just get into it.
Alrighty, Roo. Buckle up, kiddies. So we left off last time. Obviously, we covered the kind of intro to the Octarius War, the kind of arrival or ending with the arrival and then subsequent departure of Ghazghkull from the Octarius sector. And obviously, he's off to go mess with humanity. But obviously, we're staying with Octarius while they're getting ravaged by Tyranids. And it kind of kicks off this little... After Ghazghkull leaves, there's a little bit where it's a lot of small-scale wars that kind of go on. So, after Ghazghkull leaves, we see Chaos getting involved in the fight properly. Because obviously, every time there's a big war like this, Chaos has to, Khorne at least, is going to be ooh, free skulls. So, Khorne's dudes are gonna turn up at some point when you get a big enough war. It's just a matter of time, right? And
yeah.
Now, I find it quite coincidental, but they wait till after Ghazghkull leaves to turn up. I'm I feel like Khorne's on Ghazghkull's side. This dude's gonna pay off big time for me. So, after Ghazghkull's gone, we see Chaos start to turn up. And initially, it's in the form of this little Chaos warband of World Eaters. They're led by a guy called Voda Bloodprice, which is not a great name. And the group calls themselves Skull Hunt. Not the Skull Hunt, just Skull Hunt. It's not a great name. But it is very on brand.
Well, yeah.
So, these dudes, they kind of rock up over this one planet, which is, it's basically a big world with tons of orcs and Tyranids fighting on it, right? Just because it's a big planet, there are an absurd amount of orcs there, so they have to send in an absurd amount of Tyranids. So these dudes are great place to gather skulls. So they rock up there and start doing that. And eventually, Voda takes the axe that was dropped by an orc war boss that he killed, I assume, and uses it to murder a Biotitan, which I don't think I've showed you these, but this is a Tyranid Biotitan. They are gigantic. this is like their version of like a massive like siege beast for taking down walls and shit. So he takes an axe from a dead orc war boss and uses it to gut one of these things, and apparently that was like the last straw from Khorne to promote this guy. So Voda turns into a demon. He goes like full like demonic possession mode, and turns all fiery and stuff. And having ascended to demonhood, obviously, he's got a better promotion there. He's a lot tougher. So he just rounds up an even bigger group of soldiers, like random people just join into his warband, and they head to a world that is just called the Maw, as in, like, the Maw. And, again, really big planet with billions of orcs on this one, and they just throw themselves in and start murdering stuff in the name of Khorne. So, like, Chaos doesn't really do particularly much in this war, but, like, they're around.
Yeah.
and whoever the hell Voda blood price is, they got promoted, so, I mean, good for him. I'll be honest with you, we never hear about him again.
Irrelevant.
Yeah, but good for him.
Yeah. The moment to shine.
Yeah, exactly. We can be proud of Voda for his individual accomplishments. He doesn't have to change the world. Fucking Voda blood priest. Such a pointless character. I love it. This is where I'm gonna find someone's gonna correct me and be like, actually, he was this guy during the Horus Heresy, and he's been around for like 10,000 years, and he's a nutcase. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize change his name. Right. It's gonna be one of those guys, I'm sure of it. Because there's a lot of them. Like, there's a surprising amount of them. So, it's kind of around this point, after Ghazghkull's left, and the war's kind of grinding on slowly. But you gotta remember, the orcs kind of rallied when Ghazghkull turned up. So, the war is gonna keep going a lot longer than it would have had he not came in and, like, reorganized. But it's around this kind of point where the Inquisition start to realize that Cryptman fucked up when he sent these two enemies at each other, because they both just seem bigger and stronger than ever. Like, it seems to have only benefited both sides being put in this war. So, obviously, Cryptman had realized that this was a bad idea shortly before this, but when it was too late to do anything about it. But now, like, the greater Imperium starts to realize that that guy made a mistake. So, they basically decide to set up a cordon around the whole area and be like, nothing gets in or out. Right? We just need to make sure that none of these things spill out and start taking over the rest of the galaxy. Because the orcs might try to run away from the Tyranids. The Tyranids might put too many troops in and just start spilling out naturally. We need to make sure they don't do that.
Yes.
Yeah. So, this leads to a series of fairly major wars on the kind of skirts of this area to try and stop things getting in or out. But honestly, it's primarily Tyranids versus humanity. And there's one bit that's pretty major with orcs, but it's not really related to the Octarius War as a whole. It's more of like a separate battle that took place during this war. You know what I mean? It doesn't really have any standing in the grand scheme of the Octarius War. Had the orcs there won rather than the Imperium winning, all that would have happened is a big group of orcs would have like expanded out and caused more hassle elsewhere. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have affected this war. So we're not going to look at that stuff right now. We're going to stick to the Octarius bit of it. And the benefit is that with everyone kind of held into this area by humanity kind of skirting the edges, pretty quickly after that kind of sets in, the Tyranid Swarmlord, I keep saying Stormlord, Swarmlord, which is this guy, big dude. He is obviously the leader of the Tyranids in this group. He decides it's time to go for Octarius and take out the Overfiend. End this whole orc nonsense once and for all. He's sick of this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in doing this, the first thing he does is he goes, right, spread out the Tyranid army, attack on multiple fronts, make sure there are no reinforcements that can come to Octarius. Like, they can come to the main planet, right? This obviously leads to a few random planets getting totally demolished. There's a few that are quite notable that I thought were quite interesting, so I'm going to mention a couple of them, but again, these are away from the main planet of the Octaria system and its war. But one of them is the planet Orc, which we mentioned earlier on in this. They just get like wiped out in like 2 days. Tyranids just descend and devour everything. They're just gone. Next is an asteroid base known as Gork's Bonds, which is a great name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great in the sense that it's funny, not in the sense that it's a good name. Not in terms of quality, just amusement. Great.
Yeah.
So Gork's Bonds, this asteroid base, belongs to a bunch of big mechs, the Orc engineers, and they came under pretty massive assault from the Tyranids. But all these like big mechs did was they went, this is a great opportunity to test out all the crazy weapons we built. So then you've just got them unleashing like cannons that fire lightning and stuff, and just turning whole swarms of Tyranids into goo.
Lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, so those guys do pretty heavy damage to the Tyranids that come for them. But again, Tyranids adapt to everything. So what they did was they did like one more attack, and during it they like sneakily infected a bunch of dudes with the whole Gene Stealer thing. So that now the Tyranids had like spies on the inside. And then to put them to use, what they did was they surrounded the asteroid, attacked from every side, and then while the Orcs were like rushing to defend, the Gene Stealers in their midst just went and turned off their life support systems, so all the air just dissipated, and then they just opened all the doors to the void, so they just suffocated the Orcs while they were trying to fight back. Pretty grim, to be honest with you.
It's pretty rough. That's tough.
Yeah. And the last of these little like fun side worlds that got ravaged, I'll mention, is one called Bad Squig, which is pretty good. So this place has like billions of orcs on it, and there is a war boss there named Garnat Stomp Crumpa, which is a ridiculous name. But
I like it. I like them. Yeah.
It's not bad. But Stomp Crumpa is a beastmaster, right? He likes to have animals to fight with him and stuff like that. So he has not only billions of orcs on the planet that are all mobilized for war when the Tyranids turn up, he also has thousands of squigosaurs, which are the big giant dinosaur squigs. So, you know, war takes place, and the numbers of the orcs are like slowly whittled down bit by bit. Pretty standard stuff when you're up against an endless sea of space bugs. You're gonna be whittled away at bit by bit.
Yeah.
Interestingly, Stomp Crumpa actually did manage to capture a Carnifex at one point, one of the Vanguard Tyranids, and he thinks they're animals, so he's like, I'll just tame it and make it fight for me. He lost an arm, a leg, and an eye trying to do that.
And a lot of brain cells. Oh, wait, he didn't have them.
Yeah, clearly didn't have them to begin with. But this whole story ends with Stomp Crumpa going like full Captain Ahab and having like a white whale. So all the orcs they get this idea about a Bio-Titan which has glowing yellow eyes and blue skin. Right, I'll switch back to the Bio-Titan. So anyway, glowing yellow eyes, blue skin, one of these guys. And Stomp Crumpa is like, I have to have it. And I don't know if his intention was, again, to try and tame a Tyranid, which would not have worked, especially on one like 10 times the size of the last one that he lost an arm, a leg, and an eye to. But I don't know if his plan was to kill it or to tame it. But he gets obsessed with this, as do a lot of his orcs. They all get this whole idea of like hunting it. They just call it the blue one, which is fun. But Stompkrumpa starts setting trap after trap after trap to try and get this thing. And all that happens is every time the trap fails, and thousands of his orcs die needlessly. And the whole thing finally culminates with him spotting the blue one at the bottom of like a dry river, lake bed. And so it's just a big clear empty basin with this thing sitting at the bottom. So all of his orcs charge in to get it. Obviously it's a trap, so they just get swarmed from behind by Tyranids and devoured.
Nice.
And I feel like that's a better version of the Captain Ahab storyline.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the gist of the fun war stories I'm going to cover. Now we get to Octaria itself, the main planet of this whole Orc Empire, where the main war boss, the Overfiend of Octarius, is based. And again, the Swarm Lord himself is going for this planet. So the first thing is he moves a whole fleet in to blockade the planet. No reinforcements are coming in here. Obviously, the Orc fleet fights back, but they are gradually whittled away at. Doesn't matter how good an Orc fleet you have, an endless fleet of Tyranids will eventually win. Obviously, Tyranids take losses, but in the end they do win. So the Stormlord has orbital superiority over this planet. So, remember, there are a ton of Tyranids already on the planet, because we've done the whole cover when the war kicked off here. So, to reinforce them, the Swarmlord sends in a bunch of, like, kind of vanguard troops, like mid-level Tyranids that fight with, like, melee combat into the Orc lines, but, like, amongst the Orc army. So they're just getting these random drops of fucking space bugs in their art, like within their battle lines and stuff, to just wreak absolute havoc. So the Orc armies are quickly thrown into this state where there's like no order. They can't like keep anything under control now, and it gives the troops that were it gives the Tyranids that were already on the ground time to kind of reorganize, kind of get back into position, condense their forces. That's the term. It gives them time to like condense their forces into like a usable state again. So while that is going on, because it's going to take time for them all to get in place and everything like that, the Swarm Lord goes, right, we need to get rid of the flying orcs. So it sends in a bunch of flying troops and gradually picks off all the orc planes and helicopters and stuff. And of course, the orcs are fighting back this whole time. So the Tyranids are taking pretty heavy losses through all of this. Because, like, this is the Empire's homeworld. It's well defended. There are a few fun ways they defend themselves. Obviously, the big mechs that they have giant guns that are just wiping swathes of Tyranids out. There are mountain fortresses that the Tyranids are having a really hard time breaking through. Stuff like that. My favourite, though, is that they just use really big magnets to pick up a bunch of Tyranids and drop them into a city-sized furnace.
Okay.
Orcs get creative, man.
They really do. Who said orcs are stupid, you know? They're stupid.
If it's stupid and it works, it ain't stupid. And that is like the orc fucking tagline.
That is something I live by as well. I agree.
Yeah. So, as the war kind of grinds on, the Tyranids are obviously relying on sheer numbers. It's like their greatest benefit. Sheer numbers and adaptability. It's like their two things. So they're relying on sheer numbers to grind away at the orcs. And once there were like some areas that the Tyranids like definitely controlled, like a big enough area, they started setting up the acid pools to be able to like start stripping biomass from the planet. So all the dead orcs get launched in the acid pool. All the plants and everything like that in the acid pool. Every mineral they find in the acid pool. Anything and everything. But this allows the Tyranids to start making fresh space bugs from the planet's own resources to send to attack the planet.
Huh.
So you're now being murdered by what used to be some kind of tree in the form of a giant space bug now.
Nice.
Yeah, it's not a great situation to be in, if I'm honest.
Not really.
No. And as all this is kind of going on and the war's grinding on, the Overfiend finds himself kind of isolated. All of his like lieutenants and stuff are killed just one by one in the fighting. So he's kind of like running the whole show on his own now, which is not a great way to be if you're a general of a massive army.
Yeah.
And this is when the Swarm Lord is like, it's time to go kill this guy. Because in the fighting, the Overfiend, while murdering a Carnifex, had been like stabbed in the thigh. So he was like fairly injured. That's when the Swarm Lord's like, it's time, go, go, go. So the Swarm Lord takes to the ground itself, gathers around him this massive swarm of Carnifexes and... Oh god, what? Oh, was it Bio Titans? No, it wasn't. It's called Carnifexes and Tyrant Guards. So, big, jaggy space bugs, basically. Gathers around loads of these fuckers, charges down the Overfiend. Most of the Tyrant Guards and the Carnifexes are murdered by Big Mechs with axes and stuff. But all that, like, that's not really a bad thing, because what it means is that the Overfiend and the Swarm Lord end up locked in, like, one-on-one combat. And in this kind of like one-on-one duel they have, the Overfiend, obviously being that he's a big angry orc, just keeps swinging violently. And if he landed a solid hit, he would probably be able to kill the Swarm Lord. But the Swarm Lord is a bit more calculating than the orc is. It's not driven by anger or anything like that. So it kind of like dodges and parries and waits for an opening. Whereas the orc is just swinging blind, basically. Just brute force and nothing else. No finesse at all. And eventually, the Swarm Lord manages to cut the power cable to his power claw, which means that it just becomes a big dead weight hanging at his side. So he can barely move now, and the Swarm Lord cracks his head open and eats his brain.
Oh, God.
And that is how the Tyranids won the Octarius War. Because after that, the orcs kind of fall apart a bit, you know? Tale as old as time, as we've said before.
Yeah.
Obviously, the war does continue because the orcs all just kind of dissipate into the surrounding area because it isn't just this one planet. So there were still, millions of orcs on totally separate worlds that had barely fought any Tyranids yet and stuff like that. So the war didn't end with that, but the main planet of the entire empire is like stripped of all its biomass. So, I mean, I think that's a victory condition if ever I've heard one.
Yeah.
And since the Overfiend died, at least 6 other orcs have declared themselves the new Overfiend and are all just building their own army on separate planets within this empire. So, like, the fight is still going on. It's just not directed at one guy anymore. And it's not as cohesive an army of orcs either. But still. So, that's modern day as we know about from the novels or anything like that. The Octarius War is still going on. Just like the war is... the Octarius War as a title is over. The battles are still fighting, though. Thanks. Alright. We have one last bit to do. Right? And we're going to end it with your boy Ghazghkull.
Thraka. The main man.
Yes.
So we started with Thraka and we ended with Thraka, essentially.
Yeah. I'll put a picture of Ghazghkull. There he is.
Yeah.
He's a cool guy. So, in the early 42nd millennia, right? So this is like in the period shortly after the fall of Acadia and the opening of the Great Rift and all that stuff. There is an event that occurs called the Psychic Awakening. It's or that's how Games Workshop titled it, as a series of like campaign battles to play in the actual game.
Yeah.
But it's very much an orc-based thing. So, Ghazghkull left Octarius with this massive army to go harass humanity. And as we've mentioned many a time, whenever there's a big army of orcs, other orcs from nearby will swarm to join it, making it even bigger, because they feel this natural call to war.
Yeah.
But while that was going on, an odd thing occurred at this point in time, which is that orc shamans started having visions from the gods telling them to go join Ghazghkull specifically. So it was all across the galaxy, orcs were swarming to Ghazghkull personally because of these visions from Gork and Mork.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So his numbers start swelling massively. There is an ungodly number of orcs following this fucker. Now, at the same time, which is it's the really odd part of this, at the exact same time, the Space Wolves, Rune Priests, started having visions as well, which were of the orc race united as one big army under, like, Ghazghkull's banner. So they're, like, panicking because they need to make sure this doesn't happen. The only thing that stops the orcs from wiping out all life in the galaxy other than orcs is that they all fight amongst themselves too much and they don't follow one leader. So if the orcs ever unified, they would basically wipe the place in no time because of the sheer numbers they have. So this is a terrifying thought that Ghazghkull could unite all the orcs. So the Space Wolves are like, we need to go kill those guys really quickly. So the Space Wolves start going out and hunting orcs wherever they find them, with the goal of eventually finding and killing Ghazghkull himself. And there are a series of major wars that come out of this. There are major battles that come out of this. But the main one is a final battle between the Space Wolves and the orcs. And it's Ghazghkull obviously defending himself for the orcs, and Ragnar Blackmane, who is one of the Wolf Lords for the Space Wolves. It's the equivalent of like a chapter master, but they never split up into chapters, so they don't use that title. But yeah, it's the equivalent of like a chapter master. Kind of, I guess. Whatever. So,
sure.
Yeah. So eventually the Space Wolves hunt down Ghazghkull on this like world he's using as like a command center, or like a home base, called Krongar. Which actually have a really cool artwork for it. Like battle. Orcs versus Space Wolves on Krongar. So they hunt him down here, and obviously massive war breaks out, as you can tell from that. And it ends up with Ragnar chasing Ghazghkull into a big-ass cathedral. And Ghazghkull had planned for this, because Ghazghkull's been having visions of him murdering Ragnar Blackmane in one-on-one combat. He knows he needs to fight this one-on-one. So he planned this. So Ragnar chases him into this cathedral, and then explosives go off, sealing the entrance. So the two of them are trapped in there together.
Okay.
Yeah. And obviously, titanic battle kicks off. Eventually, Ragnar manages to cut the power cords for the hydraulic hoses, for Ghazghkull's armor, making his ridiculously huge armor just a dead weight on him. But Ghazghkull is an absolute unit, so it doesn't stop him from moving, nor does it really slow him down very much. And the two kind of like scream and lunge at each other through the air, and when they land, Ghazghkull has Ragnar in his power claw, like gripped around his whole torso, crushing the life out of him. But Ragnar's sword is impaled through Ghazghkull's throat. So, unfortunately, Ragnar gets his strength together first, and rather than being crushed to death, he is crushed halfway to death and then decapitates Ghazghkull, whose head falls to the floor of this cathedral.
Damn.
Yeah. And that is how Ghazghkull died again for like the fifth time.
Yeah. So he is kind of like saying Celestine, you know?
Yeah, he's kind of like Celestine. Just keep fucking going back.
I like that kid from South Park, you know?
Yeah, Kenny. You killed
my
Ghazghkull,
God.
you bastard.
You bastard.
So, a couple of interesting things about this. One is that a bunch of space wolves and orcs had been chasing them into this cathedral because they were obviously trying to defend their side. So they were chasing them in when the explosives went off, and basically all of them got crushed to death. One of the only survivors was Makari. I guess because he's so small, he didn't get like crushed by the rubble. He just got kind of buried, and he managed to like dig his way through. So he watches this battle. So the only recount we have of what goes on in that fight between these two is Makari watching it, and after he sees Ghazghkull's like head roll to the floor, he is beheaded in turn. Yeah, so Makari dies as well. Also, interesting part. Ragnar he basically passes out from his wounds after this, and his space wolves dig through the rubble and manage to get him out. They take him away, and to save his life, they have to turn him into a Primaris Space Marine. So, like, a week later, he's back bigger and tougher than ever, goes back down, and Ghazghkull's body is gone. So, fuck.
Ah, shit.
So really shouldn't have left that unattended.
Yeah, that's a first mistake.
Yeah. So, actually, as Makari is beheaded and his head rolls to the floor, the last thing he sees is Ghazghkull's, like, decapitated head sitting there looking at him with a big grin on its face. And, like, Makari's dying thoughts are like, oh, everything's gonna be fine. The boss is happy. We're good. So, there's a whole thing that goes on as Ghazghkull's head is, like, detached from his body and he's approaching death rapidly. Where he, like, thinks and talks to the gods, and the gods respond to him. So, obviously, they tell him that he is their prophet, they speak through his tusks, and he starts, like, seeing, like, the orcs, like, that were with him fighting on the battlefield and stuff like that. And he sees them, like, losing hope and things. Like, a prophecy of what could come, like, visions of a possible future kind of thing. And he realizes that he needs to teach them, right? They're losing hope. He needs to be there to teach those fuckers. And that this cannot be the end. Him dying cannot be the end. He's got more work to do. And he hears, like, his vision fades, so he can't see this massive group of orcs anymore. But he hears them all cheer in victory. And he's like, he needs to go lead them. They're his people. They're cheering for him. But how is he going to return to the world? He doesn't know. And the gods tell him he needs to trust in others. Which he starts thinking, like, who is there? And he sees Bullets, his first lieutenant, the first one that he recruited. And he's currently cutting up some dude with a chain axe. And, you know, cheering in victory and all that. And he's like, alright, there is him. And then he thinks more about who else there is. And he sees Snazdaka, one of his other recruits. But Snazdaka's already planning on replacing Ghazghkull. He's trying to figure out how to take over now that Ghazghkull's gone. He's like, alright, well, he's a sneaky bastard. It's not going to be him. And the gods tell him, you need to think harder, right? You're not thinking about the right people. There are others. Think harder. And Ghazghkull thinks again. And this whole time his head's, like, been losing consciousness, obviously, because he is dying right now. So his vision's down to, like, just darkness and a little pinhole, like, before you pass out. And he sees Makari's head lying there in front of him. And he realizes it's Makari the gods want him to trust. Makari will be the way he returns. But how can he trust Makari? Because Makari's a grot. They're made not to be trusted. So the hardest battle Ghazghkull's ever gonna fight is trying to trust this grot at the word of the god. But he dies trusting him. He does trust him. He wins that fight because Ghazghkull doesn't lose. although his like final thoughts as he fades away into death is that he realizes Makari's dead and Ghazghkull's the one that brings him back. So how the fuck is Makari gonna bring Ghazghkull back? It's like an endless cycle. And that's kind of how that ends. Until Makari wakes up sometime later with some dude touching his shoulder. Basically, what had happened, because I'm not going to go through the whole storyline part, I'm going to go through just explaining in a bit simpler terms. What had happened was, do you remember the doctor that had been like Ghazghkull's other advisor this whole time? You had Makari advising him one way, and Doc Grotznik advising him the other way. And Doc Grotznik had basically only ever been out for himself. He'd only been trying to make Ghazghkull work for him, trying to control him. So Makari fucking hated him. Also, he's a big creep, so... Grotznik was obviously the only one of these three still alive. He had Makari and Ghazghkull's bodies brought back to his lab, and he used Ghazghkull's hand held by bullets on a random grot to, like, have it burn the hand onto Makari to make him back into Makari. So he used Ghazghkull's disembodied hand to impart, like, the will, the blessing of the gods on a random grot to make them Makari. I know, it's nuts. So it basically only worked because they believed it would.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the benefit of orcs. As long as you really convince yourself, it'll work.
It ain't stupid if it works, Ryan.
That's it. So, not going to go through these fine details, but Makari obviously wakes up, finds out that Grotznik had brought him back and how he did it, and that he has brought back Ghazghkull's body as well. So this is where it disappeared to when Ragnar went back for him. It's because Grotznik had went and took it. And Ghazghkull's body was pretty fucked up from their fight, so he was like pretty heavily injured, never mind decapitated. So Grotznik has rebuilt Ghazghkull in some kind of like Frankenstein type way, where he's like pieced back together and is like 90% machine at this point, which makes him a lot more like this, to be fair. And for the record, Ghazghkull is obviously an absolute giant at this point, but he's like even bigger now. He's like bigger, tougher than ever, but he's still dead. And the final thing to bring him back requires Grotznik and Makari to work together in this experiment that essentially fills the entire room with green lightning, like from the gods, which does revive Ghazghkull. So in the end, Ghazghkull is brought back to life by his two advisors finally working hand in hand. Yeah. And I'll be honest with you, I think that is about as good a place as there ever will be to leave off with the orcs for now.
So Ghazghkull coming back to life.
Bigger and better than ever.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I have a feeling it's not the last we're gonna hear about him. You know, just
it'd be really funny if it was, though. That all of this brought him back in a big dramatic way, and then just never mention him again.
He's back, and then he just was like, you know, I'm getting too old for this shit.
This.
I'm retiring. I'm too old for this.
3 deaths is enough. But the final thing ever mentioned about this is like 1,000 years later, they just find him sitting on some random beach planet, just a drink in hand. So the fuck you doing? I've been here for ages, man. I'm relaxing.
I've been on vacation. Indefinitely. Oh, man.
That'd be great.
Wish that was me. So, yeah.
What did you think about the orcs? Now that we're at the end of this, what did you think about the orcs?
God, it's been one hell of a season. Started with your little segment of, hey, we've not heard about enough orcs. Right?
That was good. So you loved it.
I did. I want to help with the next one though. Whatever we choose to do after the fanfic.
Yeah. That was one of
episode.
those ideas that I just had on like a random Wednesday night, and I was like, I have to do it now.
Yeah, otherwise it's gonna go there. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know that feeling. But
Yeah.
it's been good. It's been good. A more deep dive into the orcs and their shenanigans, I should say.
Yeah.
How they think, or well, the lack of thinking, and all
They
in
still get a
all,
lot done,
it's
though.
great. I mean, they
They
do.
made-
If, like you said,
Yeah.
if it works and it's stupid, it's not stupid.
Yeah, that's it. That is it.
Yeah.
I feel like the orcs were a really good one to start with for this like deep diving kind of concept, because they have a couple of characters that you get to know pretty well. They have a few really big like wars and stuff that we can get into that have some kind of lasting effects that like pay off a bit in future and stuff. And they've been particularly active at the most modern day. You know what I mean? So it only ramps up for them, which I think is a really good way of doing it. You know, I think this was a weirdly well chosen first one to deep dive on. Also, they're funny, so there's comic relief built in.
That
The
as well.
names are a
That as
problem. The names are awkward.
Nah. The names were the best part, Ryan. I love it. It didn't make any sense. So,
Nah.
but yeah,
All right. Would you like to round out for the last time for season 5?
Quinky.
Thank you. Season Kinky.
Uh,
Actually, oh wait, hold on. I just realised if we ever
Don't-
do a season about Slanesh, can it be season Kinky?
Sure. Great.
I'm sorry.
And I think that is a good spot as to where we are going to leave it up for this season. Thank you guys so much for listening through all the episodes and the continuous support. We've seen a small podcast of nobody tuning in to actually having, well, a little bit of a small follower base at least, right? You
Yeah, we're
guys
getting there.
tuning in and correcting us when we are making mistakes, and
when I'm
when,
making
you know-
mistakes, it's all me, man.
nah, it's also me, Ryan. It's also
you're
me.
blameless.
My bullshittery. Didn't we have like a bullshittery section before with me?
Yeah,
or something like that.
Yeah, I used to
Bullshit,
give
yeah.
you a word that you had to make up a meaning for.
I mean, to be fair, I was good at that too. I was good
Yeah,
at
you
that.
had your moments. There was a couple of them. Looking back, there was a couple of them that you were just like, ah. It's like, where do I start with this nonsense?
You know, it's you gotta get the corks working. You know, got the wheels
Yeah.
spinning.
It's like
yeah.
improv comedy. It's luck as much as anything else to get a good idea.
We're gonna end it here for this season. We're gonna bring some more stuff, and for the people who are still wondering, yes, maybe a little bit of fan fiction as well.
Oh yeah.
It's been
Not
me,
like
Master Ryder.
that.
We will catch you in season 6. Take care and peace.
Bye.